Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
James said first lucky poo LMFAO, and then Kane said there's so many things wrong with that sentence. I don't know where to begin. That is so funny. Official, if you want a custom command, let me know. That is really funny. Guys, I hope you guys are ready for the best witness of all time, Roger Dale Davis Jr. It doesn't get any better than this. Oh my God. I didn't really intend for it to start playing, but it did, and now we are. Yay.
We call your next witness.
Roger Dale Davis.
And don't worry, he's Roger Dale Davis Jr. Full name. Full given name. Here he comes. Woo! Y'all, best witness ever.
Raise your right hand and left hand on, please. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Be nice,
After you
Kane.
please be seated. State your full name for the record. Spell your last name and adjust the microphone before they can hear you.
Y'all, be nice. He's amazing.
Name is Roger Dale Davis Jr. Last name is Davis.
I think you're talking about Alex there, right? With the shark guys.
And Mr. Davis, do you go by Dale?
Dale, Roger, either way.
Okay. Or Mr. Davis.
It don't matter.
You can do me a favor, because it's a little hard to hear some folks in this courtroom. If you make sure that microphone is more close to you and speak into it, we'll greatly appreciate it.
Amazing.
All right, Dale, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, you're talking about Alex. I know. He has the shark eyes. He does. I agree. His eyes are scary.
Where were
Totally.
you born? Where were you raised?
I was born in Hampton County. I was raised.
Hang on. Welcome, Niners girl. I think we have a new scroll friend because I usually remember people in the chat. So welcome, welcome. If you're new, love having you here. You're in the right place. If you love squirrels and you love trials, we love having you here.
Raised in Hampton. Went to Hampton High School.
Yeah. And again, if you would, please try to get a little closer to that microphone. I know it's tight in there. What line of work do you have you done?
Construction work all my life.
Did you ever have an opportunity to work at the farm in Moselle?
Yes.
Okay. Is that close to where you actually live?
Mile and a half.
How did you become familiar with
Just smile every
family
now
and
and
the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later.
Sorry, this is ruining it. This has got to be on normal speed. This is not the same, not on normal speed. And we're going to watch this on normal speed. He's amazing. And you're very welcome for the warm welcome, Niners girl.
How did you become familiar with the Murdaugh family and the Moselle property? How did you start working there?
I was walking and Alex would stop and talk with me, and he asked me one day about cleaning the kennels for him, and probably a couple months, 6 months later, then he asked me to come do it on the weekends.
And that started about 4 years ago?
About 4 years ago.
And walk us through the process. What'd you do? How many times a day did you do it?
Twice a day, once in the morning, once in the evening.
All right. What time in the morning, generally?
It average around 7.
You wake up early?
Oh, yeah.
So 7 a.m. And then what time in the evenings, generally?
Usually around, I try to get there around 3:30, 4 o'clock.
How long does the process typically take you?
About 45 minutes.
And walk us through what that process is. What do you do out there?
In the morning times, I would go feed all the dogs, give them time to eat. I'd feed the chickens. That way the dogs would have time to eat. Then I'd wash the pens out. Then I would usually roll the hose up and then go to the house. And then come back in the afternoon and repeat the process.
Now you mentioned washing the pens out. Now the dogs, did they have dog
matters.
beds in their
Yes.
kennels?
This whole thing might seem extraneous initially. This really matters, and we will talk about why. These details are really important.
Yeah, Buster. Excuse me. Grady and Bubba had
Bubba.
2 dog beds.
And if you're washing it out, meaning are you spraying it with water?
Sprayed it with water.
What did you do with the dog beds?
I would stick them up on top of the dog boxes.
And then, did you leave them up there or did you put them back?
Normally typically, once I wash the pens out, I would lay them back down, especially if it was cold in the wintertime, I would lay them back down on the ground. But during the summertime, you would wait to that afternoon to lay them back down on the ground.
In the 4 years you worked there, did you get to know the property fairly well?
Yes.
You surely did.
Did you get to know the folks that live there pretty well?
Yes.
Yeah. So official, don't go back and watch the documentary. Just watch this. Just listen, guys. This is like, y'all, the thing that I do, like things that I know about, like violin, squirreling, this case, like literally we've done so much Murdaugh coverage and we're doing it again just because I fucking missed it. And so don't go back. If you're like, I need to, don't go watch the Netflix documentary. I mean, you can if you want, but I would just say that we've even on the, I don't think it was the last Murdaugh episode, maybe the one before, we recently did, as far as Stephen Smith goes, we did a whole Stephen Smith recap thing of refreshing everything that happened and where does the case stand now. So what I would recommend instead is going to the playlist and going back to, again, I think it was not the previous episode from Murdaugh, but the one before that. Everything is timestamped, y'all. Y'all know I have really specific timestamps. I timestamped it. It's going to be at the end of the live stream. We did a whole tangent on Stephen Smith and we watched the interviews, which apparently nobody, I'd never seen them before and I'd never heard about them. They were like more obscure, but there's interviews with his boyfriend from the time. And then the dude he had a one night stand with, we watched those and they were really interesting. And we also got up to speed on like where the case stands now. So I would recommend doing that versus going back and watching the Netflix documentary for myriad reasons. So.
Did you get to know Maggie Murdaugh at all?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, tell us what your experiences with her were.
Normally, she was just so laid back. She would talk to you like a normal person. We'd sit there and talk about the dogs. She'd talk about sometimes where she would be at the beach. She normally would tell me, I'm going to the beach. I'm taking Bubba and Grady with me or whatnot, or I'm going to leave them. Or if it was real hot, she would want me to put them over there in the ice house, turn the air conditioner on where they have the ice, the coolers at.
Did Maggie like to spend time with the dogs?
All the time.
And you mentioned the ice house. Was that the processing house kind of on the back of the hangar?
Property. That was the.
And why was it air conditioned? Is that why you said she put them in there?
Yeah, during the summertime, if it got real hot.
And that house, does it have air conditioning? That shed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you get to know Paul at all?
Yes.
All right. What was your experiences with him?
He was a little wild and crazy, but he would work. That boy would work.
He liked being at the farm.
He liked getting out and doing things, hunting, but he would work on the tractor or whatever, and Daddy needed him to do.
And did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over
Why
there.
is Alex nodding? Watch this, guys. Alex is nodding like, yep, I'm here today. Dude, he's identifying you in the courtroom for the record. Does he not understand he's on trial for murder?
Daddy needed him to do.
You have to high
And
five.
did you get to know Alex?
I did.
Is he here today?
Yes, sir.
Where is he?
Nodding.
He's
What?
sitting right over there.
What the fuck?
Can
Dude,
you explain what he's wearing?
Wearing a suit,
he's like, yep, that's me. Why are you nodding?
pair of glasses, blue looking shirt.
Blue looking shirt.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular.
This is interesting. This, honestly, I've watched this trial so many times, and this catches me by surprise every time, because we've heard a lot of people talk about Alex in this trial. Okay. And, you know, all the law at this point, a lot of the law partners have come in, a lot of people, we've heard a lot of people talk about Alex. We have not heard this. And you have to imagine that this dude would have a different, okay, how to put it, he had different experiences with Alex than other people did, right? Because he only dealt with the Kennels. It's like we're getting to see how Alex, you know, people are different in different situations, right? Especially if you're maybe somewhat of a psychopath, just saying, you know, like, anyway, this is just a different side. Literally, have we never heard from anybody else that Alex was particular about anything? We've heard tornado, whirlwind, hyperactive, full energy, loved his son, you know, persuasive talker, convincing, manipulating, all kinds of stuff, but not particular. We heard yet.
And what were your experiences with Alex?
He was always very particular.
Yes, Cat. Yes.
He would want the dog buckets washed out. If it looked like they started getting any kind of green or brown looking stuff in the water, he wanted to make sure, which I usually wash them out every 2 weeks anyway, with bleach. But I always dumped them every day.
So he's saying that's so interesting, right? He's saying Alex would get, and this is a dude who you can tell is not a complainer, right? He's not a complainer. So I feel like what he's saying is probably an understatement to how Alex would get. And it's just so interesting. The way he says he's very particular is the first thing on his mind is so fascinating, right? It just gives me such insight, because so he's saying like he would empty these water buckets out every day, right? And do it anyway. But yeah, Alex would still get on his case and be like, you empty the buckets out so they don't get moldy or whatever the fuck it is, which is interesting, right? It's like, in other words, he's like saying, you're going to learn from him, guys, if you haven't watched this already, that he's extremely diligent about his job. He takes such care with this, right? With the kennels and the dogs. He takes such pride in it. You're going to hear how he puts up the hose, and it's incredible. He takes such pride in his work. And Alex would still be like, make sure you're doing this and that, right? It's that type of thing.
Was Alex easy to get a hold of?
No.
All right, explain that. What do you mean by that?
He would either be in court or doing something with business. It would sometimes be a little bit difficult to get a hold of him.
Who did you see most often when you were out there?
Miss Maggie or either Paul.
Yeah, Happy Annie. Yeah.
And how did Maggie and Paul typically come to and from the big house to the kennel area?
Paul would usually be in his truck.
We've heard a lot about trucks. Which truck was that?
His white F-150. Unless his daddy had him doing something, then he would have to drive the F-250. But most of the time he'd be in his white F-150.
And what color was the F-250?
It was also white.
The two white trucks were what he typically used?
Yes, sir.
And how about Maggie?
She normally drove her Range Rover until she got the black Mercedes.
And then what would she drive after that?
Most times she would drive the black Mercedes.
And would she load her dogs to the house? Well, first of all, let's go back. Which dogs were down there? Do you remember all the dogs?
Okay.
Bubba, Grady.
Here's all the dogs, guys.
Maggie. Then they started letting, can't remember his name right on. Dahlia was there, Armadillo, and I call her Tappy Toes. I don't know what they called her, but that's
Tappy
what I was.
Toes.
And I think the other dog, was that a dog owned by one of Paul's friends, Rogan? Is that the one you're referring to?
Yes.
What type of dog?
Now remember, we're going to get to hear more about these dogs and the dogs' personalities. And remember the whole thing, Gloria Satterfield, right? The dog that he can't remember the name he's calling Tappy Toes. I believe that we learned that's the dog that they try to throw under the bus for Gloria Satterfield's death. By they, I mean Alex. Alex tries to throw the dog under the bus for Gloria Satterfield's death. Or, well, that was previous to the murders. But anyway, we're going to hear more about the dogs. That's fine.
What was it?
A lab, chocolate lab.
And which dogs were the family dogs, the family pets?
Grady, Bubba, and Maggie.
And what kind of
But
dog?
yes, you heard it correctly. There was a dog named Maggie. Oh my God. Why though? Just okay. Let's just do that then. There is a dog named Maggie, and the wife's name is also Maggie. I was just trying to type in the chat, and then all hell broke loose. Well, what was I going to type? Oh, I was just going to say, well, now that this is happening, I was going to say it's all good official. That's what I was going to type in. So yes, dog named Maggie, wife named Maggie.
What were they?
Labs.
And colors?
Bubba was yellow, Grady was black, and Maggie was yellow.
And would they typically, where would they typically stay, those dogs, those animals?
It all depended on, most of the time, because Bubba was very rambunctious. So they would got where they would lock him up in the kennels at night.
Yep.
And most of the time they would lock all the labs up in the kennels to keep them from roaming off. But Miss Maggie would take them out when she was home. Usually a lot of times after I done left, she would take them up to the house and let them roam around the yard for a couple hours, and then she would bring them back down to the pens.
Right.
And if Maggie,
for anyone who doesn't know, I have a whole playlist of Gloria Satterfield. I haven't finished. We didn't get to finish that because Karen Reed started. But anyway, we did quite a bit there. I have all the docs. But we got through a good bit of that with the whole thing with Nautilus, and it's for anyone who's interested, that's the deep dive into that whole thing.
Maggie load them into her car if she was taking them elsewhere to the beach or wherever else she was staying?
Wherever she was staying at, she would load them in the vehicle. Most times she would load them right in her vehicle.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked states exhibits.
This is great.
Jim.
Again, I just want to reiterate that some of this stuff might seem like it's not like, what does it matter? It fucking matters. They're going to get to where did the dogs normally go because they had their assigned like kennels or whatever. He's going to draw a fucking map of where the dogs normally are. And then we're going to get to learn where were the dogs when law enforcement oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps. When law enforcement showed up after Alex called 911, where were the dogs, right? The way that the dogs in so many ways help solve this case. Like Bubba's the real hero. Like Paul, yes, he solved his own murder, but Bubba's the real hero in myriad ways.
They showed a kennel.
Okay, and then I believe there's one diagram there. If you recognize what that shows.
It shows diagram drawing of the kennel.
Very good. Your Honor, we move to place all those exhibits into evidence, I believe, without objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
They're admitted without objection.
And what's great too is like in the closing arguments, right? I love Metters is a little bit unhinged, but the people who live there appreciate the style, right? But he really brings it home. I mean, I remember just bawling my eyes out during that closing argument when he keeps talking about Bubba, and he talked about how like there was that moment with like his own dog barked or something. I don't know. I'm not going to spoil it. We'll watch it, but dude, it's just move. It's really something else with the dogs.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 505.
They're going to use in the evidence. Elmo. He asked for the Elmo. Yay. Okay.
So,
here we go. I need the question. Okay.
Dale, while we get this loaded up, tell me a little bit. I know, did you have a particular way of hosing down and, with dealing with the hose? Tell us a little bit about
this. Is so fucking important. I just want to reiterate for those of you guys who aren't like as familiar. Remember, everything was all wet when they showed up, right? At the crime scene. Everything was all wet. Now it was drizzling, but it had just started to drizzle. It was more like humid from what I gather. Like it wasn't raining, but it was like gonna rain kind of. But when I say everything was all wet, I mean at the kennels. Everything was soaked. And remember, in this Paul Snapchat video, you can hear water running in the background. You can hear the water running. Okay.
About what that was about.
The particular way of me putting the hose away, or
Right.
normally after I got through washing, I would stretch the hose straight out
Into which direction?
back towards the shed room right there, the dog feed room.
All right, and we
Okay.
now have the Elmo up. We're looking at Exhibit 505, and the feed room, I believe, is what you referred to. Is that the structure on the far
So
right?
y'all can see the hose there in the picture in the top right corner. It's the neon yellow thing, green, yellow.
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then where is in this picture? Where is the hose you're talking about located?
This back towards the left-hand side, back towards the forest end.
Is that yellow?
That's that
fish
yellowish
wrapped up?
green looking hose.
All right, go ahead and explain to us what you would typically do after rinsing off and putting the hose away.
I would stretch the hose out back towards the feed room. I would cut the valve off at the top, which is right up above as the hose come in. Then I would walk back down and cut the valve on at the end of the hose. That way it would release the pressure, and then I would roll it up slowly until I had it uniform.
Were you pretty particular about how you wound that hose?
Yes,
And why would you do it that way? And did you do it that way every time?
every time.
And why would you do it so particularly?
Because if you notice how the hose right now is kinked up, it would start making the hose, if you didn't do it right, eventually would it keep kinking? It would start making it where it did more,
It would get
and it
kinky.
would cause the hose to start having little
Yep.
splits in it.
Everyone knows how that goes.
The picture that you're seeing there, that hose, is that the way you would wind it up?
Nope.
How do you know?
I'm very particular how I roll that hose up, and it's kinked up. If you notice, there's pressure on that hose.
Oh my God.
Somebody used that hose after I did.
I just got goosebumps again. Somebody used the hose after I did. Elmo is the name of the projectors that they use to show documents in court. Every courtroom has an Elmo. That's what it's called, is the Elmo. The dogs, yes. So the kennels is where the crime scene happened, right? So you're seeing the kennels there in the top right corner. On the far, and they will show more pictures that are closer up. But at the far right side of the kennels there, that's the feed room. That's where Paul was like in the doorway. And then Maggie was really close by. So they were in the middle of like feeding the dogs, playing with the dogs when the murders happened. And that's how, in fact, the Snapchat video occurred with, that put Alex there. So the come here, Bubba,
Because it is twisted, and the nozzle is too far up. The nozzle, I would always have it made sure it was laid down flat. That nozzle is too far up.
Dale, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 516. And again, please briefly explain what it is we're looking at there.
The drawing of the kennel.
Okay.
All
I'm going to
right.
hand you a pen, and with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to
Great.
go ahead and fill in well, first of all, let's back up. Did you work were you aware of the events surrounding June 7th, 2021, where Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I received a phone call from CD that the SLED wanted to see me because Miss Maggie and Paul had been murdered. And I thought he was joking, but he told me no. I told him, give me 5 minutes. I'll be up there because I was going to carry my trash off at the time. And I got up there, and the dogs was raising Cain, and I asked them, could I go ahead and feed the dogs so they would quiet down? And they told me to give them a few minutes, and then they gave me permission to feed them. As soon as I fed them, they just quiet down. They bark no more.
Okay. So you were familiar about that incident?
Yes, sir.
And you went out there what day?
That morning.
Was that the 8th, the morning of Tuesday?
When the murders happened, yes.
Did you work every day leading up to that day?
Yes.
And did you do that normal routine, which you already described?
Yes.
All right. And did you in fact do that normal routine on the Monday before the murders?
Or yes.
Okay. Walk us through that day. What did you do in the morning?
I got there probably around 7:27, 8 o'clock. It all depends on when I got up. But most time I got up early. I would be there before 6:30, 7 o'clock. I would go through there, feed the dogs, then go feed the chicken.
Yep, feed the chicken.
That give the dog time to eat their food, and then I'd wash the pens out.
Yeah, whole routine.
And was anything unusual or out of place when you were down there in the morning?
No.
And did you repeat the process again in the afternoon, in the evening time?
I did.
What time did you, on Monday, June 7th, what time did you go back to the pens?
I got there before 4 o'clock. But I remember leaving at 4:30.
All right. And was anyone there at the time you went to the dog kennels?
No.
Did you notice anything out of place when you went there at the dog kennels in the evening time?
No.
And what did you do after arriving?
Well, once I arrived that afternoon, I got out. I fed Grady, Bubba, and Maggie. Because we fed them twice a day. The hunting dogs only got once a day. Took and fed them. I picked the dog beds up. I dumped all the water out because I washed all their bucket, gave them fresh water, washed the pens out. Stretched the hose out, cut the water at the valve off at the top. Went down there, cut the water on. The valve on down at the end of the hose so the water wouldn't come out. Roll the hose up, and 4:30 I left.
And you rolled it. Did you roll the hose up the way you've always done it that day?
Every time.
Do you remember how the dogs were laid out in the kennels that day when you left?
When I left, yes, sir.
And with the court's permission, I'm going to ask the witness to please, if you would, write on that piece of paper the exhibit, state's exhibit 516, beginning with, first of all, on the far right, what's that door signify in the
Storage room, feed room.
beginning with kennel 1 next to the feed room? What dog was in there when you left that day at 4 o'clock or before 5 o'clock?
Grady.
All right. If you would, please write Grady in there. Okay. And then moving on to kennel 2. What dog was in kennel 2?
Bubba.
And for our reference, Grady was the black lab.
Grady is the black lab.
Okay. And Bubba is a what?
Yellow lab.
Okay. And who was next to Bubba in pen 3?
Maggie, because she was getting bigger than Bubba.
And Maggie is a what color?
A yellow lab.
All right. Were there any dogs next to Maggie?
No.
Okay. And that would be kennel 4 was open?
That'd be, that one should have been open. The next one down should have been Rogan's dog.
Okay. Can you write that in there? Just write chocolate lab. Rogan's dog, whatever you want to write. That'd be kennel 5.
Trying to remember Rogan's dog's name. That should have been there. I don't remember what Rogan's dog's name was at the time.
Was there any dog located in kennel 6?
Cash. That was Cash.
And if you want to work, however you want to do it, sir.
They're trying to frame. I don't even know what you're talking. I'm not sure what you're talking about there. frame. No one's being framed. It is a lot of dogs. It is a lot of dogs. That is for sure.
It's if you want to just fill out the rest of the dogs, the working dogs, that's fine.
Well, Dahlia was at the very end, kennel 10. I know that. Then let's see. Armadillo should have been the next one coming back from 10. Let's see, empty on 9. All right, that should have been on.
Amazing that all these years, like he has it still memorized, like the order of the dogs in the kennels. Now, some of these dogs were like hunting dogs. Others were like the pet dogs, if you will. Like not all the dogs came back to the house. Some of them seemed to stay in the kennels and they just used them for the hunting. But then others were also like the family dogs that they would take back to the house. But then they would also stay in the kennels too. That makes sense.
Yeah, Armadillo should have been right past the hose right there.
Yeah, he's just the neighbor that helped take care of the kennels and knew everything about the ins and outs of the kennels. And the kennels matter because that's where the murders happened and things. There were interesting things at the crime scene, right? So he's the one that took care of the dogs. He took care of kennels.
And then it would be Tappy Toes.
Tappy Toes.
Tappy Toes right there because they always kept
Right
Roden's dog and Maggie. There was a kennel in between them.
Right there.
So that should have been Tappy Toes right there.
That's my impression.
Thank you.
Wait till
I'm going to put this on the screen. Just verify that that was what you filled out.
So now we get to see it, guys. Thanks, James. Now we get to see it. There it is.
All right, Mr. Dale, I see starting with number 1, Grady, then Bubba, Maggie, then 5 is Rogan, 6 is Tappy Toes, 7 is Armadillo, and 10 is Dahlia. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and I'm just going to pause it real quick to say, I guess I may as well put this back up because the long crime is covering. So that door there on the right, remember that's showing where the door was. That's the feed room where Paul was in the door frame thing when he was shot.
And that's the way it was when you left the property at around 5 o'clock that Monday, June 7th.
Yes.
And for our reference, on this diagram, that green circle, that represents what?
The hose. Garden hose.
All right, I'm going to show you a few more pictures. If you would just describe what we're seeing. Are you familiar with that angle?
Yes.
All right, where are we looking at at this angle? Where are we looking at things?
So again, this witness is honestly so invaluable to this case. Remember how I talked about the water guys? Look at all this. This witness is so crucial. Honestly, where I was at when I covered this the first time around was like, there's a lot of questions, right? Like one of the questions that a lot of people have is why was Paul, like what was the deal with the 2 guns? What was the deal with the 2 guns? And what was the deal with the weird angle, right? And I think a lot of this has to do with the water and this concrete slab. The water is important for a lot of reasons. I'll just say, we're going to talk about it, but basically you can see how everything's soaking wet, right? But this witness is able to talk about some of the most important details that really matter here. So
you're looking straight down the kennel where you got the hose and the walkway going down in front of the kennels.
And on this picture, where would the feed room be located?
At the very end on the right hand of this picture.
Okay. When you, in the 4 years you were washing out the kennels, did water collect or pool in certain areas?
Here.
It did.
All right. Can you identify in this picture those areas?
So important.
Right under the hose and right there, which should have been Armadillo's pen. That should have right there, and then right below it should have been collective. And maybe one more little spot right down there towards the end of the post right there, but that'd be about it.
For the record, I think I'm looking to say for the record, this is case 504. Moving on to states 502, a very similar angle.
Official, you'll hear.
Dale, do you see those pools of collected water that you mentioned just on the last exhibit?
Yes.
They'll talk about this. Don't worry.
And also states 506. And again, do you see the same angle, just pulled a little farther back?
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
All right.
So hang on.
Yes.
Who's the dog there on the last pen that we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house?
Dahlia.
So now I'll come right back to this. I'm going to go to his chart. Jump back to his chart. Okay, so Dahlia's in the right place. So the thing is that we're going to figure out which dogs were not in the right places, right? Which matters because I'm not going to spoil it. They will talk about it. Okay.
That we can see in the dog shed, in the dog house.
Dahlia.
That's Alex's lawyer, Poot. Dick Carpootlian is Alex's lawyer.
All right. Did water ever pool over by the feed room?
No, because usually that's the reason I would go in the afternoons, the sun would come down and beat. It would dry it up a lot quick. Especially in the summertime, it would really dry it real quick. In the wintertime, the sun would actually still hit the concrete around 3 to 4 o'clock. It'd be usually around 6 or so before the sun wouldn't be hitting on the concrete.
Did water pool in the front of where Bubba would have been located or Grady?
No.
Showing you States Exhibit 503. Dale, are you able to see the water located near the feed room and in front of the two kennels, 1 and 2?
Yes.
Is that how water would normally pool when you washed the kennels for 4 years?
Normally, no. There's too much water right there. You can tell when the concrete's already done started drying, but there's too much water right there around the second and third pen.
Looking at this picture, what dog do we see in kennel 1 and what dog do we see there in kennel 2?
You see Bubba in kennel 1 and Maggie in kennel 2.
And again, Grady is what kind of dog?
Grady is a lab.
What color is he?
Black.
Black. Is that and when we say the spots where you would put them or they were located, were there assigned kennels necessarily to the dogs?
Not really, but most of the time Miss Maggie wanted Grady to be in that kennel right next to the feed room. And then we'd usually put Bubba or Maggie in the following.
So that was just out of habit, mostly Maggie's habit?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did anyone else in the family put the dogs in a specific location or did they put it wherever they could find a spot?
They would put it wherever they could find a spot.
But Maggie was particular about where she put them up?
Most of the time, yes.
Dale, I'm going to ask you about firearms in general. Are you familiar generally with firearms?
Yes.
Did Paul have any firearms that he favored over more often than others, just in your experience with him?
Yes.
All right.
So much of this is so important, right? So like, the thing being about like Maggie had a particular way she liked the dogs to be put back, right? And when we know she was alive when they were all there together at the kennels, playing with the dogs and feeding the dogs and whatnot, right? And if the dogs were not in the right places, it's because Maggie was not alive to put them back in the right place, right? And then also now we're going to get to the guns, right? So like, it is this question that comes up so much in this case, like were there guns regularly left at the kennels, right? I have so many thoughts about this too. Yeah, Dick is so icky. Yeah, I agree. Happy Annie, what are you saying no for?
Are you familiar with a An assault rifle style rifle?
Yes.
All right, tell us about the one that you observed Paul having with him most often.
When he went hog hunting, he would have a AR style 300 blackout.
And what color was it?
Black.
Oh,
Did it
yeah.
have a scope on it?
Yes.
All
Right.
Did Paul also favor a camo shotgun?
Yes. Doing turkey season.
The family owned, as far as you knew, the family owned a lot of firearms. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you, in your experience, and did you spend a lot of time primarily down here at this dog pen area?
Yes.
Twice a day, every day?
Yes.
Did they occasionally leave guns at this area?
Yes.
All right, where would you have found them? And when I say occasionally, what does that mean to you?
That would be, especially when it was during hunting season, they would leave either on the golf cart or side by side. Sometimes they would leave them in the truck, but most of the time it'd be on the golf cart or side by side.
And how often was that? If you're there every day?
Sometimes it could be once, sometimes it could be 3 or 4 times
In a month or
in a month. It just all depends on how hurt he got.
But that's during hunting season, right?
That's during the hunting season.
Mhm.
And did Alex carry a firearm?
I've never seen him carry firearm, but I know he carried a pistol in his vehicle.
Did you have a chance to listen to a kennel video in meeting with law
Okay.
I did.
enforcement? And did you identify the voices on that kennel video?
I did.
Whose voices did you hear?
Paul, Maggie's, and Alex.
In all the time that you spent out there in the 4 years, every day, twice a day, did you
Very.
ever see a gun left in the feed room?
No.
And you went in the feed room every day, twice a day for 4
There
years?
you go,
Yes.
guys.
Back to court's indulgence.
So yes, the pooling of the water is really important. I think that the state, so the pooling of the water can be many things, right? It's that we one of the things, right? Because Alex is all clean, right? One thing that gets left out, like I don't know how more attention was brought to this, but there's a picture. Okay, when they're doing the body cam footage, when they first show up, when law enforcement shows up and they're looking in Alex's car, or they're like getting, like they like reach into his car for something, there's a beach towel, like a pool towel or whatever, like on the seat, like it's all wet and it's on the seat of his Suburban. Like, and that towel is not talked about in the trial, right? And I honestly noticed it after I went through this footage a million times when I was working on one of the things I was working on last time around. And so I have a whole theory as to what I think went down here. But as far as the water is concerned, it seems like it's really likely that the way that he washed off was he hosed off at the kennels, right? Versus going back to the house. Like we know he got out of there really quickly. We know there was, I mean, not that they did a really thorough search, but there wasn't evidence at the house that like he was covered in blood or whatever, right? We know that the clothes were never recovered. Neither were the weapons. The water, the hose was going, right? In the Snapchat video, the hose was going. So my thought is like when the murders happened, the hose was still running because it was running when in the Snapchat video. The hose was still running. That's why there's water everywhere. And then he used the hose to rinse off, right? But also the water pooling on that concrete, I think is also potentially what happened, why you get that weird second angle weird angle for the second shot to Paul, because I think what happened was he backed up on that concrete step outside the door frame. It's easier when there's a picture of it on the screen, but I'm sure there will be one and we can talk about it. But I think what happened was between the blowback and then also the ledge of the concrete in the water, I think he kind of slipped and like fell down, and that kind of led to the to that weird second angle. And also I think the hose was running the entire time he was in Alameda. My opinion is no, it's a lie. For many, 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 many reasons. That will come up more when we get to the part about the side of the road. That's not been allowed to come into the trial yet. So that was where that came from. Let's just keep this in mind. Where did this come from? Alex's mouth. When did it come from Alex's mouth? On September 4th. Literally, when he was confronted from his best friend, whom he was stealing money from, who he fucked over, that he was fucked. Like Alex was like, it was like, hey, what's going on? Like the walls were crashing in, everything was fucked, and he had to pivot again. And now all of a sudden, out of the blue, I'm addicted to drugs. That's why I was stealing money. And also now I need to go to rehab and like this whole thing. And it just, there you go. Right. He says so. That's right. Thank you. Exactly. Let's see if they go on the cross here. I want to pull up something.
Refer to Alex carrying a pistol in his car. Is that because how'd you know that?
One time I had to drive his vehicle over to the law firm. And then every once in a while, you would happen to roll up the window or something up. It go to rain or something up. They happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
You made it up. Left the vehicles unlocked, keys in them. You know, I've talked about this before when people are like picturing, oh, they're a rich family. Didn't they have security? People need to understand this is different than other rich people. They did not literally, and I don't know how it was portrayed on Netflix. And I don't give a shit. Like I said, I made it max 2 minutes in. I couldn't watch it after that. It's like already I'm like, no, wrong, done. So I don't know how they were portrayed, but I'm like, if this sums it right up, listen to this. This sums it up right here. Think about this.
Happen to not be home.
You mentioned the vehicles. Were the vehicles unlocked? All the vehicles on the farm?
All the vehicles on the farm, keys in them.
Not just unlocked, keys in them. They had a Mercedes, they had the Suburban, they had multiple trucks, they had lots of vehicles. Not just unlocked, keys in them. That, if nothing else, can tell you what the crime rate was, and the, you know, like that says a lot right there, doesn't it, guys?
Keys in them, so someone could just open the door and drive them.
Oh, yeah. If they wasn't in the switch, they would be in the center console.
Amazing.
And in this picture here, that's still on, do you see the dog beds located in those pictures?
Exactly.
Yes, they're on top of the dog kennel.
They haven't been put down.
Haven't been put down.
All right, this picture is really important, and we're going to talk about this. Let me see if I can pull, well, again, the long crime. Okay, so this picture. Now, we've looked at this picture a lot in the previous coverage I've done where I've zoomed in on different places, but basically, there you have Maggie and Bubba, and Bubba's in the wrong place, guys. Bubba's been put back in the wrong one. Okay, here's the feed room door I was talking about, right? There you can see all that blood. I know it's gruesome. That's where Paul was when he was murdered. Remember when I was talking about all the water? Remember when I was talking about the step, the concrete? So you see how there's a ledge there in the frame of that feed room door? There's another ledge here on that concrete slab, and then there's water everywhere. So where Alex was when that second shot happened was likely in that doorway, and he likely could have tripped, like I think probably fell backwards and like on that steppy thing, and then it was all wet, right? But also take a look to the right of the feed room door, and you guys see that dog crate, and there's something on top. That's the chicken. That's the chicken that was in Bubba's mouth. We're going to hear more about it, so don't worry about that. That is actually the chicken, the real deal chicken.
Much further, thank you.
By the defense.
Board.
So as far as the drinking, I know Paul drank a lot, but I don't know about anybody else. But, I mean, that was not, I didn't get that impression. I know there's like a picture of Alex partying with somebody, but I don't know. It just.
Good afternoon, Dale.
Afternoon.
I don't think he was like an alcoholic.
I'm Jim Griffin. We've met a few times, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
I want to start by asking you just how long did you work at Moselle for Alec Murdaugh?
About 4 years.
And twice a day, every day?
No, it started off on just a,
I'm going to go ahead a little bit to the part where they start talking about the drama with the rooster and the chicken and all that, because that comes up here in cross, and then it comes back on like redirect. So okay, it's talking about armadillo. Okay, they're going to play the kennel video, guys. All right, kennel video time. All right.
I'm going to tell you when to stop, Doug, but if you go ahead and play it.
And I think the point here, he wants to point out the water. Let's see.
Now, stop right there. Is that Rogan's dog?
yes.
Dog named Cash, you think?
Yep, that was it.
Cash. And Cash was I'm saying, but what you got labeled on exhibit 516, Cash would be in kennel number 5. Is that right?
Should have been around.
Should have been.
That's a few
Should have been.
kennels up from the hose. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to run this continuing, and I get ready to stop when I tell you, Doug.
Yay, Cash. Good boy. What a good boy.
All right, stop. Oh, go back. A few seconds. Well, right there. What do you see up there in the top left on that picture, Dale?
Hose.
That's the hose?
Yep.
Now that hose is on the ground, isn't it?
Yes.
Not rolled up, is it?
Nope.
Okay. And there's water around there, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay.
So what Jim Griffin is trying to point out, this is so interesting. So Jim Griffin's trying to point out, okay, so prior to now, potentially what the jury might have been thinking. Jim Griffin's trying to anticipate what the jury might have been thinking. The jury might have been thinking that the reason the hose was put back the wrong way, right? And the reason there's water everywhere is because after the murders, Alex hosed off potentially, right? And put the hose up wrong, right? Now, what Jim Griffin's trying to point out as well, the hose is put up wrong. And there's water everywhere because they were using the hose. It's in the video. Look, there's the hose down. The thing is like both can be true, right? But I understand why Jim is saying that, because that was not something that we really like. We had seen this video, but I will be honest that when I watched this the first time when it happened live, and like I don't know that anyone had really noticed the hose being down because it's hard to see. It's like way in the background there. And so by pointing that out, that is a good point, like that they were using the hose. But for me, that's what made it more, how do you say it? Like more convenient, like an opportunistic thing, right? Like the hose is already running, right? And that just made it even easier for him, assuming he hosed off there, which makes sense that he did. And then he had that beach towel in his car. And remember when he showed up at Alameda, he was wet and he was clean. So
someone, before this video was taken, had taken the hose down that you meticulously wrapped it up. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. You can take that down. Now, you said Mr. Alec was particular about how the hose should be wrapped. Is that right?
Well, not particularly him. He liked it to be wrapped up, but he wasn't very particular how long as it was wrapped up out of his way.
Okay.
But I was very particular how I wrapped it.
You were very particular.
Yes.
Okay. How about Paul? Was he meticulous how he wrapped it?
No.
Okay. All right. So
right there, he's trying to suggest that Paul could have put the hose up wrong. Why? To try to suggest that the hose was put up before the murders. Which that's the thing. There's no way. There's way too much water for that. That's where Jim's getting that part wrong. There's way too much water.
now, you mentioned that water would not normally accumulate up by Grady and
And Bubba.
Bubba's, because that's where the sun would
Usually
come in the
beats
evening.
You
Right.
washed it, because if you didn't be very particular,
Right.
they didn't seal up underneath that door. So the inside, the jams started to rot.
This is where we're getting the inside information about that door jam at the feed room place. Like literally where I was just pointing out, right? Where that door is in the feed room. That's what he's talking about.
So I tried to make sure, because if it was any kind of puddling or whatever, you'd have to make sure it was gone.
Right.
So you would try not to make sure there was no puddling there. So puddling didn't usually happen around the dog feed room. It would usually a couple posts back. You would have under the hose, usually around about where Armadillo's pen was, and there was a few other little spots around the post that normally would puddle.
Now, and you were meticulous about not letting water build up around the feed room door because of the rot.
Yeah.
And in fact, there was sealant in the feed room.
One thing that starts to happen, you guys will notice, is that as this goes on, Jim Griffin starts talking more and more with an accent, like this witness. It's pretty fucking funny. You'll hear it as they starts to morph. So does the prosecutor. When the prosecutor comes back on redirect, you'll notice that they all start talking like him. It's really funny.
Where you would have to routinely put by the door to keep it from rotting.
Alex done it the last time.
But you had to periodically do that, right?
Yes.
And you do that because water builds up, right?
Because the water was splashed, they didn't seal up underneath the door jam right now. And it would just run up underneath the plate.
Yeah.
Right there
How that?
for the cement. It would run and drain off.
The cement.
Now can we agree that Paul was not as meticulous as you were about spraying around the kennels?
Nope.
We can or cannot agree.
We can agree to that.
All right. And so, and we saw the hose out, and you don't know what time that was, but I think the record reflects it's sometime 8:44 in the evening. I mean, that's about sundown, right, in June?
Oh, yeah.
And so there wouldn't be a hot sun burning the water off if the hose had been used, right around that period of time, would it?
No.
And if Paul had not been meticulous like you, it wouldn't be unusual to see water build up where you see it in the photo, right? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And sometimes the dogs would knock over the water bowl,
They would.
and that would,
Blame the dog.
and I think maybe we can see in the photos that would cause water to run off too as well, right?
Oh, yeah, it would run off.
Okay. Now, Dale, what's lovey-dovey mean to you?
Okay, he's going to talk about being Alex and Maggie being lovey-dovey. They never saw him raise his voice. He never saw them argue. His relationship with Paul. Da-da-da. Okay, now we're getting to the best part. Here's the drama with the chickens and the dogs and the rooster.
Ever
Sure.
seen any
All right.
harmful way or anything with them?
You remember, Dale, one time, one of the hunting dogs got hung up in
Button dog.
one of the kennels,
Yeah.
choking to death.
Yeah.
Oh, this is awful. I'm going to skip. Sorry, I'm going to skip past this. This is not the part I thought. We're just going to skip that. Okay.
Now, on June 7th, the night of June the 7th, you got off work, I think you said 4:30.
4:30.
4:30.
And you remember what you did? Did you go home?
I went straight to the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I sure did. Y'all, this is amazing. This dude goes to bed at he's going to tell y'all, he goes to bed at 6 o'clock in the evening or something.
To the house.
And you stay at the house all night?
I sure did.
You stay inside?
I did.
And you live
Mile and a half.
a mile and a half. I've driven a lawnmower down that road, I believe, when I was last time saw you.
I did.
Did you hear any gunshots that night while you were in your house?
No, I did not.
Now, you mentioned Paul liked to hunt with a blackout, 300 blackout, I guess.
He did hog hunt.
Yeah, before the murders, when's the last time you saw that gun? You remember?
I cannot remember exact, but it was quite a few months. But he had said something about going hog hunting. He had it in his truck.
Right.
Uh,
Okay.
But it was a couple months. I know at least 5, 6 months.
All right. Two last points. Bubba's been getting a bad name, but Bubba's a little stubborn dog.
Stubborn? No, he just rambunctious.
But will he listen to you?
Somewhat.
You listen to Alec?
He would.
And
So this is crucial.
in that feed room, did you?
This is the crucial thing right here. And remember, we heard from Blanca about this. Bubba would usually listen to Alex. Okay.
Keep shock collars back there for the hunting dogs and stuff?
We did.
What else was kept in that feed room besides feed?
Shock collars, feed, chicken feed, the GPS tracking collars.
Y'all hear that? The GPS tracking collars.
Was there some medicine?
There
If
was
you need-
medicine, there was all kinds of stuff in there.
So if you need to put something on a dog's skin for rash or something, that had that in the feed room?
Had that.
And now Ms. Maggie would go down there. I mean, you said she'd take a Mercedes sometime, but she'd ride her bike down there too, wouldn't she?
Bicycle, golf cart. And then sometimes she would walk.
She'd walk. And she liked to get the dogs out. Grady and Bubba and Maggie, I think, was Mr. Randolph's dog, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And she liked to run the dogs in the golf cart sometimes, let them run
She
behind.
would.
Just
Sometimes she just would get out there and walk. But
now those were pet dogs, but they stayed at the kennel, right?
most of the time they did.
And they didn't let those dogs in the house because Buster had eczema. Were you aware of that?
I didn't wear that. I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence,
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yes.
Okay. But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and
So this is really
Maggie to
important.
be
Yeah,
down at the kennels
so this is really
at
important.
night, right?
Oh my God, why won't you pause? Jesus, I kept trying to pause it. This is really important here. So yeah, they had an electric fence. Shock collars are real for dogs. I would never use one, but my understanding is like that's not supposed to be painful or harmful. It's supposed to just I don't know. That's what they would say. They're common. You know, a lot of people have electric fences in the U.S., right? And in order for those to work, they have to have a shock collar. And they're called shock collars, right? And so the dogs had they had GPS tracking collars, and they also had the shock collars for the electric fence. So we just
Wear
wanted to
that.
do that again.
I knew they would take them up to the house. Now, whether they went in, I didn't know.
You didn't know whether they went in or out or did not.
I know they stayed outside around the house.
And you know they had electric fence,
They did.
and sometimes it worked and sometimes it didn't.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
But it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens. Bubba the one.
They never would.
This is the best part. Bubba the one. Y'all, listen to this. This is the best part. Yeah. MCAT, I respectfully think it's all bullshit with the drugs. And we will get there, and I can prove all this. We will get there with the drugs when that comes up in the trial.
Grady and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens. Bubba the one.
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost
Yeah.
right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker, he got there with taunt them jokers. And
No.
they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the
That
rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, they aggravate the dogs to death.
All right.
This is like the best part. Yeah, the pills is all bullshit. So this is the best part. Oh my God, I love it.
Got there with
Hold on.
taunt.
One more time. One more
They
time.
wouldn't.
Grady and but it wasn't unusual for Bubba, Grady, and Maggie to be down at the kennels at
No.
night, right?
They wouldn't.
Okay. And they like to chase chickens? Bubba the one?
They never would chase chickens until Alex had got a rooster that would roost right over there. After he let that rooster out, that joker, you got there with taunting them jokers. And they got where they would chase the chickens.
Because the
That
rooster would be taunting the dogs.
Yeah, I could beat the dogs to death.
I love it.
All right.
Anyone who's really studied this case closely questions the drug addiction, in my experience. You know, again, you just have to remember where did it came from his mouth, first of all, right? That just start there. But again, we will talk about it. We will talk about it. The only evidence of the drug addiction is that Alex said so, and he checked himself into rehab. And just you guys wait. When we get to the part where the drug addiction comes up, quote unquote, we'll watch the presentations where I called Sunrise Detox, the exact place where he went, where he checked himself into rehab. I called there and I recorded the phone call. I've got the whole video presentation that we will watch. And anyway, we'll talk. There's a lot. Fascinating stuff.
That's all the questions I have, Dale. Thank you so much.
Redirect.
Where'd you hear that, Twiz? Because literally that's never anything I've ever heard. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why I called, because in order to go to rehab, if they test you, they want to make sure you test negative, right? That's the rule. So guess what? That works out for someone who's not actually a drug addict, right?
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
Like tested, I don't know where you heard that, and did not come in the trial. That didn't come up outside the president. That's I've never heard that from anywhere. And literally every single thing in the trial and elsewhere, I don't know about Netflix documentary, I don't give a shit, but like literally there is no evidence to back up any of that he ever took any fucking drugs. Oh, you made it up. Oh, Twiz. Oh, my God. Okay. Goodness gracious. Okay.
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
Sorry, this is important. So they're following up on what happened to the rooster.
Curious, Dale, what happened to that rooster?
I can't remember if Grady got him or Bubba got him.
So the rooster got his, apparently.
One of the dogs ended up getting the rooster.
All right. We heard a little bit about.
He had to close the loop on that saga, the drama with the rooster would taunting them jokers, right? And so then the rooster got his dude.
Well, first of all, did Alex do a lot of hunting?
I don't know how much hunting he done, but I know he done hunting.
Okay. And hunting involves killing animals.
It did.
So as far as you knew, he was a hunter.
Yes.
The slope of the concrete. The concrete out there on the dog kennel. Did it have a slope to it?
Yes.
And that would be for what reason?
To run the water off.
So water would naturally drain out there even if it wasn't sunny?
It would.
At night. That's why.
I think you mentioned and talked at length about the feed room and how there was issues there, but were the issues caused, the widening road, was that caused because it was actually draining?
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't.
Like I told that gentleman over there, y'all, I love it so much.
When they done that room, they didn't, like I told that gentleman over there, they didn't
Excellent.
seal that bottom plate like it should have been. And it would allow water when you sprayed the concrete off, that water kept just slowly getting underneath the concrete until it started rotting out around the door jambs and stuff.
If Maggie was down there at the kennels, would she have put the dog beds down for the dogs?
She would have.
If the kennel lights and the hanger lights and the underneath lights are on, is it fairly well lit out there?
It is.
You mentioned bed. What's your bedtime? You said you rise early. What's your bedtime?
My bedtime, it all depends.
What time are you in bed?
That is a good question. Now, I can tell you my routine.
All right, tell me your routine.
Usually around 4, 5 o'clock, I go
All
get
right.
a shower, and I'm in my recliner usually the rest of the day.
I love this.
Okay, so if you're not in bed, you're in that recliner. After you shower, you're in that recliner.
That's it.
There
The
it is.
day is done.
Done.
Okay.
He's my
And
favorite.
June 7th, that was that Monday. Were you done that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done have my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife
I done have my shower, you guys.
on that night at whatever time you took your shower, 4 or 5 o'clock?
I was done at 4:30, 5 o'clock. I had done have my shower. I was in my recliner.
And you were with your wife?
Yes.
Last question. When you were out there at 5 o'clock at the Kennels in Moselle, were there any firearms anywhere on that property
That night, that particular day,
that particular day?
I did not see none.
That is one of the most fucking important things. So remember, I just got goosebumps again. Oh my God, this case. So 5 o'clock on that day, right? So he was the last person out there at those kennels before the murders, right? So he was out there at 5 o'clock doing the dogs. And then, Alex didn't get home until like, I can't remember, I've got it all somewhere, but like 6 o'clock. Anyway, it was, and by, what is it, 8:41, they're dead. So it was a matter of hours after, but 5 o'clock, like that's so close in time, right? So literally he finished, he put everything up. He put the hose up correctly. Everything was dry, dogs, everything's all situated, right? But the other thing, he didn't see any guns out there. So to answer also, because for officials who had a question about other things to catch up on, we deep dove the fuck out of this case. There were so many things that didn't really necessarily need to be answered in the trial. There were a lot of questions like who got out there and how and when with which vehicles, right? So we had all these series. We had What the Truck, we had Chicken Business, we had there were so many, right? An ongoing series of like trying to solve all these things. And then with the cell phones, with Maggie's cell phone, great example. Maggie's cell phone. No one had an explanation for that. I feel like I solved that one too. So I'm so glad that I saved all of my work from that as far as the presentations I put together, because we're revisiting it. And I plan to do like a yearly anniversary. We watch it gavel to gavel every year. This is just, I missed it. So we're just going back to key testimony, but we will watch it gavel to gavel again. But anyway, I was just going to say that, part of what I was looking at when I was breaking it down with What the Truck was the weapons are all intertwined there, right? And what was the deal? How did the guns get out there? And through doing What the Truck, what I ended up learning and figuring out was that he had to bring the guns with him to out there, right? And that tracks with what we're hearing from this witness, that he didn't see any weapons out there at 5 o'clock. As in there weren't just guns out there already laying around.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, Meg. Welcome. So before we go on to David Owen, who everybody in this trial calls David Owens, even though that's not his name, we're going to pull up real quick. Speaking of one of my presentations, here's one. All right, the callers. So one of the questions that I wanted to solve, or one of the things I wanted to solve was Bubba, because in the 911 call, we hear Alex say, here, like he's talking to Bubba, here, right? And it's actually going to come up. Actually, let me table this. I'm just getting ahead of myself. Let me table this. We're going to pull this up when this comes up in the interrogation. And we're going to go now instead to the interrogation, which is with witness David Owens. So, David Owen, who everyone calls David Owens. It's just that it's one of those things. So let me pull that up, because that's going to come up. And then that was when I started delving into this whole thing with the callers, as you guys will see. I did so much fucking research. It's insane. between what's the difference between the shot collars, the GPS collars. I found the exact collars that they had there, and which ones were on what dogs. Anyway, we'll go through it. I'll show you guys. And through doing all of that, I was able to answer a lot of questions about what happened immediately after the murders and what happened when Alex came back from Almeda. So, all right. So now we've got some argument here. I think they're going to argue about side of the road. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's what they're doing.
Ready. Who's first?
I'm happy to go first. Obviously,
Your Honor, since we filed a memo and we have not added to it, I'd be more than happy for the Attorney General to go first.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, and I sent a memo early this morning. Hopefully, you've had a chance to see that. A lot of it reiterates what we had previously filed in our prior motions. And again, as it relates to this particular evidence, as I argued yesterday, consciousness of guilt is a very recognized class of evidence as admissible evidence of.
So I just want to set the scene here. So this is day 16. So there's Judge Newman. So what's happening is, again, they're going to get into this key witness, David Owen, who everyone calls David Owens, who was the lead SLED agent on the case and conducted all three of Alex's interviews / interrogations, whatever you want to call them. Twiz and I were actually talking about this today. And like, what's the difference between an interview and interrogation? Y'all let me know if you think there's a difference or if you think it's just semantics or whatever the case may be. So of all the things with the doors opening, right, there's things that the jury has not heard yet, and that has to do with the side of the road. So that's September 4th. And there's going to be things that are inherent in some of this testimony from these upcoming witnesses that could open that door. So I think that's what they're going to be arguing about, so that they know where the limits are when they bring on their next witnesses.
Motive and identity in South Carolina courts. Obviously, we've cited a number of cases in more classic senses of consciousness of guilt evidence, such as witness intimidation, flight, but any sort of evasive action, any sort of action to evade detection or throw off the scent has been admissible in our courts. Your Honor, I see the clerk from Barnwell here, and I had a murder case in front of her not too long ago, or it's been a while. But in any event, in that particular case, the defendant had actually found in his car was a voodoo root that said, had on there, protect me from murder charges, save me, judge, early, protect me from murder charges. And ultimately, that was admitted and in an unpublished opinion affirmed as evidence of consciousness of guilt and evasive conduct because of what it meant to the defendant. And so I just point that out as an example as to how expansive that can be. When we look at this case, and again, one thing about this case, Your Honor, is it's intricate and complex on a scale that I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking.
Side of the road. So official is saying exactly what Twiz said. And I agree. I totally agree. I just think it's funny. So law enforcement tends to be using it as more of a semantics. So he said interview is like a witness and interrogation means you're more of a suspect. Yeah. So I would totally agree. But what I was saying, like when I was talking about with Twiz, was like that these days law enforcement tends to call it an interview, even if it's an interrogation, because they want to use the word interview because it sounds nicer, basically. So like, and again, it's more like a semantics thing, right? Because they don't want people to think they're a suspect, basically. Google says 10 years of, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's some judges that are really young, you know what I mean? So it makes sense that there's an average amount of time, but there's not a required amount of time, if that makes sense.
I think none of us have ever seen. And so we have to look at it within that vein and in that context. And what we have here, Your Honor, why this is relevant evidence of consciousness of guilt, it really doesn't matter what exactly happened on the side of the road, because that's not the focus of what the state is seeking to do. What the state is seeking to do, what we believe is relevant and admissible under these rules, is to show what the defendant said about it and the fact that that was not true. And what he said about it, of course, was that he was on the side of the road, he had a flat tire with a car that has run flats, that he was changing the tire, and that a nice man stopped offering help, and then all of a sudden he was shot in the back of the head. And obviously the initial reaction we've heard from Ms. Proctor, we've heard and can hear from other witnesses, and the initial reaction was that oh my gosh, the real killers are back. The bad guys are back. They've now targeted Alec. And the other thing that's crucial about this that connects it all together is not only does he make that claim, that statement about being targeted by an unknown assailant, as things were heating up on him in this investigation, that then causes people to immediately assume that he's been targeted and it has nothing, in no way could he be responsible for Moselle. But we also have to look at the symmetry of this particular event with what happened on June the 7th. And on June the 7th, as we know, and Your Honor's heard extensive testimony, both in camera and in this trial, he is confronted about the fares fees that morning. There's all kinds of circumstances that have been put into evidence that are moving as to a perfect storm arriving on that day. And of course, what happens that night? Maggie and Paul are murdered. Community rallies. Everything changes. We have the same thing happening on September 3rd and September 4th because finally,
September 3rd and September 4th were such crazy days in this case, right? Because remember, things were coming down with the learning about the financial crimes. The law firm was figuring that out and everything, right? So what does Alex do? Alex tells everybody he was shot in the head. And then that serves a number of purposes, right? Because it seems like he was actually going to be trying to do some sort of insurance fraud there as well, the life insurance policy. But also now it's, the real bad guys are back out again, right? The real people who did the crime are still on the loose, right? And then also sympathy. And then also it's a distraction. And then if that weren't enough, on that same fucking day is when he makes up the drug story. So
despite his best efforts, the law firm has become privy and wise to what's been going on with his years of embezzlement and theft. They confront him. But more importantly, if we go back to those fares fees, which are very crucial and temporally connected to everything that happened on June 7th, is the fact that you've heard testimony from Chris Wilson that he is calling Mr. Murdaugh, trying to get to meet with him because he wants to know what's up. He particularly wants to know what about the $192,000 of those fares fees that he covered for Mr. Murdaugh. And they have that confrontation on the porch of Alameda that afternoon or early, right before noon, as was testified to. And what happens? Yet again, within a couple of hours, the side of the road happens, and everyone is rushing to Alec Murdaugh's aid again. The fact that he had just been exposed for embezzlement is quickly forgotten about, and of course, everybody's assuming, oh my gosh, it must be the real bad guys, when in fact, it was him all along. And so that is extremely relevant evidence, and it's also been, just to add into the calculus, Your Honor, is we do have the concept of what's been opened the door, what issues have been joined by the defense and put up here. And of course, that's how this issue all arose yesterday with the testimony of Miss Marian Proctor. So we think it's very admissible as clear consciousness of guilt evidence. It's admissible under 404. I've also argued, without getting in great detail, when we talk about that symmetry, we talk about common scheme or plan. And again, this isn't the kind of common scheme or plan that is typical, but we have to look at this case through a lens that recognizes just the intricacies and the complexity of a set of circumstances like we've never seen. And so all those legal theories, Your Honor, we would assert justify admission of this evidence. I will also say that this express this to the defense. That's the state's intent to really quickly move from point A to point B. We are not here to try to litigate what happened on the side of the road in its entirety. I believe that the testimony about this could be done in just over an hour, and that includes playing the recorded statement. There's a number of recorded statements, not trying to play all of those. It would just be simply having the agent come in, relate the story that Alec Murdaugh told to 911 and told to law enforcement, that initial story about the unknown assailant, the fact that the investigation continued and additional information came to light that conflicted with that, and that he was eventually confronted with that. And then there's a recorded statement at the end in which he admits that, in fact, what he had told law enforcement was a lie. And so I'm trying it would be a very focused presentation to just get from point A to point B for purposes of this trial and the relevance that it has to this trial. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we would assert that limited presentation is admissible for those purposes.
Court, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
The state, and we agree that state versus Cartwright would be applicable to this situation. And it has 4 criteria about a suicide. They seem to think that the unmistakable nexus exists by clear and convincing evidence linking the suicide attempt to a guilty conscience about the murder. Facts are that he was confronted by the law firm on Friday, fired on Friday, and then persuades, I don't know much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million insurance money.
now we're hearing the defense's position on how they intend, if it comes in the side of the road, on how they intend to present the side of the road situation shenanigans, right? That how they're going to present it, that he was going to try to kill himself to get Buster life insurance money.
On Friday. And then persuade, much persuasion was needed, Eddie Smith to shoot him in the head, thinking that it would get his son, Buster Murdaugh, $12 million in insurance money that would otherwise be excluded by the suicide exemption in his insurance policy. So all this is linked to is the financial crimes, not the murder. We're here trying to murder. And yet all the evidence, not all, the significant amount of the evidence we've heard over the last 3.5 weeks has been about the financial crimes.
Who is never going to stop complaining about that?
This is guilty knowledge of the financial crimes, not the murder. And this under 404, 403 analysis under Cartwright would not be admissible. I'd further say this, if he's looking for a common scheme, that is that when he's about to be found out or he's being found out, he would have killed Buster based on his theory to distract. This isn't a distraction, this is an end. And clearly, you haven't heard the taped interview that he initiated from Detox in Atlanta, in which he explained he was killing himself to get this money for Buster because his financial crimes had been found out. This is 3 months after the murder. This is in September. It's not connected by time. It's not temporal under the 404, 403 analysis, and certainly it's not evidence of guilty knowledge about, his own statement would indicate it has nothing to do with the murder. It's only about the financial crimes. And he contacted SLED, and on that recording, myself, Mr. Griffin, and Mr. Murdaugh from Detox. He finally had detoxed and wasn't on drugs anymore. And he has a great detailed statement about Eddie Smith buying the drugs for him over a number of years, millions of dollars worth, and how Eddie didn't hesitate to shoot him in the head on the side of the road. I don't know how that is relevant. Maybe the drug piece is, but they've got statements from Eddie Smith about what drugs he bought.
Yeah,
And
but
what he
the
did.
jury is over. This is outside the presence of the jury, obviously, right? What the jury has heard so far about the drugs is they've heard from Chris Wilson that Alex told him that he was addicted to opioids. And then they heard Chris Wilson say that he didn't believe it and he was shocked because he's known him forever. And he's like, how could this have been going on? And he never saw him on drugs. He never saw him act like he was on drugs. He never saw him take drugs, never saw him buy drugs. And, the reaction from other people in the law firm as well. Like everyone else that testified from the law firm was like, what, WTF, mate, right? Like what? Huh? Come again? That's what she said. You know what I mean? So that's what the jury's heard so far. They don't know anything about the roadside shooting yet, right? That's why they're arguing about it outside the presence of the jury to see if it's going to come in or not.
Those. So we would oppose going forward on any roadside.
I should add, right? For those of you guys who are following other cases, such as Karen Reed, such as Brian Kober, where we've been covering a lot of motions in limine. Whenever we're talking about this stuff, because they put everything on the record in front of, I just love it, right? So you always get to hear their argument, right? So things like the side of the road, which they're discussing now, there's numerous motions in limine regarding this. So for anyone who's wondering, how does this happen in a trial, right? When there's motions in limine for things to be excluded, right? So what happens is when you get to the part of the trial where that thing might come up, you can argue about it, right? And usually what's going to happen, which is the case here, is it's the type of thing where it's like, well, yeah, it's excluded unless there's some reason why it shouldn't be. And that's usually going to be if the side that wanted it excluded opens the door on themselves, right? That type of thing. So.
Roadside shooting evidence, we think the prejudicial far outweighs the probative, and we'd ask Your Honor to not allow them to do that.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, very quickly, I do want to distinguish again between what Mr. Harpootlian keeps wanting to argue about, and that's the prospect of there being some sort of suicide on the side of the road. Again, the state's real focus is not exactly on what happened on the side of the road. What's important, and this is, I think, different from a typical Cartwright such situation, is what the defendant said about it. And the fact that he immediately tells this lie about him being targeted by an unknown assailant. And that is what directly connects it back to Moselle. And that's immediately what everybody assumed. The first thing that jumped in their mind is that connection back to Moselle. That connection in the next is unmistakable. So it's not as much about a traditional type of Cartwright analysis. That's not what I'm arguing here. What I'm arguing here is his explanation for what happened and the fact that that ultimately was not true. And that nexus, I believe, is very clear. I think the other one would be clear too, but that former nexus is the stronger one, and that is the focus of what the state is trying to offer here today.
Your Honor, just briefly, this is character evidence, which is precluded under the only exception to 404, 403 Your Honor's allowed in is.
Oh man, I was literally going to say who's a million squirrel point, whoever's the first person you can say which rule is it that deals with character evidence, but he already said the number before I could pause it. Damn it.
Motive. Why did he do it? And I mean, it's just incredible.
He's been given all kinds of snacks and treats during this trial. We've seen him with Tic Tacs. He might have gum. It could be Tic Tacs. You know, so yeah, not typical, right? He's not typical. Usually defendants don't get to have shit like that, right?
Because if you put this up, you're going to hear from one of the SLED agents when he woke up in the hospital and his skull had been fractured. He had a brain bleed. This is when he concocted that story. I mean, he expected never to wake up. So, you know, this was a scheme to draw up. No, if there was a scheme, it was created after Eddie Smith meant to shoot him. Actually, if he'd been a millimeter to the left, his brains would have been blown out. He just missed, but knocked him out, fractured his skull. That's all I have.
There's no
Those
evidence.
are not the facts. He's telling that story at the scene to people who show up. He's out of the gate. That's what he's saying, that he was attacked by an unknown assailant. There's an ambulance video where the deputy comes in, and that's exactly the story he tells. This is not.
I would concede he's correct. Once he realizes he's still alive, he tells that story. But obviously, he didn't intend to be still alive. In other words, it's not a scheme that was concocted at any point. The scheme, if it's a scheme, was concocted after he realized he wasn't dead.
Well, the financial evidence was allowed on the issue of motive. This evidence, I find, goes beyond motive, or is not evidence of motive, but more toward common scheme or plan. It does not survive the logical relevancy test, and it goes more toward showing the propensity to commit violent acts, which would cause it not to survive the 403 analysis. I believe that to allow this evidence is a bridge too far, going down this
The bridge too far.
path of allowing essentially any and all evidence in. We have guardrails. The court is to place guardrails to keep things within a reasonable realm. And I believe this, as I stated, will be a bridge too far. It does not meet the logical relevancy test. I agree with the defense that it would be admissible, perhaps, if the trial was a trial on the financial theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change.
Y'all, that's the most important part. So this is, you got to hand it to Judge Newman. This is I don't even remember. Multiple times already at this juncture have they tried to get into the side of the road, and has Judge Newman said, nope, sorry, not yet, right? So he's not just letting it in, right? But the most important part, as we have seen, things change. Oh, and do they ever?
Theft issues, but not on the murder. So I grant the motion to exclude this evidence at this time. Of course, as we have seen, things change. And who knows?
Understood, Your Honor.
All right.
All right.
They're going to take a break, and then I think they call David Owen right after that, or as he's always called in court by everybody, David Owens. Or it looks like they have. Oh no, they're reviewing it. Okay, there he is. There he is. Okay, he's coming right up. Y'all are being quiet in the chat, except for official. Are y'all okay? Are y'all awake? We're going to get into David Owen, aka David Owens, lead detectives or SLED agent for South Carolina. By the way, for anyone who is not familiar, SLED, when you hear them say SLED, because you'll hear it a lot, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. And you might be wondering, well, why is it not SCLED, SCLED? They left the C out. I think my only guess is so it could sound cooler and be called SLED. It's the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division. So that's why we have that command for SLED. All right, let's go. And with this, remember, with this witness, this is the first time the world got to see Alex's second and third interviews / interrogations, whatever. Thanks, James. Excelente.
Witness.
Oh, there
We call Special Agent David Owen to stand.
There it is. Like I said, guys, did y'all hear it? David Owens. It's not his fucking name. I love it. Good. Love it.
Thank you. raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm that any testimony you give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mistake you give, please, you see you got some here. Take your full name for the record, spell your last name, and move that mic or chair to where they can hear you better. Okay, Mr. John, hold on a second, boy. Thank you. No problem.
My name is David Owen, O-W-E-N.
There it is. Owen.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would you please tell the ladies and gentlemen about Special Agent David Owen?
Yes, sir.
Your background,
Yes,
where you're from, and your education and training that led you into law enforcement. Please.
I was born and raised in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Graduated from Orangeburg High School, graduated from Limestone College with a bachelor's in criminal justice. Began my law enforcement career in Orangeburg in 1996. Moved to Charleston in 1999, where I have been since, and began my career with SLED in SLED, South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, in 2015.
What, have you worked different areas in SLED?
No, sir. My entire time in SLED has been with the Low Country region, which encompasses 12 counties. We do general investigations, assisting the 12 counties with whatever they request. Anything from public corruption, officer-involved incidents, violent crimes, property crimes.
And when you say assist local counties, I know what that means, but what does it mean in your world?
SLED is an assisting agency. I like to explain it as if you call 911 for an emergency, you're going to receive local assistance from the police department, the sheriff's office. SLED's not necessarily going to show up unless requested from the local police chief or the sheriff.
And is that done regularly, and has it been done regularly in your career where you've been called upon to assist local agencies?
Yes, it is.
And just as an aside, as we've gotten to know each other recently, you've got some relatives in Anderson I knew in high school, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Small world.
Small world.
Wonderful.
Let's go straight to June 7th. Special
All right,
Agent.
June 7th.
Were you on call, June 7th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how did you get,
Matters. Get it together, man.
specifically, how'd you get the call?
I received a call approximately 10:30 that night. I was in bed trying to go to sleep, and phone rang, and I was told that I needed to respond to 4147 Moselle Road in Arlington, Colleton County. That there'd been the discovery of 2 deceased persons at that location.
And how long did it take you to get to 4147 Moselle?
I arrived on scene approximately midnight.
I'm sure it's been said, but it's 4147 Moselle in Colleton County.
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, when you arrived, tell these ladies and gentlemen what you observed.
When I arrived, there were multiple law enforcement and rescue personnel on scene. Of course, I had to find a place to park out of the roadway. Made my way up to the scene. My normal course of business, or the procedure, being that we were a requesting agency, I locate the agency that requested us, this being Colleton County. And
I think he might be better to listen to on normal speed. Let me know what you guys think. I'm gonna put him on normal speed. Because what he's saying is really important, and he's not a slow talker, unlike some people. But y'all let me know if you prefer 1.25 for him, or
speak with the supervisors or detectives on scene and say, hey, what's going on? What have you learned so far? What do you need from us? At that time, one of my supervisors, my captain, Ryan Neal, was on scene, and he was already talking with Colleton. So I was briefed on the situation, what was discovered and what had been done so far.
And did you have a liaison, somebody that you requested or told to work with on the scene that night?
Yes, sir. Originally, as I stated, we were called in to assist. So I was paired up with Detective Laura Rutland with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and I was to assist her in any fashion that she needed.
And actually, guys, I'm going to keep playing this. I just wanted to pause real quick to say I hate that Law and Crime's doing that lower third thing. So I'm going to keep playing this, but I'm going to pull up a different feed without the lower third, and then I'll switch over to that.
And again, was that unusual for a local agency to call you in to help with the crime scene?
No, sir. It happens very frequently.
And when you got with Ms. Rutland, tell the folks when you were first at the scene, did you make observations in your mind of the scene itself?
Yes, sir. I observed the scene, kind of figuring out what's going on. Started walking the outside of the scene, trying to understand the lay of the land. Figuring out if anybody had been interviewed already, what methods or avenues were being taken to try to figure out what's going on, secure the area, and whatnot.
And did you see the bodies and were all of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir. I was standing outside the crime scene tape, and what I know now to be Paul Murdaugh and Maggie Murdaugh, I knew that there was a white male and a white female, but they were covered up with a sheet. I was not able to see them, but I saw where they were.
Did you make any other observations of the actual crime scene there itself then?
Other than the placards or evidence placards that Colleton County had put out to protect evidence upon their initial arrival, I didn't go into the scene. Our crime scene unit had not arrived yet. I have a history, I have a background in crime scene, so I knew not to go in and disturb anything until it was documented properly. I was aware that Colleton County had already documented or located and marked some evidence for protection purposes. So I just walked around the crime scene tape. I knew the kennels, there were dog kennels on the left. There was a big shed on the right with a large field behind it with another shed. And there were several people and several cars back behind, what I call back behind the crime scene from where I was standing.
And at this point, had you seen the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I was told that he was with the group of people behind, which was told to me to be some family members and some of his law partners.
And I guess you became, at this point, were you the chief investigating officer?
I don't recall how long, within maybe 30 minutes or so, my supervisor pulled me aside and said, hey, we're actually going to be the lead on this. So my Detective Rutland and my roles kind of reversed, and I became the lead investigator, and she was my assistant.
But y'all still working together?
We were still working together, yes.
Had you ever worked with her before?
No, sir. I knew her, but I had never worked with her before.
Did you think it was important to talk to Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
And can you tell the jury specifically how that came about?
Well, I was told that he arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talked to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural.
Okay, hold on. I'm going to share the other feed because I just pulled that up. Give me just a second. Wait, hold on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hang on. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, there we go. So, all right.
He arrived on scene and discovered his wife and son, and that he had made the 911 call. Being that it was his wife and son, and he found the bodies and made the 911 call, it was paramount that I talked to him. What was his observations, what's going on in his life, what's going on in Maggie and Paul's life, to try to figure out what happened. I still didn't know if it was, let me back up just a minute. Going into a death scene investigation, homicide investigators are taught to treat every scene as a homicide until determined otherwise. And that encompasses suicide, natural, accidental, or homicide or unexplained. So automatically I was treating it as a homicide, and I didn't know if it was or not. So it was paramount that I speak with Alex Murdaugh to try to determine what he saw, what he experienced, what's going on in their lives, to kind of help guide my investigation as it progressed.
And had the weather started to change about that time?
It had been changing and continued to change. It was raining intermittently as I was coming into Walterboro from Charleston. It would stop raining, it would mist rain, it would heavy rain. So, the weather was also a concern that night, especially being an outside scene.
And that leads into my next question. Where did you request and where did you take the first statement from Alex Murdaugh?
When I met Alec Murdaugh, there was really nowhere else to interview him except the privacy of my patrol car, which was a Dodge Durango.
We all seen the video. I'm not going to play it again. The jury will have that. But can you tell us where is your car?
Yes, sir.
So we've seen the video. Where was the
The
camera?
first interview, we watched that on a
It
different
was a
live
body
stream.
camera. It's not a fixed in-car camera like in most active patrol cars. But I clipped it to my visor right above me and just angled it towards Mr. Murdaugh.
And is that your practice to video when you're potential suspects, or do you video?
I video
When you
any,
can.
I video any witness or audio record any witness that I am able to do.
So you're in your driver's
Here
seat.
he is. He
Yes,
said
sir.
witness,
Where was,
guys.
the defendant, Mr. Murdaugh?
Mr. Murdaugh was sitting to my right in the front passenger seat.
And behind him,
Behind him was Detective Rutland.
okay, and to her left, if you will.
To her left and behind me was Danny Henderson. At that time, I knew he was an attorney, but I didn't realize his involvement other than an attorney. Later on, I found out that he was a partner and Alec Murdaugh's personal attorney.
And how did he get in the car?
Who got in the car?
I say, how did,
Mr. Murdaugh?
no, Danny get in the car?
I mean, it's common if there's an attorney present that wants to be involved in the interview or sit on the interview. I allow one to sit in on the interview. It's not an issue for me.
You said it was fine?
It was fine.
Okay. And I want to ask specifically about your observations of the defendant as far as his mind. Did he appear to be under the influence of anything, any intoxicant or anything else when you were talking to him?
I did not notice any intoxicants, whether it be drugs or alcohol. He didn't smell of alcohol. His eyes weren't, any dilated. They weren't bloodshot. He seemed of full body and mind, other than being distraught that he had discovered his wife and son dead.
Did you have trouble understanding his words?
No, sir, he did not.
Did he appear to have trouble understanding your words?
No, sir, he did not.
Were his answers to your questions subject matter appropriate?
Yes, they were.
And were they timely?
Yes.
And again, without going into the details, did he tell you roughly what happened earlier in the evening, how long he'd been at the house, when he left, and when he came back?
Yes, sir. We went over his evening.
And after this statement, well, before that, when you were outside, before you got in your car, were you able to just look at him?
Yes, sir.
Did you shake his hand?
I did shake his hand.
But did you come up to him and y'all shook hands like that?
Yes, sir. I introduced myself.
What did he say when you introduced yourself?
How you doing? I don't remember exact words, but how you doing? I know you need to talk to me. That type language.
And could you see anything just from your naked eye? I know you didn't have a microscope, but could you see anything that appeared to be, how'd his clothes look?
He had on a white t-shirt. I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary on his t-shirt. He had on green cargo khaki type shorts, and then I think bright in color. I think later I learned they're orange or pink tennis shoes. I didn't notice anything out of the
They were
ordinary
pink.
about his appearance.
After you took this statement, you and Ms. Rutland, did you want to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury how that went about.
But it was coming close to the end of the interview, and I was going to discuss collecting his clothes from him. But he had received a call that his oldest son was arriving at the home. Knowing that he needed to go be with his son, I said, I'll catch up with you later. Go ahead. Shortly thereafter, maybe 10, 15 minutes, I went up to the house and told him I needed to get his clothes. I was allowed into the house. There were multiple people inside the house. When you walk in the house, there's a foyer. I walked into the foyer. Immediately to the left, there's some stairs going upstairs. To the right, I believe it was a dining room, and you walk into the living area or living room. Met Mr. Murdaugh again, told him I needed to collect his clothing. he went to what I now know is the master bedroom towards the left of the house, left of the living room. And he said, sure. And immediately began to disrobe his clothes and hand them to me.
All right, so, did you go to the bedroom?
Yes, sir. I stood in the doorway of the bedroom.
So if that's his bedroom, you stood right here?
Yes,
The
sir.
important thing is here
Did
is,
you see him changing?
Yes, I did.
right.
And, but did you give him a little privacy?
I did.
And,
Privacy to change.
so did he give you the same clothes that he had on?
Yes, sir.
You sure about that?
He still had on the orangish pink tennis shoes, green shorts, and a white t-shirt.
And this is what's been entered as 419.
Okay, they're going to get to some unboxing here. Purple gloves. Love the purple.
Defendant Alex Murdaugh in, and then
Yes, sir.
he
This,
took off and gave to you.
There's his shoes.
under this light, it's more red, but I considered it orangish pink that night, but these are the shoes that I collected from him.
Do you remember the condition? I mean, how did they feel when you touched them?
I mean, they were a little damp. I mean, it was raining that night.
You said damp?
Damp, yes. It was raining that night, summertime, high humidity, so the ground was a lot of condensation and water on the ground. And this is the bag that I would have put them in. My initials are not on them, but my handwriting says shoes 0140. So that would have 0140-140, which would have been the time that I collected shoes.
At 1:40 a.m.
Yes, sir.
on June 8th of
Yes, sir.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Did you make any other observations? Did there appear to be any other stains to your naked eye on those shoes when you saw them at 1:40 a.m. on June 8th of 2021?
No, sir, I did not make any other observations.
If you'd leave your gloves on.
Yes, sir.
What's been entered as 4-8.
More unboxing.
Pulled up, but I know that it's a t-shirt. It's got my writing on it with the time was 0141 or 1:41 a.m. Again, my initials are dated not
So I'm
on it.
going to skip ahead. They're just going to open up all the things, the t-shirt, the shorts. There's the shorts.
You kind of reach over and just do like this to Alex Murdaugh. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I consoled him. He was upset.
Now,
And that's just, you did that? Because that's you?
That's just who I am.
the purpose of this is like that they were not mistreating him. They were not. Remember, one of the things that the defense is going to say in their case in chief is like that they and they said this in their opening statements, actually, is they targeted him from day one, and they only thought it was him, and they didn't consider other suspects and all that. And they treated him like he did it and all that. And so the evidence suggests the opposite, that he was actually given all kinds of privileges that normally people wouldn't have. But this is to show that he was not treated like he did it. And, I don't think that they really suspected him at this juncture. And in fact, as we go forward and we get to watch these other interviews that they have with him, I will point out when we get to the part where, in my opinion, I think that it shifts where they actually think that he maybe was involved here. I really don't think that initially they thought that. So,
And when you got to the house and after you had collected these clothes, did you do anything else at the house?
I didn't do anything at the house. I mean, like I stated, there were other people in the house, law partners, family members, people moving about. I did look around to make general observations. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing seemed torn up or out of place. It's the first time I'd ever been in there, but it didn't look like there was a fight or a scuffle or, going in, being observant. I didn't notice. I went in through the front door, was the only door I accessed the house from. I didn't notice any forced entry or, when the door was open for me, it was opened as a normal door should. Met Mr. Murdaugh and collected the clothing. I don't know if I spoke with Mr. Murdaugh or someone else inside the house. I think it was Mr. Murdaugh, excuse me. He had indicated early on in the initial interview that he had attempted to contact some of Paul's friends, and one of those friends was Nolan Tootin. And he had indicated that Nolan was at the house during that interview. So when I went to the house to collect the clothing, I asked if Nolan was present. He said, yes, he was, and pointed to him. I noticed that he was sitting on a couch in the living room. So I introduced myself to Nolan and conducted an interview with Nolan, again, in my vehicle for privacy.
So you had located Nolan Tootin in the residence and then conducted an interview with him in your car?
Yes, sir.
And were they, how many people were in the house?
A lot.
We're into the early morning of June 8th of 2021, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, how many people were inside approximately?
I didn't go in every room. I didn't see every single person, but, 8, 10 people from, first glance.
And had someone at SLED, you mentioned there was crime tape, did someone from SLED arrive at the crime scene where the two bodies were, and were they processing that?
Yes, sir, they were.
And did SLED and/or the locals have that secure?
Yes, sir. There were several investigators from Colleton County. 2 other investigators from my office, Agent Altman and Agent Wiggins were there. My Lieutenant Charles Gint arrived on scene, as well as my captain was already there when I arrived. So there were several officers, several investigators down in that scene.
And was that scene secured and guarded until all the potential evidence at that crime scene was collected, as far as you know?
As far as I know, yes, sir.
Now, there was also a vehicle down there. Did you determine where the defendants, if he personally had a vehicle that he'd been in that night?
Yes, sir. There was a dark in color Chevrolet Suburban down there.
What, if anything, was done with that vehicle that night?
Well, early the next morning on Tuesday, June 8th, once we completed the scene around the kennel area and sheds, that vehicle was secured and towed to the Colleton County Sheriff's Office so that it may be later processed.
So it was taken into law enforcement custody?
Yes, sir.
There's been pictures and testimony about the phone that was on Paul.
Yes, sir. Once I left the house, our crime scene units, that what they go into a scene and they look for evidence, document evidence, and collect evidence before anybody really goes in to manipulate the scene from there, or alter the scene. So once a majority of the evidence, or all the evidence, not all the evidence, a majority of the evidence on approach to the victims were documented and collected, we went in and started investigating the bodies. The coroner was, of course, with us. And once we took the sheet off of Paul, there was a cell phone that was placed on his rear end and on his right side.
And if you'll think back to your first interview, you'd already had your first interview.
Yes, sir.
How did the defendant tell you that phone had got on his backside?
Mr. Murdaugh stated that, he tried to check Paul for a pulse, and he, tried to turn him over, but thought better of it. And when he did, Paul's phone popped out of his pocket. And Mr. Murdaugh could pick the phone up.
It was a magic popping phone.
And stated that he thought of, not the exact words, but this is what he said was, he thought of doing something up with it, thought better of it, and put it back down.
Popped out of his pocket.
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that phone?
Once it was photographed and documented that it was on Paul's rear end, I collected the phone. Our crime scene unit doesn't normally collect electronic devices. They don't process the electronic devices. It's normally the case agent or one of the agents on scene will collect that phone. So I collected the phone. When we collect electronic devices, we normally put them in airplane mode, disconnect any power sources, take out SIM cards. Once I collected Paul's phone, I attempted to put it in airplane mode, and of course you have to try to activate it. I noticed that it had a dead battery and would not power on at all. So I secured it as evidence in my vehicle.
You attempted to put it in airplane mode. Why?
So that any outside sources, if someone has your access to your phone, like your iCloud account or your Google account, if you have an Android phone, you could remote access and wipe the phone, or anybody could, or some of the newer phones you can use a location service, even though the phone is off, to find where that phone is. So we put it in airplane mode and pulled the SIM card out. But like I said, with the battery being dead, I couldn't put it in airplane mode.
Did Paul's phone become, or was it a significant piece of evidence in this case?
Yes, it was.
See that again.
How long did you stay there once you got there at the 4140 Moselle?
I believe I left about 8:30, 9 o'clock the next morning.
So you stayed all night?
Yes, sir.
And did the crime scene unit down when Paul and Maggie were stay all night?
Yes, sir.
So night becomes day, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Did you see anybody else at the scene that morning that you had an occasion to conduct an interview with?
Approximately 7 a.m. Y'all heard about CB Rowe, the farmhand, the employee of Mr. Murdaugh. He was the farmhand. He arrived on scene. We confronted him and said, "Hey, we need to speak with you." So earlier in the interview with Mr. Murdaugh, he said that CB had, or I call him CB, Mr. Rowe had not worked on Monday, that he had taken his father, and he had relayed a story about Mr. Rowe having a conversation with Paul, where he was hired by FBI out of high school to be some killer operative. So of course that kind of piqued my interest, and
Yeah.
I needed to figure out where he was on yesterday or even that night. So Mr. Rowe, when he showed up, immediately went into an interview with him, got his alibi, got his statement of his events on Monday, where he corroborated that he had to take his father to the hospital or to the doctor in Mount Pleasant on that Monday, and that he was not there on Moselle property.
And let me go back just a minute. At some point, the bodies of Maggie and Paul
welcome.
were taken away from the scene, right?
Yes, sir. The coroner took custody of the bodies and
And that's the law. The coroner comes in and
Yes, sir.
takes custody, right?
Yes, sir.
But prior to leaving, were you able to observe from your own eyes around the bodies of Paul and Maggie?
Yes, sir.
And how would you describe those?
Very gruesome, very bloody,
Bloody?
very
So
bloody.
around the bodies, bloody.
Yes, sir. And also around Paul, it was more bloody because he was on concrete and in a rock driveway. And it had been raining that night, so you add the water to the bodily fluids. It's going to make them run a little bit more or spread more. Maggie was on dirt, grass, so it's going to seep into the ground. So there wasn't as much blood around her as was under her.
And did you, and without going into what he said, I think he's testified, did you interview Rogan Gibson?
I did not interview Rogan
Was
Gibson.
he interviewed?
He was
that
interviewed.
morning?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
Interviewed what?
He was interviewed on June 8th, yes.
So y'all are investigating,
Yes, sir.
working with the locals,
Yes, sir.
interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
Did you try to determine, or did you request anybody to check the videos in the area?
Yes, sir. Back up after interviewing Mr. Rowe, Dale Davis, who was the dog, took care of the dogs, also arrived on, and we interviewed him. Tried to get some information. Once we finished those interviews, our crime scene was done. We responded back to our low country office here in Walterboro. Colony County Sheriff's Office was there, 14th Circuit solicitors and their investigators were present, as well as most of our office and other agents that we called in, so we can relay to them what we had learned so far and what needed to be done. So we started assigning tasks to other agents in Colony County Sheriff's Office to go back out and start canvassing the neighborhood. Normally you would canvass the neighborhood when you're out there at night, and some agents were, but 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, most people are sleeping.
Yeah.
It's out also the country. It's dark. You don't really get the lay of the land. So you go back the next day when it's daylight. So we sent Colony County out, and they went from one end of Moselle Road to the other, attempting to locate video surveillance, talk to neighbors, see if they heard anything, saw anything, having any problems with burglaries, robberies in the area, anything to develop a lead that we could track down.
You were searching for any potential killers.
Yes, sir.
Did the search of the videos in the surrounding areas produce anything?
No, sir. Not many homes are close to the road out there, and the ones that did, not all of them had video or video surveillance. The ones that did, that we saw, were at night. And you couldn't see, you can tell the cars passing, but you couldn't tell the make, model. You couldn't see the tag number, so it was really useless.
But y'all tried.
We tried, yes, sir.
And I think you said after Dale David, and he testified yesterday, when you talked to Rogan Gibson, is that when you first learned about a conversation where he may have heard some voices?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that morning you heard that from him.
But Agent
Okay.
Croft and Agent McAllister interviewed Rogan Gibson. I believe it was sometime mid-morning or lunchtime. And me being the lead agent, everything that they learned, they report back. So I learned later on that afternoon that they had interviewed Mr. Gibson, and that Rogan had relayed a conversation that he had had with Paul on the phone about an injured dog, and that Rogan had requested a video, and that during the phone call, what Rogan had heard in the background.
Paul, Maggie, and 99% sure, Alex?
Yes, sir.
And some point on June 8th of 2021 was the big house, or the main house, if you will, searched by law enforcement.
Yes, sir. Agent Croft and Agent McAllister, upon their completion with Rogan Gibson, they went back to the house, spoke with those that were present. I believe they spoke with Attorney Lee Cope, which is a law partner of Alec Murdaugh's, as well as Alec's brother, John Marvin. They told them while they were there, they wanted to search the house for evidence, and they were given consent, and that search commenced.
Did we get Alex's phone that night?
No, sir.
Now, June 8th becomes June 9th. You're investigating, correct?
Yes, sir.
Working with the locals.
Yes, sir.
Everybody's getting leads to follow.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with Alex Murdaugh again?
Yes, sir. On June 9th, I contacted John Marvin Murdaugh, Alex's brother, and stated that we needed to sit down and have a more proper interview.
What do you mean by that, more proper?
Right after a tragic event, you want to get as much information as possible. But you can imagine that speaking with somebody who's experienced a tragic event, they're not going to remember everything. Later on, once they have time, kind of memory reset, they're going to have more details. They're going to be thinking a little bit more clear. So we scheduled an additional interview, which took place on June 10th with Alec Murdaugh and his brothers, to see what they may have known, what they may have experienced in their lives that may have led to this. I mean, you know, at that time, you don't have any information. You've got to go out and talk to everybody, with as many people as you can.
And when you talked, and we've seen it, again, I'm not going to play it again, the jury's got it, but that second interview, who was there?
With me was Alec Murdaugh again in the front seat.
Okay, we're getting into the
Agent
second
Jeff Croft
interview.
was sitting behind Alec, and Alec's attorney, Jim Griffin, who was at the defense table, was also in the vehicle too.
Incredible.
And
Incredible.
this was a voluntary statement by the defendant, right?
Yes, sir, it was.
No question that it was voluntary. He wanted to give it, and you wanted to ask him questions.
Yes, sir.
And I have to, because it just comes out. Could you understand?
Matters.
Yes, sir.
Did he appear to be under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or other intoxicant?
No, he did not.
Did he have trouble understanding David Owen when he was asking questions in your mind?
In my mind, he wasn't. Again, if I wasn't clear, I think he said, "Excuse me," or say that again if he didn't hear what I said. And of course, I repeated myself, but it wasn't that he didn't understand me. It was more so that he didn't hear me.
And could you understand his words, and were they appropriate to your answer, to your
Yes.
questions?
Yes, they were.
And there's a colloquy between all of y'all and Mr. Griffin at several points on the interview, right?
Yes.
Did he appear to be clear in his
Jim
mind?
Griffin was
That's what
there.
I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And this was Hamady Day. Well, first of all, when you talked to him that first statement, how long was it after the 911 call?
I interviewed him. I spoke with him, interviewed him just before 1 a.m. on June 8th, and the 911 call came in on that Monday night at approximately 10:06 p.m.
So that's
So
just
it's
a few hours.
Yes, sir.
Would you say it was fresh in his mind then?
Yes, sir, I would.
And this second interview was on what day and time?
June 10th.
And what time was the
Tuesday.
second?
So 3 days later.
1:30-ish. Hang on just a minute, sir.
His dad, Alex's dad, passed away later after that interview, later that same day.
It began approximately 1:45 p.m.
Memory serves.
I'm sorry, 1:54 p.m.
First and the second interview, Special Agent David Owen, based on your being there and listening and asking questions, was the defendant clear about whether or not he had gone back down to the kennels after he went to the house?
No, sir.
Was he clear that he had not gone back down there?
Yes, sir.
Well, that was clear. He hadn't gone down there.
That was clear.
Can't lead the witness.
Did you have trouble understanding that?
No, sir, I did not.
And was it clear where he'd gone after that,
Yes, sir.
based on your questions?
Went to visit his mother in Alameda.
And when he came back?
When he came back, yes, sir.
And that's the 12th.
That was
Second
June-
interview?
June 10th.
10th, I'm sorry,
Yes, sir.
I was skipping it. Did you collect the defendant's phone that day?
I asked for consent to do a cell phone extraction. Dylan Hightower with the 14th Circuit actually conducted that extraction. And he conducted a logical extraction while Mr. Murdaugh was being interviewed.
Conrad's expert on phones, and what's logical extraction mean?
So there's two types of, I'm not a cell phone expert, but what I understand is logical extract, there's two types, logical and physical. Logical, it's basically the surface of your phone. You get phone calls, text messages, emails, photographs, very basic information. The physical extraction, you get more files on the phone, such as orientation change, your steps, more intricate, more information with the physical extraction.
So on the 10th, working with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office investigator, y'all got a logical extraction.
Yes, sir.
And was the phone given back then?
Yes, sir. Upon the completion of the extraction, it was given back, yes.
But you're working with the local officials at this point, correct?
Yes, sir.
After that, did you have an occasion to talk with Marion Proctor and her family without saying what they said?
Yes, sir. I'm not sure the exact date, but it was sometime that week or the following week that I spoke with Marion Proctor and her husband.
And was Maggie Murdaugh's Mercedes processed?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Did y'all obtain search warrants?
Yes, sir, we did.
Would you dispute if I told you that was June 15th for social media, financial records, and to search the ponds of Moselle and surrounding areas?
No, sir.
And did y'all do that?
Yes, sir, we did.
You actually went out and searched?
Yes, sir.
How'd you search the ponds?
We had SLED dive team come down. Once they arrived and kind of surveyed the pond, it wasn't deep enough for them to actually dive, so they just waited. They had, hip waders on, so they were walking around basically on their hands and knees, searching the pond. There were some other waterways and ponds on the property that were searched, and I believe they went back the next day to complete searches. Also around that area, because going into Hampton, it's a swampy area. This Salkatchie River, the Little Salkatchie River, those areas were searched. Also that same day, the ponds were searched. We did a land search in conjunction with Colleton County. They had ATVs, UTVs, 4x4s, and we were searching the property, looking for any evidence that might help us develop leads or point us in the right direction in the investigation.
So SLED's working,
Yes, sir.
working with locals.
Yes, sir.
And was a property searched again on June 16th?
Yes, sir.
And where was that?
That's when the dive team returned and completed their search of the waterways and ponds.
And it's also, there were some blackout cartridge casings and some shotgun shells that were seized later, correct, also?
Yes, sir. The pond that was, the first pond that was searched is by the shooting range or the shoot house across Moselle from the main house. So going back to June 8th, when Agent Croft went back out to the house and they conducted the search, he located some additional 300 blackout shell casings. We knew there was a shoot house by the ponds. So we went over there and located the 300 blackout shell casings inside the shoot house, as well as some shot shells from shotguns by the pond, and those were collected.
Did you end up talking with the pathologist?
Yes, sir.
Did you have an occasion to speak with where Maggie Murdaugh might have been on June 7th? Was any place she might have visited?
Yes, sir. According to the statement that Alec gave me, that she was seeing that she had been to Charleston to see a doctor, and he gave me a name. I did some research, and being from Charleston, I was familiar with the doctor and the location. So I went by and spoke with the doctor, and they said they verified that she was there that day. She told me they told me what she was wearing, which is the clothing she was found in that night. She didn't appear to be in any distress. It appeared to be a normal visit. I didn't get into what the visit was, but it was a normal visit for them.
And days are becoming a week and you're moving on. Did you talk with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, again during this time period?
A few times, yes, sir.
A few times.
Yes, sir.
Well, do you remember on July 28th, meeting him at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. I believe it was a few days prior to the 28th. He had contacted me. We still had custody of his Suburban, and he was seeking to have his Suburban returned to him. I indicated to him that it was inoperable. I was unable to return it to him. And he asked to get some personal belongings out of there. I believe he had some clothing and some golf clubs in there. And he was going on vacation with Maggie's family and needed his golf clubs.
So he called about his car?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that was the point of his phone call?
He asked about the investigation as well. He asked about the investigation later on the 28th when I did meet with him, and to, let him get some of the clothing and some of his belongings out of the Suburban. He indicated to me that he had some questions and wanted to know about the investigation. And at that time I indicated, I said, well, I have some additional questions as well. I said,
So,
I think
Alex initiated the second interview.
I had another interview scheduled. I said, I can't meet with you right now. Can we meet sometime tomorrow? And he stated no, that he was going out of town. And I said, well, go with your family, take a relaxing vacation. When you return, give me a call. Let's schedule something and we'll sit down. A few days later, I believe it was August 3rd or August 4th, he returned my phone call and said, I'm back. Let's schedule something. And we scheduled a date for August the 11th.
So he called, asked about the case, the car. You said you couldn't meet. I could meet with you tomorrow. And he said he couldn't. He's going on vacation.
Yes, sir.
When he gets back, y'all agree on a date for another interview?
Yes, sir.
And specifically, what had you told him about that interview, or what did he ask you about that interview prior to this? Prior to actually the interview?
About setting up the interview?
Yes, sir.
He just stated he had some questions. He wanted to know what we were doing, where we were at, if we had any information. And I told him that we didn't have a whole lot. And I had some questions that I needed clarification on, that I needed to sit down with him.
Now, and prior to this, had y'all collected a bunch of buccal swabs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why?
Well, when our crime scene agents, when they process the scene, they look for touch DNA. Of course, you can't see it, so you're just thinking, okay, where could somebody have touched? I know they swabbed door handles and they swabbed different areas. Evidently, there was the shell casings and the shot shells. There were no weapons found that night by the bodies, so we didn't have those to test, other than the shotgun that Alec had taken, gone and gotten from the house during the 911 call. And at that time, I wasn't familiar with the Murdaugh family. I didn't know the Murdaugh family, but I knew that there was a large boat case. There was an issue where Paul had been charged or indicted on the boat accident and the death of Mallory Beach. So, that's a catastrophic event for that family. So, you immediately think, okay, well, that's something big. So that needs to be addressed as well. And I have friends and family over at my house all the time. So their DNA is going to be there. I knew that Alec had friends and family at his house all the time, especially law partners. I saw them there. So if I'm going to start collecting DNA, I need to eliminate the ones that I know were there. So you start going out to friends and family, talking to people in the boat case that were on the boat that night, trying to document their alibis and getting their DNA to make sure, if we find an unknown, is it them?
So you were trying to either rule in or rule out any other possible suspects?
Yes.
And who brought up the boat case first in this case?
Here we go, too.
When you got involved? When's the first time
Yes,
you heard
you.
about it?
During the 911 call.
It
Alec
was
mentioned
Alec.
it in the 911 call.
Brought it up
He
immediately.
mentioned it to Sergeant Green when he arrived. He mentioned it to me during the interview.
Immediately.
And so you followed up on that?
Yes, I did.
Again,
Or yes, we did.
Again, showing that they didn't just target Alex from the get-go. They followed up on the boat case because he had brought it up.
Yeah. I missed all, I watched it, but some testimony with the pathologist about possible scenarios. What guns were found at or near Maggie and Paul when y'all got there?
None,
None?
none.
None guns.
Other than the shotgun that was by Alex's truck that he retrieved from the house, but there were no guns found by Maggie or Paul.
And that gun was given to you by Alex, given to law enforcement?
It was given to law enforcement by Alec, yes, sir.
Okay, let's, did you have an occasion to talk with the defendant again?
Here we go.
On August the 11th.
Okay. And tell these folks,
And that would be the
where
third-
that took place.
At the SLED's Low Country Regional Office here in Walterboro.
How far is that from where we're standing or sitting right now?
2-3 minute drive. If you've been, if you're from Walterboro any length of time, it's the old hospital, the old mental health DSS building.
They got y'all in the old hospital in the mental health building?
Yes, sir.
What time was it? The interview?
We got the thermostat set to 68 degrees.
Interview began approximately 11:09 a.m.
And describe the room, interview room itself.
I mean, it's plain walls. There's a table, a small conference table, basically about the size of this desk, and 4 chairs. Of course, we move the chairs in and out to accommodate the number of people. There's video cameras up on the ceiling to record any interview that occurs in there.
Are the video cameras visible?
Yes, sir.
Establishing that Alex had known he was being videotaped. Matters. What's he doing? He's trying to get something in.
States 511 to what you're saying right now. 513, I believe, with Elmo. Of
Elmo!
abundance of caution, I'm going to withdraw states 511 without objection, I believe. This is 512 and 513 I'm holding. Just tell the folks what this is.
That is the interview room in our Low Country SLED office.
And you see cameras in there. Now, which may be semi-lengthy, and I just want to bring that to the court's attention. I hope you don't mind me saying that.
Okay, so
Gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break.
they're taking a break and then they're going to come back and play the video. All right, there it is, guys. So this would be the August 11th.
See,
I don't remember why they played this one before the one on June 10th.
Special Agent David Owen, we stopped at right before we were talking about the
That
interview on
courtroom,
August
all right.
11th. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury who was at that interview? Who participated in that interview?
Alec Murdaugh and Corey Fleming.
Corey Fleming, guys, who's in federal prison for participating in the financial crimes. Wild that Corey Fleming is in this interview.
Prior to playing the video, was this a voluntary statement?
Yes, it was.
Again, I'm not quite sure. Let me just see real quick if they go out of order and play the other one after. I don't remember. Okay, let's do this because that maybe that was with a different one. Let's do this because so they're in chronological order. I'm going to pull up the second interview and we're going to watch that first before we watch the third interview. So that they're in chron. Because the thing is that in this third interview, things change big time, in my opinion, in terms of the tone and the level of awareness as to which they're suspecting him. So we're going to watch the second interview first. Again, that must have been played with a different witness. So, but yeah, no one had seen these until they were played in trial. So here is, okay, hang on. Okay, so here we go. So this is the second interview. So this is on June 10th. Again, his dad passed away like later this day or whatever.
Call really quick.
Sir, go right
Can I take this call really
Yes,
quick?
sir, go
This
right
is
ahead.
my sister-in-law,
Yes, go ahead.
and she's trying to. Hey, Mary. Okay, Lynn, I'm meeting with Mary, when I meet with law enforcement, so I'll call
That's Marion Proctor. That's Maggie's sister.
you in just a minute.
I don't have a card. That's fine.
Did Chelsea call you?
Not me.
Okay. Okay. Can you let Chelsea know and then make her run Lynn down?
Meg, are you browsing online? And if so, what are
Okay,
you
tell
browsing?
her to go get Christy to find Lynn. Get any one of the secretaries to find her. All right. Thank you. Sorry to put that on you. Bye. Sorry about that.
That's all right. One thing I want to do before we start is I'd like to get a cell phone exam so we can just corroborate everything.
So this is David Owen. It doesn't look like him because of the angle, but that's the dude who was on the stand. So that's him sitting there in the driver's seat, right?
Let me get a consent, and I got a guy here that's going to do it.
Are you going to download it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great.
So I'll get to keep my phone?
Yes, sir.
Gardening stuff. What specifically?
what-
Orchid related?
How much attorney-client privilege stuff is on there?
A lot.
Okay. We do have a taint attorney that's
Taint
going to
attorney.
examine it before we ever do.
What is a tank attorney?
A taint
How the fuck does he not know what a taint attorney is? You've got to be kidding me. He doesn't know what a taint attorney is? What? What is happening?
attorney, they look at somebody who's not affiliated with the case that makes sure that there's, Jim, do you know? Can you explain it better?
Sure. And I mean, it's a privilege
There's Jim Griffin, his attorney, sitting there in the back of the car.
attorney that doesn't, if there is attorney-client privilege information,
Cool.
it's redacted or extracted by the taint attorney.
How do they know who's the client?
I know.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You know what?
I can't believe he
If y'all
doesn't know.
get some
But whoever
attorney-client
whoever
stuff.
that is, you know, would go through me and.
So
we'd work through it.
signature.
Just write your name here.
So Alec, I've had situations where they
It's not a
say,
big deal.
give me a list of all his clients or something.
Like, it's not a big deal. I'll just
I'll
sign
go
it.
out the rest.
Great. Wonderful.
I think the big thing, Joe, is, I mean, when you download that phone, I don't know if emails come with it or not, because that's probably where all this attorney-client privilege stuff.
And we can actually isolate the emails.
Yeah, that's probably the thing. You don't text
My
clients, but you.
No, I do. I text a lot of clients.
Okay.
I'm not a big emailer.
Is that an 11 or 12, or do you know?
I do not know.
Okay.
I can tell you that in case for you if you want me to. You look at the back, it should have a number.
Give me a shout later.
I'm so small. I'm trying
And
to.
what was your date of birth again?
I have 2768.
We're small compared to phones these days.
And last word, so
They don't get old.
Redacted is social, obviously.
Doesn't say anything on it.
I'm struggling back there.
Don't.
Probably have to open it up.
They're like, I don't see anything on it. Dude, this is hilarious. These two cannot figure out how to tell what type of phone it is. They got the flashlight. They're like, what? Yeah, you have to open up the phone, dude.
Well, this guy.
That's hilarious.
Jim, you want to witness that for me, please?
Yeah, you can say that again, Meg.
And if you got a passcode or
My passcode is
write it on there.
start at the bottom 9, go up 9669.
9669.
Yes, sir.
All right, let me run this film. I'll be right back.
Nice seats, looks like.
Where are you from, sir?
I'm actually from Barnwell.
Oh, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Chatting with the other law enforcement officer. Classic Alex Murdaugh.
I got some cousins in Barnwell.
Got people in Barnwell too, mixing,
Mixing oil?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my,
You kin to Dickie Mixon?
Oh my
I don't
God.
know, you know, that,
Everybody knows
mixing
fucking
oil, my
everybody.
Uncle Ray mixing, and his son Teddy
Oh,
and
Uncle Ray.
Bobby and a bunch of them. Then,
You know,
Freddie mixing, he was,
Well,
I
Freddie.
knew Freddie Mixon very well.
and his wife
Been
Ellen
blessing
and
with his
Jill.
special
Goes, Mr. Freddie goes to Elko Church.
Yeah, not anymore, he did.
I mean, he went.
Well, he did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was at his funeral.
Sorry.
He had a tiger paw casket at the funeral.
Yeah, Tiger Paw Casket.
Closing down.
You know
Crazy.
Big John Bedingfield, don't you?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I know John. That's my cousin.
Okay.
In Sweet Caroline. John's son and
Big John Bedingfield and Sweet Caroline.
my son are the same age. They were in school together. So you grew up in Barnwell? Yes, sir.
Not Boston, Barnwell.
All right, sir. So he's got it and he's taking care of that.
But I get it back.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Subtitles.
All right, sir. So when we spoke the other night,
Alrighty.
I got kind of a basic overview.
Yes, sir.
Remember, this is June 10th.
And it was
Days after the murders.
pretty traumatic.
That's okay.
yeah,
I know
so,
you
yeah.
need to ask me. You ask me what you need to.
So I want you to, let's start Monday morning and take me through your day.
Monday morning, you know, did I do Monday morning? My wife and my older son had gone to the baseball games that weekend. You know, I really can't remember what I did Monday. I know I went to work, but you know, I think I was dragging a little bit from the weekend, but I went to work. I usually mess around on my farm, and then I go to work. I was at work. You know.
Were you at the office in Hampton, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. So I was at my office in Hampton. You know, I mean, I was just at my office doing
Legal work.
Yes, sir. I'm sure I can go back and probably recreate some specifics if you need me to, but I can't like sit here and recall on the top of my head exactly what I was working on. I know one thing I was working on was we had some big motions coming up in a Dominion Energy case. I was getting ready for those. And I was getting ready for some motions. I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things, and then other junk.
What time did you leave the house to go to the office?
I'm not sure.
Who all was at the house when you left?
To go to my office that morning?
Or when you got up, who was at the house?
I'm sure my wife was. And I can't remember if Blanca had made it out there yet or not.
And who was Blanca?
Blanca is our housekeeper.
Okay. Okay.
And she comes different. She doesn't have set hours, but she comes most days. She'll be able to tell you if I was there when she left or not.
Okay.
I can't remember.
And so you went to the office, you did, some motions. What time did you leave the office?
I left a little bit earlier than normal because my son Paul was coming home.
Okay.
Because he had not been with us during the weekend, and he was coming home. We were going to replant some sunflowers the next day.
Okay.
And so he was calibrating, doing and getting everything ready. So he got home a little early. I left a little early, so he and I could knock around, and we knocked around for, just doing things we like to do out there.
One of the
riding
things
around looking
that
at.
he does whenever he's telling the story initially, right, is he really tries to make it seem like he tries to expand the time during which him and Paul were quote unquote knocking around, right? Like, I think the way he explains it is like, it makes it seem like it's several hours or whatever, when in fact, it was really quick. It was something like 20 minutes or something, if I recall. I'm sure we'll get into all that, and I've got the timeline somewhere, but it was really quick. But he tries to expand that period of time. And I think that part of that is to try to make it seem like he didn't lure Paul there just to like immediately kill him. Because there's really no other reason to try to expand that window, right?
Food plots, looking, looking for hogs. A little bit of target shooting, just bullshit.
Yeah. You said Paul wasn't with you over the weekend. Where does he live with you at the house on Moselle?
Well, I mean, that's his home, but
Yeah.
he has an apartment in Columbia.
Okay.
And he goes to Charleston a lot of weekends with his buddies.
Okay.
And he had been in Charleston for the weekend.
Okay.
And then Paul works for my brother John. That's out here. You met John.
Yes, sir.
So Paul works for him. So Paul decided to go to. He went to spend the night with my brother, his uncle John. They were very, very close.
Okay.
Sunday night.
Okay.
And then he worked for John Marvin, and he came home Monday afternoon.
Okay. About roughly what time in the afternoon?
I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range. A little bit. It was broad daylight when we were. It wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
And we rode. We just rode around. We rode around our dove field, looking at how the corn was doing. He and I had planted corn in the dove field, and he planted the corn in the duck pond, and he was, showing me how much better his corn was doing than mine was. And we rode around the duck pond. I mean, we just, we rode the property.
Yes, sir.
We rode the property. Then, we rode around so much. We just rode.
Okay.
Probably. It was a good little while. It was more than 20 minutes, 30 minutes. And, was it 2 hours? I don't know. I'd say it was more than an hour, probably.
Really wasn't keeping track of time.
And it wasn't, it wasn't getting dark. Mama wasn't home yet. She had gone to a doctor's appointment. So,
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, target practice, what y'all shooting?
Just a little bottle. You mean what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think. No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay. So after y'all got finished riding around.
So, hold on. What type of gun did you
shot? I think he Magnum. You mean what gun?
Yeah.
A 22 Magnum.
Rat shot.
I think. No, it wasn't rat shot. I think he shot 2 times and I shot 1 time.
Okay. So after y'all got finished riding around, try to take me through the rest of the evening.
All right.
This whole thing is really interesting about that part because he doesn't talk about, like, okay, so first of all, if you compare this so far to his first interview, right? One thing I will say is his baseline's a little bit different. Like, he's saying, a fuck ton, which if that's, I think we have a pretty good, or at least I have a pretty good idea of his baseline, having watched him talk in all kinds of situations. But even if you just compare it to his first interview, he doesn't say, nearly as much. He's so, like, that could be, probably he's a little bit more nervous now, right? But also he's adding in, this is what people do. He's adding in more details. Like, he never said specifically that they went and got and shot, what was that? The Magnum 22. Like, that is, he's adding in more details than from what he had on the first one. And, is he trying to set up, potentially the reason why they had guns on hand? Now, what's interesting is, like, that's not the gun that was used. And I think that comes back up at some point where he then tries to change that. We'll see what happens. I'm trying to remember where I remember there's something about that too that ends up coming back. So,
at some point we were all back at the house together.
Mm-hmm.
Maggie had gotten home, and we sat down.
Maggie had gotten home as if she was supposed to come back there when she wasn't.
We ate supper, which we usually eat supper together. the one thing I remember, I don't know how much detail y'all want. So if I start talking about something that you don't need, just tell me and I'll move to something else.
The more detail, the better, sir.
So Paul has been having high blood pressure, and his mama was worried sick about it.
And so this is a complete chaff and redirect. So what I will say, and again, Twiz and I were talking about this with you know, interrogations and interviews and stuff. And one thing that's really interesting as far as like the first interview, but also this one, right, is like they're not. This is really more like what I would say is, again, treating him more like a witness, but also this to me is way more fair, right? Whether you think someone did a crime or not, whether you think they're a suspect or not, you know, they're asking really open-ended questions. You know, they've got someone who's going to just sit here and run his mouth. So, but you know, they're not putting ideas in his mouth. They're not, or in his head. They're not influencing in any way what he's saying, right? If there's no trickery going on, I don't think that they lie about any items of evidence until maybe the third interview. I think there's one thing they, you know, when I say lie, you know, they're allowed to do that, which I can't fucking stand. I wish they wouldn't do it. But again, the third interview is very different. So here in the second interview, it's still very much just open-ended questions. There's, you know, which I think if you're going to be interviewing somebody, this is the way to do it. And I appreciate that they're not, you know, because there's all these different, you know, y'all know read technique and whatnot. So
we were actually, you know, this was a direct thing, getting him, he doesn't like to go to doctors, making him go get his blood pressure checked. His feet had swollen up recently.
Wow.
So, you know, it was a big
also
huge
notice
deal.
he never says Papa.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels.
Totally agree.
I don't know exactly.
Now that is interesting. That's a change from his first story or his first interview and from everything he told people. Like, this is very interesting. I know that Maggie went to the kennel. So how is that different? I'll just point it out, because his initial thing was he took a nap after dinner. Maggie and Paul weren't at the house. So he assumed they were at the kennels, but they were both gone, right? He assumed they were at the kennels, didn't bother to check, right? Goes to Alameda. So now it's not, I assumed, he says, I know, but also just Maggie, not Paul. So this is interesting to me. I know Maggie was at the kennels. How do you know? But also it's different from
a big, huge deal.
Okay.
You know, we hung around the house for a little while. I know that Maggie went to the kennels. I don't know exactly where Paul went, but he left the house too.
Okay. How did Maggie get down to the kennels?
I don't know exactly, but on normal occasions, she would drive a buggy, drive a four-wheeler, or very common for her to walk.
Okay. How about Paul?
Paul wasn't much of a walker, but he would use all of the others.
Okay.
But it could be anyway, okay. You know, I don't know exactly. I wish I could help you with that.
So they left and went down to the kennels.
Well, Maggie went to go to the kennels.
Okay. Paul left.
And I'm assuming, you know, Paul
I think
left.
this is so interesting. Why he's making a distinction that somehow he knows Maggie went and he's assuming Paul went. But that's very, like, why is he changing that from before where he assumed both of them went? Again, he's adding in more stuff with certainty that, you know, you can get yourself into a trap here. And I wonder if they're going to even follow up with that. Like, how do you know Maggie went? Maybe they will. We'll see.
Okay.
Because of, you know,
gotcha.
What happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennel.
Paul went because Paul was not there, is what he's saying.
And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay. And
I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
You know, I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, you know, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's.
Made sure of that.
And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, I got it written down from the other night.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got this.
So, you know, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. and I left to go to my mom's.
Okay.
Y'all will just have to look. I don't. I'm not sure if I called Paul.
Well,
or not.
and that's why we're getting the phone so we can nail down the times and and everything.
So I left, drove. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell y'all this, even though I think it's kind of crazy. You know,
we're going back to the CD Rowe story.
I was certain that I heard them pull up.
Oh, is this where he gets to the wildcat? I forgot about the wildcat is crazy. So in the back, Jim Griffin is on the right, and on the left, it's I forget his name. It's some other law enforcement officer who testified already. It's the dude who's he's just I forget his name. But yeah, it's Poot in the back there on the right, and then the other dude.
I mean, I was positive that I heard, and people don't just come out there. You know, we don't get like passed through. I was certain that I heard them pull up, but they didn't.
Okay. Well, if you heard something pull up, what did it sound like?
You know, I can't tell you what it sounded like. I just know that I thought that my wife had pulled up, or that Paul had pulled up.
Would it have been the buggy that she normally drives, or would it be a car?
No, I had the impression that a car pulled up.
Okay.
You know, and
had you woken up by that time, but hadn't left for your mom's?
Yep.
Okay.
And
I'm pretty sure it's the wildcat.
But it wasn't much time in between there because I left pretty damn close. It wasn't much time between me waking up and me leaving the house.
Okay.
And when I went outside, you know, there's a wildcat that lives around that house. I'm pretty sure it was the cat.
The wildcat
ran from my car, but you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know, but I really don't.
Is it a wildcat? Is it a person? Amazing. Oh my God.
There's a wildcat that lives around that house. Okay. I'm pretty sure it was the cat that ran from my car.
Mistake a cat for a person?
But you know, I never had the impression it was a person, but there was something.
Okay.
You know, this is very reminiscent of from Dylan in that recent filing where we covered it last night. No, when was it? This morning? Anyway, I think it was this morning actually. So where Dylan, I mean, that part floored me. It was actually from her grand jury testimony where she says, I'm pretty sure it was a person. And I was like, wow. So she's sure it was a man, that they were white and that they had bushy eyebrows and like thin build and all that, right? But at the same time, she's pretty sure it was a person. What? So it's like, what's going on? Why are people so not sure what humans are?
You know, but I really don't think, you know, I'm just throwing that out there because it was in my mind.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
It was mine, guys.
I left. I drove to.
That's also
I drove to my mom's. I checked on my mom.
She lives right out here.
She lives at Alameda. Okay. Checked on my mom. Talked with Shelly for a few minutes. You know.
Shelly is
the caregiver.
Okay.
And you know that I called some people on the way there. I know I returned a call from my brother John. I know that I called Chris Wilson. I know that I talked to Buster. So I made a few phone calls.
Okay.
And a lot of calls.
Where was Buster?
Buster was in Rock Hill.
Okay. Is that where he lives or?
No, he lives in Columbia, but he just started a new job. He's going back to law school in January.
Okay.
So he's working a little part-time job with Wild Wings.
Okay. Wild Wings
through January.
Wild Wings comes in like all
just
trial.
Kind of killing time. And he was in his girlfriend lives in Rock Hill. She's studying for the bar exam, so he had to be in Charlotte. So he was staying with her in Rock Hill, her and her mom.
Okay.
Can I open the store?
Yes, sir. So,
All right, so where are we? All right, so then I
you
left
your
my
mom's and making phone calls.
I left my mom's and I went back home. I got to the house. I went inside. Nobody was there. I got in the car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
And when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul,
That is amazing. That's when he finds the results. Supposedly finds their dead bodies. Not even supposedly he's being convicted, but the way he doesn't even say it, he's just like, you know, he's like, y'all know what happened, right? I don't have to tell you, Jesus Christ.
Car. I went back to the kennels and, you know.
when you went back to the kennels, besides Maggie and Paul, did you see anybody, any cars?
I didn't see anything right then, no, sir.
Take your time.
You know, I saw Maggie and I saw Paul laying down. I knew, you know, I didn't know, you know, I knew it was bad. I went over there and, you know, I saw it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I called 911.
Okay. And what made you decide to go back to the house and get a gun?
Yeah, I just think the whole scene had me freaked out.
Okay. Did you take your car back up there, or did you run up there?
No, I drove.
Okay. And of course, the shotgun that we have is the one you brought back.
They were asking me earlier. I'm not sure which one it was.
Jim, it was a 12 gauge. I know, yeah, Ronnie had the question if it was 12 or 20. It was a 12 gauge.
And it was that camo, don't it?
Yes, sir. I think it was the 12 camo Benelli.
I think so. But that's about all you got, Benelli out there, right?
And we talked about this a little bit the other night too. I know Paul had been getting some threats and getting some being assaulted from, you know, the boat. Who stands out in your mind besides the boat incident? Who stands out in your mind that would want to come after Paul and or Maggie?
I mean, sir, I can't think of anybody who would want to go to that extreme. You know, I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, you know, I mean, I have no idea.
Literally doesn't even answer. Like, dude.
How would he receive most of those threats?
Threats from, you know, and then doesn't even offer suggestion.
You know, want to go to that extreme. You know, I mean, he got a bunch of threats, mostly from, you know,
Yeah.
I mean, I have no
Vanishing
idea.
perpetrator.
How would he receive most of those threats?
What do you mean?
He's drinking a sweet tea.
I mean, would people call and hang up on him, or send him text,
No,
or
it wasn't
social
so much
media?
that. No, it was mostly like in-person confrontations are the ones that I learned about. Now, I suspect his friends can probably tell you about more, because I doubt Paul told me about all of them.
Okay.
But I knew about a lot of them. You know, there were a lot of times where people would come up to him and he'd be like, they'd say something about, you know, you gonna tell me who was driving that boat, or you little piece of shit, were you driving that boat? You know, stuff like that.
Okay.
None of the friends testified.
Who did he go to Charleston with on the boat that weekend?
I don't know exactly. I know that, I mean, I know who his buddies are, but specifically who was on the boat with him, I'm not sure.
Okay.
You know, but I can give you a list of names of who it probably was.
So, Joe, I don't know if you want me to weigh in here. You maybe put your pens down, but a good buddy of mine's son went fishing with me yesterday out in the ocean, and he has a best friend, and his dad's name is Lee Chapman. But
yeah,
the kid said, Lee's son said that Paul slept on his couch in Charleston 2 nights before he was murdered. And so it's Lee Chapman's son I can get his name. You probably know Lee's son. I don't, but he goes to the Citadel. But that's where Paul was.
Okay.
And I learned that yesterday out on the fishing trip with his half the standard.
Cool. I mean, yes, sir. If you could get me Lee Chapman's son's contact information.
There was a bunch of Chapman cousins that Paul was very close with. The closest one being Wills Chapman and Frank Chapman.
Wills Chapman's his name, but I'll get your number for him.
And Frank is John Chapman's son, and Wills is Lee Chapman's son.
Yeah, okay. That's where he was.
And those boys are, they're just really good boys and friends of Paul's.
And one of them is Wills with an S, right?
That's right.
And Wills goes to the Citadel, which you understand?
No, he's graduated from the Citadel.
Graduated from the
Okay. And Frank was in the Citadel, but I think he had some kind of, academic troubles. But I'm telling you now, I can promise you that, those boys love Paul.
Well,
it's absolutely.
Well, and I just want to talk to them about their weekend and
sure.
Yeah.
I can tell you this, in riding around with Paul, he was his normal bright, he was a really great kid.
So being a dad myself, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
What a difference too, right? Like he's not getting emotional at all here versus like when he's on the stand, right? It's pretty crazy.
When you had to call him down and scold him or correct him, what was the biggest issue you had with Paul?
Irresponsibility. He was ADHD. He was bad about jumping from, and he had so many wonderful qualities now, but he was bad about jumping from, he'd start this, maybe not quite finish it, do something else. And, you'll find out from his friends, he had clothes strung out all over the state. He did that with clothes. He did that with guns.
That is something that everybody did testify to, that he left his shit everywhere.
He did that with my boats. So
he lost what?
He would misplace stuff or leave stuff behind, right?
Yes, everywhere. He would go off for the weekend. Sometimes he wouldn't pack clothes because he's got clothes in somebody's house.
That's funny.
Paul was one. He wouldn't understand how you go out. You and a girl go out on a date. He liked the crowd.
And who was his girlfriend?
He didn't have a girlfriend right now.
Okay.
Alex, last time I talked to him was like 2 weeks ago, although we texted. He was going to Greenville for the weekend. He had friends up there, girlfriend up there?
No, we had a family thing in Greenville, and he came up, Paul didn't play golf. He came up on Friday and stayed Saturday, and then he left to go to Charleston, and we stayed another day to play golf.
I thought maybe I had a girl.
My niece on my wife's side is having a baby, and we went up for that.
And you said on Monday Maggie had a doctor's appointment in Charleston. And I know we talked about this on Monday. Do you recall the doctor that she went to, or for what the reason was?
Maggie had a couple little things going on, and I personally think she was going to see Dr. Gordine, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's who it was. I can find out specifically though. Her mom will know.
Okay. And you said she and Buster were at the ball games all weekend?
Yes. With me.
With you? And what ball games?
Carolina Regional.
They didn't make it past those, did they?
No.
Okay. Did Paul? Well, no, Paul was in Charleston, so he didn't hang out with y'all that weekend.
No, sir.
And what time did Maggie get back home Monday night?
It was after Paul and I had gone She was not there when Paul and I left to go mess around.
Okay.
So, you know, it was sometime after that. So there was a point when, you know, she got back, we got back.
When y'all got back from riding around and messing around on the farm, was she home or?
Yes.
Okay.
So, and I don't believe she'd been home too long when
And what's her car? That Mercedes that's out there?
That's another
Yes, sir.
thing
Okay.
that's not correct. Maggie and Paul did overlap where they went to go ride around. Remember, he's trying to expand that window of time.
Prepared dinner that night.
yeah, Blanca cooked dinner that night because Maggie cooks, you know, when the boys are home, or she tries to really for me, but she wasn't going to be there that day. So
Because she was at
she had
Edisto.
Blanca cook a meal.
So
How is your relationship with Maggie?
Very good. As good as it could possibly be. I mean, you know, we had our issues, but wonderful.
And I'm just trying to understand the family dynamic.
I understand you got to do what you got to do. I promise.
What was y'all's biggest arguments? What your biggest the things that y'all would argue about the most, what would they be over?
I mean, we really didn't argue, but the basic, I'd say the only thing that caused
argues
any friction between us is she was always wanting us to go. And I love her in-laws. I mean, they're wonderful people. I love them to death. She was always wanting to go there, stay there a little longer than me and the boys wanted to stay. That was really, and it really, you know, she'd get ticked off.
Yeah.
You mean her family? You said her in-law. You mean her family?
I mean her family. I mean, we really didn't argue about much. We didn't have much to argue about. I mean, I'm sure there was an occasional thing that came up that we argued about, but I can't tell you what it is. I can't think of it.
Yeah. Take your time.
well, that was out of the blue.
Tissues.
I'm sorry. I mean, she was a wonderful girl and a wonderful wife. And she was a great mother. She, you know, she didn't work. And she always said it was her job. Since she was privileged enough not to work, she was going to make sure she took care of me and the boys. And I mean, she did everything. She did absolutely everything. I'm sorry.
No, you have every right to do it.
I'm good. You go ahead.
That afternoon or during the time you and Paul were riding.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all go up to around the kennels or anything? Did y'all do anything up toward the kennels?
I'm sure we did. You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, I mean, we're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know?
So
when y'all
I'm
rode
gonna
around
play
the
that
farm,
part again because I think that's important. Okay.
I'm sure we did.
I'm sure we did.
You know, that's our main shop is, you know, right there. But, you know, I mean,
Now he's like, well, no, maybe we didn't.
We're normally in there for long times tinkering. And I will say that particular day, we did not tinker around there a bunch, you know?
So, sorry. So when I did the whole what the truck thing the first time around, we covered this. You know, what we ended up figuring out was like that from what it looks like, Alex, when they were riding around, there was a part there where Alex leaves, like him and Paul are together because their cell phone shows it. Him and Paul are together. And then Alex leaves from Paul, like I think 10 minutes before Paul leaves. And I think that's when Alex gets the guns and sets them up ahead of time over there at the skin and shed, which is right next to the kennels. And I wonder if that's why he's being weird about this. Like, yeah, I'm sure we were over there. And then he's like walking it back, right?
When y'all rode around the farm, what were y'all in the truck or?
Well, we were actually in two trucks. We rode in one truck and then we rode in another truck some. One was the black one and one was the white one that was out there.
Okay.
Mr. Alec.
Yes, sir.
You know, the other day when we were there, we came in and we were talking with John a little bit.
Sure.
And you obviously got a lot of, I say a lot, you said 20 or 25 weapons.
Yes, sir.
And you know kind of what you got as far as any kind of, what kind of weapons you may have?
I'm pretty much, yes, sir.
I know you might not own them all, but can you kind of run down what you,
We're in rain.
What you got, you know, out there?
That I own or that's in there now?
That you own.
All right. That I own.
That's in there, you know, or wherever they're at.
And, you know, I mean, Paul has guns scattered all over the place. So, you know, some of our guns aren't there. But so you want to know all of them or you want to know what I think is in my house? Or what was in my house on Monday?
Yeah, what was in your house? Let's start with what was in your house on Monday.
Okay, whatever was in my house on Monday is exactly what was there minus one shotgun that y'all got.
Okay.
No guns have been moved for, you know, there hadn't been any guns moved in and out of there other than when Paul was home. You know, when Paul came home, he would ride around and shoot hogs a lot.
Changing the subject.
You know, I mean, primarily he would shoot them with Buster's gun because Paul had a 300 blackout.
Okay.
And it got. I mean, you know, he says it got stolen.
Considering like the, you know, the defense's theory when he takes a stand and everything, like the 5'2", 11-year-old assassin theory, he would have been better off saying, yeah, you know, all the guns were accounted for, except there were 2 that were missing, right? And get that out ahead of like, yeah, there's these 2 guns that are missing, and it was a shotgun and a 300 blackout. And at least then he would be setting himself up for that story later on. But clearly he's not planned that part of it out very well.
You know, and it's been gone for some time. But anyway, so he would use his brother's blackout a lot of times.
So Buster also had a 300.
I gave them both one.
Okay. When was that?
About years ago.
Okay. More than a year ago.
More than a year ago. Okay. All right. So, but he would do anything. Paul had this, you know, like a little light that I used that night. Paul would take that thing up to, you know, my 308, and I mean he was always rigging something. You know, so sometimes shotguns when he would go try to kill the hogs, because you know the piglets would be grouped up, but normally he would have a rifle when he went to shoot the pigs. So All right, so going back to the guns, y'all want me to tell y'all what was in there? Don't y'all, I mean, have an inventory?
I videoed that the thing. I didn't write down everything that you had. I just took a random, just like a recording of what was on the gun rack.
I was just able to see the face of the other guy that's beside. So in the back seat, right, we have Jim Griffin on the right. I was just able to see the face of the dude on the left. That's Jeff Croft, who testified already in the trial. He's one of the law enforcement officers, but yeah, it's Jeff Croft. For anyone who remembers that name from having watched the trial previously, that's who that is.
On the gun wall in the gun room that day.
And there are some more guns that aren't in that gun room, you know. I don't know how many, but you know, like I do know there's a shotgun in my bedroom.
And I think Miss Katie, Agent Katie, walked with John and saw that one.
Okay. And I imagine there's probably some in some other rooms. I know that I think it was we have two gun cases, one small one and one big one, and I moved some guns from the little case to the big case just because, you know, her mom and dad were in there, and I just took all the guns to the back room.
He's not answering the question at all.
But that's after the fact.
Would those guns have been in the room, in the gun room when we came up there with John?
I can't remember exactly when y'all came, but probably. I think y'all came a little bit because it was a good while before y'all came.
Yeah, it was probably 2 o'clock or so that afternoon before we got here.
Now, did y'all keep any guns out at the kennels?
We didn't keep guns out there, but there were always guns out there.
Okay.
You know? I mean, and I'm gonna be honest with you, we were all a little bit bad about it, but Paul was the worst.
I mean, he was
the worst.
He would leave a
He
gun.
really wants to go along with that. And I love that we just earlier in the live stream heard from Roger Dale Davis Jr., who said, you know, again, he'd been out at the kennels 5 o'clock that day, hours before the murders, and there were no guns out there at the kennels.
Out there.
He would leave anything anywhere. And, you know, it was not unusual for there to be guns
Not unusual.
out there.
Did y'all take the
But like I can tell you that, I mean, they told me that the 300 blackout was used in this. That 300 blackout, you know, it was not out there.
So y'all didn't use that for target practice, or he didn't have it out there with them on Monday?
No.
Okay, no, that's right, because it was in the house. So Paul said that one was stolen or lost, and it was some time ago. Was that reported anywhere?
It wasn't officially reported because I wasn't totally convinced it was stolen.
Okay.
You know, as opposed to lost. But I mean, you know, there was people told about it.
Yeah.
I know that I told John Bedingfield about it.
You're supposed to report it.
I know that I told some other local officers about it, you know, just in case it turned up in a drug thing.
Okay.
But I didn't do an official report.
Okay.
The two that you bought for the boys, that each one of them had one, and the one Paul lost, is that the only ones that you had?
Well, I'm gonna tell you this. I thought that Paul got another one replaced, but Buster said we didn't. But I was certain that we did. But I mean, my memory is it's been gone for a substantial while too.
Okay.
Do you remember anything about them as far as were they the same colors?
They were identical except for colors.
Okay. which one was Buster's?
Buster's the one we still have. Paul's the one that lost his.
Okay.
What were the two colors?
Black and tan. Buster's is black, Paul's was tan.
Okay. And you say you thought you replaced it after he lost it with another one, but Buster says you didn't.
I believe that we did.
Okay.
I mean, there'll be a record of that, won't it?
Should be, yes, sir.
Should be.
I know we replaced it. But, you know, I wouldn't, I know we replaced it because I wouldn't replace it again. Maybe I just think that now. I don't know. But I'm certain we replaced it.
Mother of God. Which one are you, Alex? Sure or not sure?
Have you talked to CB Rowe since Monday or Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we talked about what he had done on the farm. Is he still employed?
He's still employed because I got to have somebody keeping it clean. But I can't keep him. I mean, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Poor CB Rowe.
And, you know I told you, I don't know why that story seemed important to me the other night.
Yeah.
I really can't see CB Rowe doing, I just can't. I really do not believe that.
Well, it's an odd story.
It's a messed up story.
Yeah.
And, and I just,
Navy SEAL.
being in law enforcement for so long.
FBI.
And working these type cases, and I don't know the Arlington area, but talking to Colleton County and seeing the property and how isolated it is, finding somebody that's just going to randomly come up there that late at night that doesn't know the property.
Yep.
That's so of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
So this is,
I don't know.
That's the first time that we're seeing him really fish for information as to what they think is like. That's like, okay, fishing for like, do they suspect him? Basically, right? With that question.
What to feel right now?
I don't know what to feel right now. Let's listen to that again. This is interesting.
So of course I have to look within and then start working my way out.
So you feel like it's not random. You feel like it's intentional. I mean, planned.
I don't know what to feel right now.
Because here's the thing. If everyone's on the same page, yeah, it's not intentional. It was someone who knows the property, it's planned. And it's like the only other people who would have been in that category of knowing the property and it's like they're kind of all ruled out, right? Except for this guy sitting right there.
And I hate to say that. I don't know what to feel right now.
So do y'all have any good clues?
Any good clues?
All of the evidence that we collected Tuesday morning, and we collected additional evidence on Tuesday afternoon. They collected evidence at autopsy today. So we're trying to put a rush on that to get an answer quick, and hoping that's going to tell us something.
By evidence, I mean, is it things you think are going to be helpful?
Well, I mean, the shot shells out there, the casings, the DNA swabs that we took from the door handle to see if anybody touched the door handles, any other places that we think somebody may have touched while they were out there. We're trying to collect DNA from that and analyze that. Which at the conclusion of this, what I'm going to also ask is that we get a buccal swab, a DNA swab from you.
No problem.
Your DNA is going to be there, but we need to eliminate it once it's developed.
We don't need that unknown when it actually is a family member.
There's no problem.
I mean, we have talked to close to 100 people. trying to track people down, and we're still tracking people down. And that's why, who Paul was with.
I want to tell you one thing while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah.
Paul was really an incredibly intuitive little dude.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, he was like a little detective. And I mean, Paul would, you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
No.
Which leads me to, let's go back to Paul right quick while we're on him. So we have his phone. Do you know his passcode?
I don't. And I'm going to tell you this right now. There's a few people I can point you to.
Yeah.
But I can tell you that he was super, super, super secretive with that. I mean, cell phone. I asked his brother if he knew it. Did the ones that they got the other day didn't work?
Did y'all get any the other day?
Not for Paul's phone. No.
Okay. I know they got Maggie's code.
I know Maggie.
Yeah.
And it works, or it worked.
Yeah.
I've not gotten it, but there's a lot of people out moving parts that may have gotten that information. So we'll follow up on it. If you believe somebody gave us a code for Paul's, a possible code for Paul's,
maybe it was Maggie's. I don't know.
Okay.
But I'll find out. I will try to find out Paul's code.
Okay.
But it will surprise me greatly if somebody knows it.
I mean, certainly, talking about the investigation, certainly we're looking at every angle, trying to figure out what fits. And we're talking to, people that were involved in the boat case. We're trying to track down people that Paul knew and were friends with. That's why I asked who he was in Charleston with, so we can go try and see if they might know something or try to figure something out. We're trying to get into his phone to see if there's any information, see if he got like a direct threat from somebody there. I mean, the people that are here are not the only ones working on this. We've got people out doing things right now.
Thank you.
I mean, we're trying to pull everything in. Just the area, Arlington, unfortunately, there's not a lot of people moving around. I mean, I've got somebody looking at videos right now back at the office, combing through hours of videos that we've gone out and collected.
Well, thank y'all.
Yeah.
Very much.
So,
Mr. Alec,
you don't have to call me Miss. You just call me Alec. Thank you for that courtesy.
When you and Paul got back to the house, Miss Maggie's there, and y'all eat supper, which has been prepared. And you said you laid down and took a little nap. And when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone. Or did they leave when you laid down? Or before you laid down?
I believe that. I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you was going to your
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
So, and just trying to narrow that, the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
Up until you came back from your mom's and found what you found.
Yeah, Alex probably told y'all this. He did check for a pulse. Yes.
Right, and that's why we want to do the DNA. Right.
I don't know.
When tried to turn Paul over? Do you know if you tried to turn him like towards the kennels or away from the kennels and his phone fell out?
Away. I think I turned him away.
Okay. Was he left-handed or right-handed?
He was right-handed.
Where did he normally keep his phone?
I mean, usually in his hand. But I mean, it was, it was always on him. Pocket, hand, truck.
Where did Maggie carry her phone? Anywhere she could?
Yes, sir. Did y'all get fingerprints on her phone?
I haven't gotten that back yet.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that, somehow I had that presence of mind that I needed to not mess anything up. And so I tried not to.
And you definitely saw a traumatic picture, and I know it's not hard or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
There's that. They did him so bad. That became a topic of much debate. Did he say, I did him so bad, or they did him so bad?
Sitting here talking today is tough.
It's just so bad. They did it so bad.
I personally think he's saying they did him so bad. And he's trying to, they being boat crash people that don't exist. 5'2", 11-year-old assassins.
He's such a good boy, too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But the little things that we've got.
I understand.
Is necessary so that we can get a little better picture as to what may have happened.
Well, I just thank y'all for everything. My in-laws, my parents, my in-laws, I would like somebody to update me or my brother or somebody so that I can tell them as y'all discover things. Unless there's some reason y'all don't do that.
Well,
I mean, they just have so many questions.
I understand. And
I mean, they may even, well, no, they don't.
Well, I mean, I know Maggie's mother just had a knee replacement. How was their health overall other than that?
They're ailing a little bit. They're getting on up there. Daddy has some neuropathy, but I mean, they're in good physical health. They're in good, their fortitude is good. They're just, they're just getting age on them, you know?
Yes, sir. Are they in Somerville or are they at the house on Moselle?
No, they didn't. They lived in Somerville.
Okay.
But they're here now.
Oh, they're here in this house?
No, they're in Moselle.
Okay. Because I'll go by and speak with them and meet with them. If you think that would help.
I think that would help a tremendous amount if you would just be willing just to sit down and let them. Hearing from me and John Marvin and Danny and whoever, what little tidbits y'all get. I just, you know what? I think it would give them peace of mind to know that y'all got a team of people out there on it.
Yes, sir.
And you know, just to really have something, you know, a tangible person instead of being told.
You got a contact number for them?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get that.
Have the ability to get the numbers that ping up on time.
I'm so sorry.
And I know if y'all have the phone, y'all can then.
You're talking about the tower itself.
Yeah.
Her mom and dad are just such good people. I mean, they're just
Doing all
wonderful
that. Some of the
people.
other guys are back at the
I love
office.
her so much, and
Everybody we can deal
it
with.
really would make them feel good.
What are their names?
A lot of technical.
My father-in-law's name is Terry.
But yes, we
My
can
mother-in-law's name is Kennedy,
also get
and they're Brandstetters. And my sister-in-law, who in her
Spell Brandstetter for me.
Branstetter, and then my sister-in-law, who was closest to Maggie in the whole world, is Marion Proctor. Yeah. And her husband is Bart Proctor. And they live in Charleston.
Do you have a contact number for any?
I know their numbers.
Okay.
Redacted, obviously.
But it's in my phone.
Okay.
I promise you, Alex, for someone that my life depended on it, I couldn't tell anybody, my mother-in-law or father-in-law.
I'm telling you, man, I've been the luckiest person in the world with in-laws. I mean,
Yeah.
they are wonderful.
He was just complaining
Yeah,
about him earlier in this interview.
I tell people all the time, it's my in-laws that I like. It's my wife's in-laws I don't.
There you go.
Let me grab a piece of paper. I'll be right back.
Here's Will Chapman's number.
Okay.
It's
803-201-0500, and that's Wills Chapman.
And I have a lot of his buddies' numbers in my phone. If you want me to dig them up.
And David, I'm gonna forward you this contact. Maybe you don't want me to do it like that, but
Okay.
someone sent me Will Chapman's.
Hold on to that, please.
Contact information. Yeah, I think it's just the phone number. Yeah, all I got was the phone number.
All right. So we have victim's advocate, Miss Marion Walker.
Thank you.
That's her cell number.
Thank you.
There's some information for you on the back. In the victim's advocate program, they help with different things. I think more specifically, what would be more beneficial, especially for you and Buster, is some counseling down the road, grief counseling.
You know, I do some assistant solicitor's work.
Yeah.
So, you know,
You're familiar with it.
familiar with the thing. But thank you so
Yes, sir.
much.
Talking about that one case you helped out on?
I know y'all planned out the funeral today. When is the funeral?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Y'all have
Well,
visit.
we're doing a service tomorrow. Maggie and Paul aren't going to be ready until next week. So we're doing a service tomorrow, and then we're going to have a private family thing one day next week.
Okay. Okay. Are y'all doing anything tonight? Because I can run by and talk to Terry and Kennedy tonight.
I think the sooner you can come and talk to them, the peace of mind that would really help them.
Okay.
That's convenient for you. So we're out at the house tonight, but and if for some reason they go back early because of the service tomorrow, that they may be staying tonight, they may not be, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All of their cousins and family on the Brandstetter side and the Hubbard side is coming in from Kentucky. And so they may be going back to stay with them.
Okay.
I'll find out and call you. I think you called me.
Yes, sir. Jim's got my number.
Okay.
I gave him my card.
I'll find out and call you in just a minute.
Okay. You good? All right. Do you have any other questions that I might be able to answer right now that we hadn't gone over?
No, sir.
As soon as I get something, and if it's okay with you, John Marvin asked me to go through him.
That's fine.
So I'm not bothering you in case you're doing something. What time is the service tomorrow?
12 o'clock.
Okay. Where is that going to be?
Hampton.
What, at the church or?
It's graveside.
Okay. So if I get something around that time, I won't bother you. I'll wait 1:30 and.
If you get anything important, you can call me anytime.
Okay.
Anytime.
Okay. Are y'all going to publicize the service, or is it just going to be for family and friends?
No, sir. It's going to be, it's going to be open, but I got TC and those making sure I don't want any press anywhere near.
Yeah.
So,
well, they don't deserve to be near.
They're going to make sure, in the town of Hampton that, there's no press.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all got my numbers.
I think you say with that phone, it's gonna take a while.
I'm gonna go check on it. Y'all can go back in the house. When it's done, I'll bring it to you.
Let me do the.
Oh, the buckle. Yes. Let's do the buckle swab right quick.
You can sit where you have, Alex, and I'm gonna step out, but I got glove up and.
Oh, what?
The buckle. The buckle swab. Yeah.
Do I need to spit out my tobacco?
It might be better.
Yeah.
I'll get everything together.
I'm doing the consent now.
That's fine. I'm gonna go ahead and where's your gloves at?
You didn't grab gloves?
I did not, but I know one of these vehicles has got gloves. I'm not in mine.
It's hot out there. Do I need to get out?
No, sir. You keep your seat right
I'm
there.
gonna stay in this AC then.
Yes, sir. I got the other part. You hear me, Dave? I got the actual one you can write on the envelope.
Okay.
I'll let you fill out the envelope.
I really appreciate you taking the time to come meet with them.
Not a problem. This is what I do.
You ever have any dealings with a SLED agent named Jarrett Maffett?
Shoot the shit for.
No, sir, I
You
don't.
said Maffett? Yeah, I know him.
He lived in that little green cabin up at my property.
Okay. Is anybody living that now?
No, the kids use it like in the summertime or when
Okay.
they're having parties and stuff like that, you know. But when I first got it, Jarrett was on the highway patrol. He lived there.
Okay,
He was stationed in Hampton County.
that's been a while ago.
It's been a long time. He's a good boy. I think he's a real good officer too.
David, I already got that one filled out. Right? All you got to do is sign it.
Oh, the consent?
Sorry about that.
Gnat flying around, not flying my contacts.
Oh my God, that hurts.
Here you go, Alex.
Sir?
Would you, this is the consent for the buckle. Sign right there for me.
Where?
Right here.
Date?
I already got the date on it. Just throw them up on the dash.
Sorry.
Please.
God,
Did you drop something?
I just dropped that card.
I got it.
I got it right
Okay.
there.
What am I?
All right, Alex. This is, you keep seeing. This is a seal swab. No, it's, I'm gonna go inside your cheek. There's two
You
swabs.
just do what you need to do.
All right, there's two swabs.
Uh-huh.
We're gonna do one on the right cheek, one on the left cheek. When he finishes with that envelope, just seal them back in there and I'll get you to sign it for me, okay? Go right inside your cheek. You got it.
Right.
All right.
Swabs.
Evidence tape. He filled out the envelope, so
You got it? You need to grab some.
what's that?
Evidence.
No, I got evidence tape. I'm getting up so I can see what I'm doing.
He's not saying anything. He's talking all
Just initial right to the side of me. We're on that tape. I rode by.
That's so.
Ah.
I haven't had time.
Nowhere.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the end of that one. So, okay, so now that we watched the second interview, we're going to go back to David Owen / Owens, as they call him on the stand, as we're going to get immediately right here into the third interview. All right.
The defendant was not in custody.
No, he was not.
He's free to leave.
Yes, he was.
Was there because he wanted to be there.
Yes, sir.
Did he tell you he wanted to ask some questions?
Yes, he did.
Did you tell him you wanted to ask him some questions?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I have, we have redacted the last part of this video with consent of both parties. What's contained on 517 includes the video without the redaction, and we now offer 517, I believe, without objection. Before we get started, please, thank you, Madam. Who is Corey Fleming?
Corey Fleming was a defense attorney out of Beaufort area,
Fleming's a jail Boyd.
also a friend of Alec Murdaugh's.
Crazy.
Did you know him prior to this?
No, sir, I did not.
Corey Fleming.
No, sir.
Thank you.
Love it.
Who's down to your right? Jeff Croft, who's testified. Jeff, you still in here? Is that here in the back?
Jeff, are you still in here? I love it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What time is this?
It indicates 9:50. The time was incorrect on our recording system. But my notes and my report indicates it was approximately 11:09 a.m.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Judge, one of the jurors is requesting something, Judge.
We couldn't see, I think, is what it is.
Doing good, man. Can't complain. Ready to see some cool weather. I know you're right. That's probably me too.
Great, if I can stop for 1 second. To the left of Mr. Murdaugh, I know we've got an inset smaller, but to the left of Mr. Alex Murdaugh, the defendant, is that Corey Fleming?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
It was brutal at my house last week. The air conditioning went out. Oh, okay. Yes. No, are you spelling your name with 2 M's or one? One. All right, sir. Alec, I appreciate you coming in today. I know we got a lot to talk about.
So this interview is very different from the others. And already you guys can probably tell his posture is very different. Now, one thing that's interesting to note is that this is obviously the first one where he's in a room. And the other two, he's in a car. So that's going to be a little bit different. However, he still could have sat like that in the vehicle, right? But he's got a very different demeanor and posture at this juncture. So, this is August 11th. So this has been like 2 months and a couple days or whatever after the murders, but about 2 months after the previous interview that we just watched on June 10th. And things definitely change. Also, I love David Owens's Tumblr. Love that color.
Questions. But before we get started with your questions, this has been going on for over 2 months. And we've done a lot of work. I know you have. And I've got some more questions that I need to get clarifications on. Sure. Okay. So we'll start with that.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought we were coming here so you can update him.
That's Corey
on what's going on.
And I intend to do that as
Okay,
as
let's
we go.
do that first.
Okay.
All right, let's
Well,
do that first.
the update is I'm doing the investigation, and I have some questions that I would like some answers to. And I mean, certainly, if I ask the question, if you don't want to answer it, you don't have to answer it.
No, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I mean, it's more clarifications of the 2 interviews you've already given me.
Totally understand.
Okay.
Just wait 1 second.
Yeah.
Wait 1 second. All right. I need for you to tell me, are you going to give us information? Or are we just here for you to ask questions?
Now, I'm going to give you some information.
Right. Why can't you give us information first?
Some of the information that you're asking about are in my questions. And as we go through, you'll see.
Okay.
I don't mind it. I don't
I know
mind
you
it.
don't, but I can't. I mean, I'm a friend, but I'm also a lawyer, and I like to know what we're doing. I like to understand what we're talking about. You know, I need you to answer this question. Are you asking him questions to further your investigation, or are you asking him questions because you think that he's a suspect? I need a straight answer.
I am asking these questions to further my investigation.
Does that mean that you're not asking him these questions as a suspect?
Good.
Because I'm not comfortable with you asking him questions as a suspect when I came here with the thought that you were going to be telling him where you are in the investigation, what it is you've done, seen, uncovered, whatever. That's why we came here.
Well, let me respond to your question. It may not be a direct answer that you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
And I've told Alec this when we first met. Any homicide investigation, you start with the closest person and or the person who found the deceased.
Mm-hmm.
Both cases, that's Alec.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody stays in that investigation until we can get them out. And right now, because of the questions that I have that I need explanations for, I cannot get Alec out.
Okay. All right. That's a reasonable statement. I don't have any problem with that statement. It's fine.
He's like, all right, cool. Sounds good.
I don't read it, but everybody in the United States of America has an opinion on this case.
Mm-hmm.
And because I know everybody, I know it's a bunch of bullshit. I can't imagine that y'all are going to be asking about nonsense in the internet.
No. I mean, just like you, I'm aware of what's out there.
Yeah.
I have not read every article. I don't care to read every article because they're not doing the investigation.
That's
I
right.
am.
That's right. All right. Well, you know, Alec, if you're comfortable and you feel okay,
yes,
then that's fine.
Do anything to help.
All right. That's fine.
So I'm going to go back to Monday morning, and you went to the office.
Okay.
What time did you go to the office? Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably 10 o'clock, maybe at the latest, something like that.
And when I ask about time, I'm not saying it was 5:11 or something like that. I just
totally
I
understand.
need ballpark.
That's
as close as you can get to it.
And if you need to know exactly when, there would be a keypad that would tell when exactly I went in my office.
Okay.
That I can get for you.
Okay.
So
you have a key fob to get in your office?
A card.
A card.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gotcha. You know, a little bit. You know, it's probably a little bit on the later side of that. I guess I know Maggie got up early to get out of there because she had an appointment in Charleston.
He's trying to really make it seem like she was staying at the house.
I just don't remember if I left right after she did or I fiddled around.
But, and I already know that Paul stayed at John Marvin's that night, so it was just you and Maggie at the house.
That's correct.
And I know when you were at the office, you were working on motions, and some of those motions you dealt with were for Paul's, the boat accident or the boat case?
I'm not really doing the legal work.
I understand, but you know, you're Paul's dad, you're a lawyer, you're definitely gonna know what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, so what were those motions? I mean, did it deal with Parker's, or was it the actual boat accident, or?
It was the civil case.
What time did you leave and get home?
Earlier than normal. I'd say 5:30.
When you left the office?
Sir.
Okay. What time did Paul get home that night?
Me and Paul got there about the same time.
No, not true.
Maybe he was a little bit later than me, or maybe a little bit earlier than me, but it was close to the same time.
And y'all rode around the farm. I believe you said 2 different trucks, or 2 different vehicles.
Sir.
What were those 2 different vehicles?
We rode in the white pickup truck, and we rode in the black pickup truck.
In either one of those, did you see any long guns? And take your time.
It's okay.
Did you see any rifles or shotguns?
I don't remember seeing any that day, no. We did have pistols.
Yeah, because I know you said you went target practice.
Well, not really target practice,
Okay,
just shoot.
Yeah.
We rode around for a couple hours, just looked at everything. All the stuff Paul did on the farm.
And it's very interesting because in the second interview, we didn't have much motion apart from like 2 different random and short-lived outbursts, but you know.
We just spent, time ago. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
Hey, you can do this? I can do it.
Oh my God. Freaking Corey Fleming.
We started out going to look at the sunflowers because he was worried about the sunflowers. That was the first thing we looked at. And we just rode. We just rode and looked at. I mean, we hadn't done it in a while. We just rode, talked, and rode, talked.
What you talk about?
Everything, just one of the main things, he'd been having trouble, his feet had swelled up, and we were worried about blood pressure and stress on him. And I mean, he handled all this stuff so amazingly, but I mean, we were just so worried about it. But I mean, we talked about that, we talked about the farm, we just talked about everything.
Has Paul been seeing a doctor for his feet?
No, sir.
You're not trying to get him to go?
Trying to get him to go.
He was resistant?
Yeah, he had been resistant, but much less so after his feet swelled up. I mean, he'd been having all kind of little problems, but much less after his feet swelled up.
As parents, I'm sure you and Maggie stayed on him about going out. I mean, how did he respond to you?
To going out?
No, going to the doctor.
He did.
When y'all talked about it.
He's very resistant. Very, very resistant. I mean, we talked to him about seeing a doctor, about the stresses of everything with the boat wreck. He didn't think he needed to do that. I mean, we tried to watch him really closely. But he was resistant.
What time did Maggie get back home that night?
Later. I'd say probably best I can tell, a couple hours after we got there.
When you and Paul returned back to the house, was Maggie there?
I can't remember if Maggie came by the shed when Paul and I were up there, or if we met her at the house. But, you know, it's not unusual for her, if we're messing around, for her to swing through up there.
Mm-hmm.
But Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me. And
so this is really interesting, right? Because this is where he's admitting that she wasn't supposed to be coming home, right? But changes the reason why. Oh, shout out to Tonka and P Fox, who are also joining us. Awesome. Yes, very much so. Yeah, I mean, I think part of what we heard from Tinsley saying that they were going to come after him, rightfully so, for like 10 million. Hold on. He didn't give a number. Blanca gave a number from what Maggie had told her, and that it was like $10 million or something. Maybe it was 30 million. I don't know. It was many millions of dollars that he would have been personally responsible for because of the Gloria Satterfield thing, his insurance couldn't pay out, right? So he was going to be on the hook for that. So that would be one thing. But it looks like they're actually going to touch on this.
me worried about my dad until she came home.
So at that point in the interview, she said, did he tell you she came home because she was worried about his dad?
Yes.
Basis for the objection.
He's just repeating what the jury just heard on the video.
Yes, sir.
God, I can play it and come back and ask him to clarify that. That's all. Go ahead, please.
But Maggie wasn't supposed to be coming home. I've since found out she was worried about me and me worried about my dad until she came home.
Where was she going to stay that night?
At Edison. We were having work done down there. And I wasn't 100%, but
no, it was.
Well, she
It
was
was
going to
already
stay
happening.
at Edison.
So kind of surprised that she came back.
That didn't totally surprise me. She'd let me know earlier that she was coming home. But then I found out later why she came home.
She was concerned for you.
Sure.
Dude.
What time did y'all sit down and eat dinner?
Not too long after that. Blanc had made dinner. And so the three of us ate dinner together.
Every time I watch this, it drives me crazy that they're, because I don't know if you guys can see it, but at the bottom of the screen, it has like their Windows thing needs a software update. It has the orange dot. I'm like, oh my God, can't they update it?
What was the conversation around the dinner table?
Normal. Regular stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you exactly, but.
How was Maggie's appointment in Charleston that day?
I think it had gone good. We didn't really get the chance to talk about it in detail. She's been having a couple of little medical issues. I can't even remember which one. It wasn't anything huge. I can't remember exactly which one she went for.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the Kennels, or?
You know, I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
He
And I got up.
dozed off.
Did you watch TV that night?
I know the TV was, I believe the TV was on. But I wasn't watching it, you know. I mean,
God, his posture is insane. He's like shrinking. So Tonka's asking, was he aware at this point that he was investigated for fraud? By fraud, do you mean the law firm stealing from the clients and stuff, and the law firm? Like if that's what you mean, where they were at here at this point was they had stopped asking about the Ferris fees because of the murders and everything, right? They'd kind of tabled that. And they didn't really follow back up on that until September 3rd, which is when they discovered the fake forge check. And then they had that whole meeting with each other, the different partners, without Alex there, right? And then somebody called him on the 3rd. So he, in other words, he didn't know. In other words, there were questions about where are the fees and and getting all that, but they hadn't yet totally figured out. I think they were kind of, in other words, they were looking into it, right? But the digging kind of stopped and was put on pause. And so he didn't know what all they knew until September 3rd, right? Because at that point they had discovered the fake forge, and that's where everything changed because they had to terminate him immediately. And report him to the police for that. So, but what's really interesting is there's some crucial moments here that are coming up in this interview where I think this entire thing changes. It's moments where I think he knows that they know, and they know that he knows that they know. And you can like feel the tension in the room. It's palpable. Yeah, absolutely. He was having a PFOX saying, I think he was just constantly having to rob Peter to pay Paul, and it caught up with him with the boat. For sure. It definitely did. Without a doubt.
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to repeat that, but this next question.
Oh, hold on. That must have been important. Let me see what they said there. Oh, about the TV. Right. Okay. He believes the TV was on. Okay.
watching it, you know. I mean,
Stop right there, please. I'm not going to repeat that, but this next question regarding a tree video, had you confronted him with that before?
No, sir, I had not.
Okay. Okay. So this is where things start to change, I think, here.
There is a video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night, and you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah, I guess there was a tree sapling or something that had fallen over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
Ruh-roh.
I'm not sure. It would have been
before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
Oh my God.
There's not.
You didn't tell them. That's the point.
Is he asking you now what time that picture was?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
I was down on it because there's so many posts, but I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
Earlier when we spoke, and you talked about waking up from your nap and then going to check on your mother, and you tried to call Maggie and you tried to call Paul, and then you sent Maggie a text that you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night.
So they are presenting him with all the different things that were inconsistent. Very gently, though, I will say.
Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
So that's important. I'm gonna replay that. So that was his reason. Remember, he had said, so today, as in at this interview, right? Just a few minutes ago, we heard him say, "Oh, Maggie, wasn't supposed to come, but she came because she was worried about me." Well, his previous story had been that the reason Maggie came back to Moselle was so that she could check on Alex's mom with him. This is a crucial point, right? Because obviously he doesn't take her with him because she's dead to go check on his mom at Alameda, right? And then he gets into a whole lot of conflicting business about this.
That you were going to check on your mother. You also told me that Maggie didn't normally go with you to check on your mother, but that she might ride that night.
Mm-hmm.
Did you go by and check on her?
Go by and check on my mom?
Maggie, before you left to go?
No, I didn't.
With her not responding to you and thinking that she might ride with you,
Why didn't you go to the Kennels?
I don't remember having plans that Maggie was going to ride with me.
This is this is a big point that comes up when he takes a stand, because it's like, look, if you're saying that this was the plan, because even when he takes a stand, he maintains this as being the story that she was supposed to go with him, right? And the whole thing is like, well, how come you didn't just go by the Kennels? And that's why they also spent a lot of time earlier on in the trial establishing which exit and which entrance did people usually take, because there's two different ways to access the property, and that usually you would take the one from the Kennels is the main one. And so it would have been the normal thing anyway to drive that way to leave the property and go by the Kennels. So it strains credulity in a big way that, especially given that you wanted her to go, or she was supposed to go with you, that was the plan. But even without that, it's like that was the normal way, right? That's where the mailbox is. That's like the main entrance with the big gate and everything, or whatever, the bricks. So, that's the whole thing. You would have just gone by the Kennels, right? She's not answering the phone, and that's where you think she is. So.
But maybe she had told me that she was that night.
This is a mess.
I don't.
It's just falling
I don't
apart.
recall that.
Falling apart.
I don't remember that specifically, but it wasn't. She didn't normally go with me.
This is ridiculous. I mean, literally just wow. Right.
I mean, it's not like we had plans that she was going to ride with me.
Oh
she
dear.
was going.
Oh dear. And think about the order of questioning too, right? Because just a couple of questions before this, they were establishing that they were having work done at the property in Edisto, right? And that Maggie would have had reason to be at Edisto. So you have that first, and then you have this whole thing about what was her reason to coming to Moselle, and that's a fucking mess. And I think that, again, I think Alex is starting to get a little bit more nervous. I mean, it's obvious, right? Meanwhile, Corey Fleming, you can see his knee there. Now he's in federal prison. He's not doing anything. Like, he spoke at the beginning, and then doesn't really do much. I think there's one other time where he interjects later, but he's just sitting there. Actually, there's another version, because we're seeing exactly what they're playing in trial, right? Obviously, we're seeing their computer screen. But when you see the version that was released after this day in trial, where it's like you can see the full thing, you can see him the whole time, and he's just literally playing on his phone, not paying attention. So. Now he's pretending to be engaged. That's hilarious. But yeah, I'm paying attention. No, you were on your phone the whole time, except for now. Right, so they're showing him maps of the property, looks like.
What route did you take from
right there. What route?
Moselle to your mom's.
I would have gone.
There it is, right? Like I was literally just saying, which, because they're going to figure, they're getting at which exit would you have taken, right?
To the right on Moselle Road.
Yeah,
63
sure.
into Barnville, turn left on the road, right before 278, 601.
Yeah, I agree.
And then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
Yeah. Oh, I believe I went. I mean, it's like, wouldn't you have a normal way that you always go, right? So that's, we'll listen to that again. But yeah, I agree with what P Fox is saying here. She said, I'm not sure that if he said he went there first, it would have changed anything, but it might have looked a little more honest. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, it's almost going out of your way to be like, I didn't go near the kennels, right? And that's why it looks sus. But also, you know, he clearly didn't plan for this. Like he could have lied, like ostensibly he could have lied and said like, oh yeah, I went by there. And I talked to her, you know, and she said she didn't want to go or whatever. But like, I wonder if he also was thinking that that might fuck up his timeline because, he's trying to say he woke up from the nap and then, yeah, I don't know. He probably you probably still could have said that and got, and yeah, I think I do agree. I think it would have just made him look a little more honest but there could be a way that, you know, it could have tripped him up somewhere in there. But I think that subconsciously he's just trying to keep himself as far away as possible from those fucking counts. You know, we watched it earlier. I know that maybe some of you guys weren't here, but like we talked about it with the in the second interview with law enforcement from June 10th, where they ask him, like, they're talking about riding the property with Paul, right? And they're asking him, like, did you guys go near the kennels? And his answer was so interesting because he was like saying, oh yeah, whenever we're riding the property, we always go over there. He said, like, that's our main stomping ground. We always go over there. And then he pauses and he's like, but I don't think we went over there that time. And again, trying to distance himself from the kennels, but also I believe that that was when he had set the guns, he got the guns there ahead of time, which I mentioned that earlier. So, so it is interesting. He's really just trying to, yeah, there's a lot of distancing going on there.
278, 601, and then in front of the school, turn right. That's how I believe I went.
There's like only one way to get there to his mom's. Like we've field tripped this a million times. The only option is like, which driveway would you go out of? But again, the normal one would be to go the one from the kennels. That's him pulling up.
Should right on Moselle to 63.
No, sir, right on Moselle.
Yeah.
The normal way is right on Moselle to Dobson Road.
Okay.
Dobson Road to 63. 63 into Barnville, left on.
You're right on Moselle, regardless of which exit he took.
The road is that goes to the school.
So he's giving them directions to the mom's house when, you know, what they really wanted was like, which exit did you take, you know?
Right. And then either 63 or left on the road that goes down on 63.
The other thing that they're probably thinking about, right, is Maggie's phone being on the side of the road.
How often did you go visit your mother that night?
I mean, it wasn't infrequent. It wasn't all the time.
It wasn't infrequent. What an answer.
I mean, visitor, you know, all times a day.
Just checking on her, especially with your dad being short.
She had been having a particularly, you know, she's got Alzheimer's pretty bad. And she had been particularly agitated. You know, with him not being there, and checked on her more in the days and weeks following my dad's passing, and you know, otherwise, but several times a week, you know, anytime.
How long would you say you were at your mom's at night?
45 minutes, an hour.
P Fox is saying, so you're saying how you'd have done it, like what, like lied about committing the murders or what? I'm curious because I mean it's not messed up, right? If it's like, how would you, what would have been a better way to lie, you know, like lie about it, really, that would have been maybe more effective. Is that what you mean? And that's what we're always doing. At least I am anyway. I'm always like, you know, this would have been a better approach, or this would have been better if you said this thing here, you know. I think we're always doing that with these cases, right?
Had you talked to Shelley Smith at this point?
She had been interviewed, yes. I had not spoken with her by that time. Yes, sir.
Please go.
You took her back home. You make any stops on the way?
On the way there,
On the way to your mom's or on your return trip back home?
stops. No, I didn't go anywhere. I went straight there. I did not. No, sir.
And earlier in the day when you were down at that shed in the kennels with Paul, did y'all discuss any injuries to any dogs?
Cash. Oh God.
He and I, no.
Y'all. Okay. So here's the thing. This is big. This is where, remember, at this point, they've talked to Rogan, and Rogan tells them that when he was talking to Paul on the phone, he thought he heard Alex's voice in the background. What they don't have yet is the Snapchat video, but they're bringing up Cash. Oh God.
But Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail, and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Which one's his dog?
You turn up Mr. Owens's volume. Yes. Or turn up the volume.
So P Fox, so you're saying left my phone at the house, went down there, came back, and then left with my phone, drove past a show, that sounds like what you're describing is exactly what he did. I'm not sure if there's a difference that I'm missing. You know, because they don't have remember, they don't have his telemetry data and all that yet. In fact, they didn't get all that until middle of trial. And at this point in trial, they still don't have it, actually. The GMC data comes in way late, but right before the end of the state's case in chief. So, but by this point, they've done his cell phone. So he didn't, I mean, they would know, for at least from the cell phone, for like the driving part, that he didn't stop. They might have just been asking that question just to see what he would say or whatever, or to see if there was something inconsistent with that. He would say, oh yeah, I stopped here. And then they would be like, well, that's inconsistent with the phone. But like the phone and the car show he didn't stop anywhere once he left for Alameda. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you took the other way out. I would have said, honk as I went by there. Yeah, they were alive and well. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he could have done all that with, you know, with the phone, you know, like you said, like leaving the phone at the house, which he did, going down, you know, went down there, came back, and then left with his phone. And said, yep. And then, it would have shown that he slowed down or whatever. And honestly, the location data would have shown him going that route. That's the other thing. Again, they don't have that at this point in the trial yet for the car, but they do for the phone. But they get that vehicle data with including location for the vehicle and all that. Towards the end of the state's case in chief and all those data points. It's beautiful to see it all mapped out. I just love it so much. And that's the thing, right? Alex's thing here, right, is he's trying to use his phone, to prove his whole story, right? Taking a nap, going to Alameda, all the rest of it. And so, to have the phone with him and then again, like going that way out of the house or taking that exit and then, slowing down and honking the horn like P. Fox is suggesting or whatever, all of that would show up on the phone and show up from the car data. To corroborate that, but he didn't plan it that well, that part anyway. Any of it really, actually, for that matter. He probably, to that end, I should give him a little bit of credit. He probably could have gotten away with this were it not for the Snapchat video, So.
Did he and I know that Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken.
Right.
So right here in the interview, your question was, did Paul tell you that? So did he deny that he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He never said he had a conversation.
What if anything did he say about whether he'd had a conversation with Paul about that?
He didn't indicate that he had a conversation with Paul. He said he had a conversation with Rogan Gibson.
That he'd heard that from Rogan?
Yes, sir.
Which one's his dog?
It's a chocolate puppy, I think.
Okay. Was the leg broken?
Not that I know of.
I can certainly see why something might be wrong with his tail, because when I was out there, he was chasing his tail and looking through the fence and trying to grab it. So that was puppy energy.
Puppy energy.
When you got back to Moselle, which driveway did you enter?
I went in the brick gates.
When he came back to Moselle, he went in the brick gates. That's the kennel entrance.
Were there vehicles at the house?
Yes, sir.
How did they get down there that night?
I was hoping you were going to be able to tell me that.
The only thing that I can come up with is that black truck. Is that Buster's old black truck?
Yes, sir.
Does it normally stay down at the farm, or does it stay at the house?
Both.
Did Maggie ever walk down there?
Maggie walked down there a lot. But Paul, it would, if you showed me some proof that Paul walked down there that night, I would be surprised. Absolutely surprised.
Well, thinking about Paul's health concerns, do you think Maggie could have gotten him to walk that night? Say, come on, let's walk with me this one time.
It's possible, but again, that would be highly, highly unusual. He would have talked her in the ride.
I believe that. I think that's truthful.
Been highly unusual for him to walk.
So when you were at the Kennels, you were just down there with Paul, and you left and went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and the whole property. And that was before dinner, yes, sir.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until you returned from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
Ruh-roh.
That's it. Keep going.
I've got information
Uh-oh.
that Paul was on time.
Oh, God.
Had you confronted him with what you're about to ask him prior to this?
No, I had not.
Here we go.
The question you had just asked him, did that deal with whether he went down to the kennels or not after supper?
Correct.
And he said he had not.
He had not.
Get ready. Oh, boy.
And Maggie was heard in the background. And you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said he thought it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What an answer. What a terrible answer.
Who do you think it could have been?
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around here for
It's like, not if my times are right. Instead of, no, it's not me because I didn't go up there, right? Because he's got to realize now he's going to have to change his strategy, right? Now he's going to have to go the route of, oh, yeah, I guess I was up there, but like it was at a different time or I got my times wrong. But he was so adamant. Like, this is crazy.
family for pretty much all of his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. I mean, when we were talking, he had asked me that. So, I mean, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
So when you return back to the kennels, when you return home from your mom's, where were the dogs?
Oh, God.
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However, they were.
Oh, my God.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
Mm-hmm.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir.
Yep, I sure do. Good morning, Iowa.
So,
wait, do you have a question? Did you not hear what they said, P Fox? Did you not hear? Did you want me to repeat that? I know sometimes it's a little bit hard to hear them. But they're talking about him saying on the 911 call, he says here.
the dispatcher is asking you if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you said here.
Okay, hold on. Let me back it up. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Let me back that up. Oh, okay.
From your mom's. Where were the dogs?
They were like they were when I didn't put dogs up.
Okay.
So
they weren't running loose.
However, they were.
Okay. At one point in the 911 call, you say here, like you're talking to somebody else or something else.
I say here?
Here, yes, sir.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Like that, he almost said like they were when I left. Yeah, or like they were when I was over there, or yeah, I see what you're saying.
So the dispatcher is asking you,
But that's funny because even though he says I didn't put dogs up, that implies that he knows that they were out, right? I mean, because even if he's like operating on, like his whole story, right, is like that he knows Maggie and Paul were out there. Why would he be assuming that the dogs were out? Right? Like, how would he have any knowledge of what the status of the dogs was? So that's a whole other thing. He's like, I didn't put dogs up.
if they're breathing, and you said no. And she asked did you see anyone else in the area, and you said no. She asked about guns near them, and you said no. And then you kind of stutter and start moving around, and you say here.
I don't have any memory of saying that. I guess I'd have to listen to it.
That's not the point.
But I don't recall a dog being out. I'm certain that there was not a dog out. I mean, there's other things people have told me about that 911 call that I don't remember.
You saying here, dude, he's playing dumb. He knows that him saying here is not the thing they're concerned about. It's like, again, it's like you would like, was there a dog out, right? I mean, he's denying it, but now he's just talking and it's just making it worse.
I don't know here. Like I was calling a dog.
They are
calling a dog, talking to somebody else. I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Sir, I mean, that obviously was nobody else out there.
Great.
And
heard it from him first. Obviously, there was nobody else out there. Obviously.
Certain that there was not a dog loose.
Oh boy.
But I don't remember saying anything about Buster would know. Something about threats. I was asked about that later. If I had information about, or if Buster had information about threats that I had said.
What the actual fuck? That is one of his worst chaff and redirects I've seen. He literally just switches gears to the boat case non-existent threat.
He would know.
Wow. Meanwhile, Corey Fleming not doing anything.
Have you learned anything new about any threats against Paul or your family?
Nothing really new, no, sir. Outside of things that Randy's told you, or there was just so many things on the internet that just.
Now, what I appreciate is like they're going with it, right? He changed the subject abruptly, and they're, to not cause any raise his suspicions, I suppose, right? They're going along with it and just going on with that line of questioning.
But nothing new, no, sir.
So during the 911 call, and we also talked about that that night, you returned back to the house to get a shotgun.
Yes, sir.
What door did you enter?
The best that I can remember, I went in the side door, and I went straight to the gun cabinet.
Were you focused on any particular shotgun, or you just grabbed one?
I just grabbed one.
How do you normally load your shotguns? Avid hunters load shotguns special ways, different types of munitions, and I'm just asking you how you load yours.
I mean, I normally put it in the chamber and push the button.
What type of shot do you load?
All kinds. I mean, I've loaded bird shot, buckshot, slugs.
He's got to be getting
Shot at the
nervous.
same time? I mean, would you load like a bird shot and a buckshot in the same load?
Not normally. I mean, normally you're putting in, a load for whatever you're hunting.
Mm-hmm. The reason I'm asking about that,
Boy.
the shot shells that we recovered that night, one was a turkey load, one was a buckshot.
I understood that.
The shotgun that you had with you that night, there was a bird shot and a buckshot.
Oh man.
When Jeff went back the next day, I'm not sure which attorney it was, pointed out that there had been a shotgun laying on the pool table that he had put away, and pointed out that ammunition that was with that, and it was a buckshot and a bird shot. And then the shotgun that we took for potential comparison, it was also loaded with a bird shot and a buckshot. So I have all of these consistent loads along with what's that in the feed room. I call it the feed room at the kennels. Is that what you call it?
That's
okay.
Fucking good enough.
Okay. I just want, if I say feed room, I just want you to know what I'm talking about.
The night I grabbed the shells that I could get my hands on, I don't, I had no idea exactly what I had.
Okay.
Yeah, but well, I can't recall where this came out in the testimony, but it was already testified to that they keep their guns loaded. So again, and I'm sure that the law enforcement officers know that by then, so that him just saying, oh, I just grabbed whatever was nearby and I put it in is not plausible. And you don't hear him loading nor does he say he's loading a gun. He just grabs a gun. It's already loaded. But that makes a difference, right? Because he's trying to make it seem like the reason there was different ammunition was because he just in a frenzy grabbed different different types of shotgun shells versus it being loaded like that, because that's how they oftentimes were loaded, because that's how Paul did it, right?
Also, when we talked, I asked you if it was normal to keep guns down at the kennels. And you said you have to check. Have you been able to check to see what was missing from your collection?
I have, yes, I know what's missing from what I believe is missing from our guns.
Okay, and what are those?
There's 3 guns that I think are missing.
Okay.
Okay.
And what kind of guns are those?
It would be a Benelli shotgun, a Browning shotgun, and a pump shotgun.
The Benelli and the Browning, are they pump or autos?
The Benelli and the Browning are automatic.
And the pump shotgun, what brand is that?
I believe it's a Remington, but I'm not positive.
Are they like standard brown and black, all black, or camo?
Like I said before, I think he, again, is like kind of like what you're saying, P. Fox, with ways that you could have done this better. I think he would have been better off to say, here's the guns we're missing. A Benelli, and a 300 blackout, like accurately the guns that are actually missing, right? Because if you're going to say that, whether you're going to say it's boat people or 5'2", 11-year-old assassins, whoever it is that you're going to say, you're saying it wasn't you, somebody else got the guns and did this, right? Wouldn't it be better to be like, yeah, those guns are missing, and just say that right off the bat? But he doesn't take that route. He said the Benelli, but
the Benelli is black. The Browning is camo.
Exactly.
And the pump is
camo. Like it's weird because he says the Benelli's missing, but then he throws in these other 2 shotguns and doesn't say the 300 blackout. you know, and it's like, dude, you would have just been better off to say the ones that you used and the ones that are missing because they are missing. And at least that way it's more plausible to suggest that somebody came onto the property and took those guns and committed the murders and then left with the guns, right? Which is what the defense tries to suggest. So
Would you have those serial numbers recorded anywhere?
I don't have them recorded, but I'm sure. I don't know where the pump shotgun exactly came from, but I should be able to have the Benelli and the Browning.
Okay. Because we don't know if they're stolen or where they are. So I really can't get them entered into NCIC. But
go ahead.
It's a real problem because he's not mentioning the 300 blackout at all, right? And again, that's like, dude, it's kind of like the whole thing about the exit, right? And distancing himself from the kennels. It's like, you know, it's the type of thing that you would only say if you're trying to hide something, and it's like overdoing it, right? Overdoing it, because you would have been better off to just say those guns are missing.
Alert.
Morning, Tempest. Welcome.
To where if that gun is run, that there would be an alert on it, and it would get me at least back to the gun.
Why not? He has nothing to lose to admit that 300 blackout's missing, because it is missing. That's the thing that's so crazy. It's like you have nothing to lose to admit that it's missing, when at least that way it's something that can be corroborated, right? Like if you admit that the Benelli and the 300 blackout are missing and they are actually missing, then well, good. Now they've corroborated something that you just said, right? You know what I mean?
So if we could work on that and get those as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
You said the Benelli's black, the Browning's camo, and the pump is camo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The Browning is a brown camo, and the pump is a green camo. And, you know, I understand also that a 300 was used that night. And I know there's been some, I understand John Bedingfield said he only had 2 of those, one of which was lost 3 a long time ago, but I'm telling you now, I am certain that we replaced that gun. All right.
Actually, John knows that he sold Maggie a 3rd gun.
Okay. Okay.
Oh boy.
And the story was that she was supposed to let you know that she paid for it for you to go sign the paperwork, and that never occurred.
Okay. So that's why there wasn't a number. Okay.
Well, he has the number. He just doesn't have a final sale on the ATF paperwork.
Okay. That was replacing the one that
Paul lost. Yes,
that's correct.
And both of those 300s, those serial numbers are with the ATF and flagged in the system. So when they pop up, it'll get me to those. Okay. And that's, you know, we've talked about the shot shells. So the cartridge casings were 300 blackout cartridge casings that were found by Maggie. There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room, and at the shooting range.
You're now asking about shell casings that were found by Maggie. That's Maggie's body, correct?
The cartridge casings found by Maggie, yes.
Had he ever been confronted with this information prior to right now that you know of?
Oh.
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh.
I believe he was, but not by me, I don't think.
Okay. P Fox asking a great question. How do you lose a gun? I guess I get it, but I don't get it. Yeah, I have no idea. I can't even relate. I wouldn't. If you offered me $1 million to fire a gun, I would say, unless it's a squirt gun with water, no. Or maybe one of those like marshmallow guns. But you know, apparently Paul like left stuff everywhere. I mean, everybody testified to that, but I understand a gun is of all the things you should keep track of, right? Like your car keys, your wallet, and if you have a gun, like the gun, right? You know what I mean? Too Fast says, I had a dream you were trying to teach me to play Vivaldi Somewhere on the Violin, and you made my piano change into a giant violin. That is hilarious. So you have a piano? Do you play piano? Is it a like acoustic piano, or is it like a keyboard? I would love to learn more about the piano and what you play on it. That is a gutsy. That's gutsy though. Starting out on the violin, brand new, and starting out with Vivaldi Summer. That's pretty insane. That is a bold choice. Usually we spend quite a bit before we get to even attempting open strings, but you know, some people have a natural talent, you know.
There were also cartridge casings found by your house, by the side door to the gun room.
That's really funny though, too fast.
And at the shooting range. Okay. And the ones by the house and some of the ones found at the shoot range are confirmed matches to the ones found by Maggie. Okay.
Family weapons, family guns.
Which gives another concern. I've got the same load as the shot shells in multiple guns and 300 blackout that match ones found on your property.
So you now believe that those guns, that Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
Ruh-roh, Alex. Oh, sorry. I just talked over that epic moment. Let's listen to that again. The timing of the and missing was beautifully done by David Owen / Owens.
But Paul's guns were used?
Yes.
Okay.
And missing.
And I understand that somebody had seen that gun recently, but, you know, and I'd asked Buster about it. I believe that gun has been gone since back before Christmas.
Mm-hmm. Nolan recalls Paul's first 300 going missing around Halloween at a party at Hampton.
Halloween of 2020?
When did y'all?
No, that because
No. It was
years.
Yeah, it was whatever Christmas he got it. So it was 17. Christmas is 17. So it was the Halloween after in 18 is when Nolan believes it was taken out of Paul's truck. There was and it would take me a while to find those notes, but Mark Williams or Matt Williams is a family friend. And I may have the name wrong, but there was hundreds of people at this Halloween party. Nolan says adults were there, kids were there, and Nolan knows that the gun was in Paul's truck when they got to the party, and when they went to leave the party, it was gone. So that's the timeline on when that gun goes missing.
Okay. Yeah, I knew it had been a while.
And I think in April of 19 is when 18. April of 18.
Christmas is 16, January 17 is when they did the work.
Gotcha. Another part in the 911 call, you made the comment, I should have known.
Uh-huh.
And the question that surrounded, the dispatcher's asking, is anybody else supposed to be at the house? And you said, no, ma'am, please hurry. And she says, we're getting somebody out there to you. And your next comment was, I should have known. What are you referencing in that statement?
So when we broke down
saying that, but
when we broke down that 911 call, I had a lot of thoughts about that 911 call. I thought it was very fascinating. I think that when he says that, he just says, I should have known. He's baiting the 911 dispatcher. He's waiting for a response. He's baiting them to be like, should have known what? Because he's wanting to launch into the boat case. At that point in time, when he says that in the call, he hadn't mentioned the boat case yet. So he says, I should have known. And then there's like a long pause and they don't ask what he should have known. Right. But he was trying to find a way to segue into blaming the boat case people, even though, but of course he does that himself anyway. she asks another question, and then he just goes ahead and just brings in the boat case. But yeah, I think that was my interpretation of that he was trying to set up his story there with blaming it on the invisible perpetrators, as it were. Okay, you tried guitar. Okay, was it acoustic guitar, electric guitar? Too fast is saying their fingers hurt trying to play guitar. They were numb for a week. That's not typical. They shouldn't be numb. That if they're numb, that's probably a nerve thing. Like they were numb, or did they hurt? Because like that's different. They shouldn't be numb though. And regardless, hurting for a week would also be a lot. Should have seen my fingertips when I was playing a ton of guitar when I was writing all those songs. Like I was just writing a fuck ton of songs, and like especially with the baritone guitar because the strings are a lot thicker. I think I have a picture of it somewhere. My left hand was so destroyed. It was insane. Also my right hand. So I had to start using acrylic nails on my right hand because my regular fingernails were like ripped off. It's pretty gnarly. Acoustic. Okay. Yeah, they shouldn't be numb though. Even if you are playing enough to where they hurt, usually that kind of resolves itself in, not that long of a period of time, like, I don't know, a day or whatever. But, you got to build up the calluses, right? It's just like with anything else. If you imagine, like, take running, for example, right? If for me or for anybody, if they haven't ran in a long time, right? You're not going to just right off the bat try to run, a marathon distance, 26.2 miles, right? Like all in one go, like you would get hurt. You know what I mean? Like you have to start out, you have to build it up and develop your muscles and your endurance and everything. It's just like anything. So, with calluses, like for any type of string instrument, right? You build those up, little by little, and then it is fine. Once you've got calluses, like gnarly calluses, then your fingers are like basically bulletproof. Like it's pretty cool, actually.
Guess, all the threats and, and I had been convinced it just was something to do with boat wreck.
Yeah.
And,
should have known. That's
all of that.
You wanted the dispatcher to ask. That's why.
Did Paul ever get physical with you? Ever get into a heated argument and get physical?
One time, a little bit where he wouldn't listen to me.
Did you ever get physical with him?
No, sir.
So about Maggie, did Paul get physical with Maggie?
Yeah.
Sure, she probably wanted to at times.
I'm sure she wanted to with all of us.
Yeah.
And the one time Paul did that, he had too much to drink.
Mm-hmm.
In a very isolated incident.
Where was that? Was that at Moselle or at a stove?
That was at Moselle.
So that was pretty recent?
No, sir.
All the shit goes down at Moselle.
Oh, wow.
When you turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out.
Ha! Sorry.
And
Popped
you
out.
picked it up.
Popped out. Schmopped out.
Your statement was something like, I thought about doing something, but then I put it back down.
That's a mess.
And that was the interview, our first interview. What were your intentions with the phone?
I don't know. When I went up to him and the phone came out, I don't remember having intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Okay, thank you.
You got anything real quick?
Going back when y'all ate dinner together after Miss Maggie got home and you and Paul got back from riding around. Can you estimate about how long y'all would have been at the dinner table or ate at the dinner table?
I mean, it wasn't any long drawn out dinner, just.
I mean, just a guess. You said there was conversation at the dinner table, but
Weren't y'all talking about Paul's feet? You said that at some point.
15, 20 minutes. How long it takes to. Best guess.
okay. David asked you just earlier about when y'all were riding around the farm. And you said y'all had the pistol in the truck. Y'all had shot a few times, really not target practice, but shot a few times. You said that you had, on that day, you didn't see any long guns, rifles or shotguns in the vehicle. Prior to that, how long prior to that do you recall seeing guns or any guns in that vehicle?
I mean, Paul always had guns.
Okay.
So, I mean, it was very unusual for Paul not to have guns.
And when you say gun, rifles or shotguns or
everything?
Both? Okay.
Yes, sir.
His truck that he normally drove, I believe it was the Platinum, went into the shop that Friday prior to. I think Mark Ball went and got some video from Jimmy Butler's that shows Paul dropping the truck off and not removing anything from it. So basically, he would have taken the rifles out at home.
Jimmy Butler.
Do you know what he did with those rifles? If he would have put them in a different truck, or if he put them in the house, or would he have? So the truck that he drove, where was it parked on that Friday? So where would he have swapped everything out?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the truck that he drove on Friday. What truck did he swap out from?
I think when he went to Charleston, Dale said that he helped hook up the boat to one of the white Fords. And I know one's a gas and one's a diesel.
And it gets confusing because they got so many trucks. That's why we had that whole series, What the Truck? We broke it down because, anyway, and clarified all that. So we might take a look at that at some point as we go through some of this. Oh, that's interesting. So Too Fast is weighing in here saying on the piano that he can barely read music. Okay, so you learn. Okay, so that's what they would call like rote memory. So you play something repetitively until you have it ingrained. Yeah, with violin, I learned Suzuki, like traditional Suzuki, which is learning by ear. So, but basically, you're just memorizing everything. So like, for some reason, it's so funny. It's like we would have the books and like have the music on the stand, but you weren't like reading it. You know what I mean? And then it was like by the time I got to be like in elementary school, the songs were like 8, 9, 10 pages long, and it was like not feasible anymore to try to memorize it as I'm learning it ahead of time or whatever. And so, but I was really resistant to learning to read music, so I wasn't used to it. And it was like actually a real pain. That's why with my students now, I have them start out with learning by ear, but learning to read music kind of simultaneously. Oh, that's awesome. My parents actually went to college with the dude who played Amadeus from the movie Amadeus. They were friends with him in college at SUNY Potsdam. Shout out to SUNY Potsdam.
So it wouldn't have been the gas truck going to Charleston. I'm not sure. So this occurred the Friday before everything happened?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. On Friday, I had gone to stay in the hospital with my dad. I don't believe that I saw Paul. On Friday.
When did y'all go up to Columbia?
On Saturday.
What did Paul go with y'all?
You know, I mean, Paul, he didn't. He liked to go to sports when there was a crowd, but that wasn't his thing to go.
Is that always how it's always been, or because of the boat incident?
No. I mean, he wasn't into ball as much.
One thing that I'm trying to understand is your timeline. You said you probably went to the office 8:30, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and you left early around 5 or 5:30. And there's been some other timelines or times that we've talked about and you can't quite remember what the times are, what time of day it was. When the dispatcher asked you, when was the last time you saw Maggie or talked to Maggie? You said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time.
Mm-hmm.
We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
Yeah, that's
Question
crucial.
was,
There's no way that works. An hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
You saw Maggie or talked to Maggie. You said an hour and a half, 2 hours ago. To me, that's, a set, without thinking about it, you rattled off that time. We're sitting here trying to figure out a timeline.
your question was, you told the dispatcher hour, 2 hours ago?
Hour and a half to 2 hours.
Hour and a half, 2 hours. What time was the 911 call?
10:06 p.m.
Hour and a half, 2 hours prior to that.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
And you're having trouble coming up with a specific time.
Oh, man, it's fair.
Tell me again what I said to the dispatcher.
You said an hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours.
And what time was that?
That was when you were on the phone, and the 911 call was made at 10:06. So given 2 hours back, that would have been 8.
I mean, I think that's probably about, right. And so what do you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking.
Yeah, so this is where things are real. It's really starting to shift. He is starting to, dude, look at how red he's turning and he's just been shrinking.
think that's probably about right. And so what, you believe I'm giving you an inconsistent answer?
No, I'm just trying to wrap my mind around it when I'm asking you what time you went to the office that day, what time you got home.
Yeah.
At this point in the investigation, did you have the video back from Paul's phone showing?
Nope. We did not.
No, sir, I had not.
They got the video. Well, they got into Paul's phone 2 days after this interview. Now, I don't know if they immediately got the video, but they got into the phone 2 days after this.
You're saying 5 to 5:30. I've got the card readout from the law firm, and it shows you going in at 5:30.
Door?
Yes, sir. And Randy says when he left about 6 o'clock, you were still there. So the times aren't matching up. And I'm just trying to get I'm just trying to get enough.
And the thing is like what time you left work isn't really the biggest issue. The problem is, right, is what he did. How long was he at Moselle? Like him, Maggie, and Paul. And what did they do? And remember, like I keep saying, he keeps trying to, he being Alex, expand that window of time that him and Paul were riding the property and fucking around and whatever, right? Keeps trying to expand that window. So because he's like, the thing is like, because he wants to make it seem like they were doing that for hours, right? He therefore, had to say he got home earlier, right? Otherwise it's not possible because this whole thing happened so quickly from the time they got home to the murders. It was like an hour or hour and a half. It's like always way smaller than I think it is every time I go to pull up that timeline. So in order for even if he goes with his story of he goes to Alameda, he takes a nap, goes to Alameda, for him to have spent hours with Paul or what have you, he would have needed to get home earlier, right, from work. So
I believe I left. So that's not the first time I was at my office that day.
There were several readings, but your card wouldn't work. Somebody actually had to let you in.
Okay.
But I've got your card opening the door at the law firm at 5:30. And then Randy saying when he left at 6, you were still there. I'm trying to understand.
I left the office earlier than I normally do.
What's your normal time to leave?
I mean, it's not unusual for me to be there till dark. I try to get home when Maggie's home, before dark.
You don't like staying out there by yourself in the dark.
That's right. So,
that was a really good question from David Owens because, that was one of the things about like, would she have gone to the kennels by herself and like, but she went because Paul was with her, but like he kept saying like, he didn't know where Paul was. And if Paul left, he in the second interview, was that the second? Yeah. In the second interview, it was so interesting because he was like, I knew Maggie went to the kennels, right? He's like, but I don't know about Paul, but I assumed he did. Anyway.
Yeah. If it was 5:30 or 6, I don't think I was still there at 6 o'clock, but, if I was, it wasn't long after that. So, I believe that I went straight home. So, my car, have y'all been able to get Chevrolet to download my?
We're still working on that.
Okay.
That's a long process.
I don't even know.
I got home early enough for Paul and I to ride the property for a substantial length of time.
And that's the problem is there's no way for it to, and he should have been able to figure out by now, he can't keep saying that. The math doesn't work. It was not substantial.
More than an hour. I thought probably a couple of hours that we were together.
There it is. You're here a couple. No, it was really short.
somewhere.
To go down the river.
We rode down all the roads. I believe.
All the
I
roads.
believe that we. I mean, we rode all over. We rode all over.
They literally did not. I mean, what is he even thinking? Do you know they're going to be getting the cell phone data back, and that Paul was going to have fuck tons of it? And what is he thinking?
Have I been able to answer some of your questions? I know you probably have more, but with my questionings, trying to get some things cleared up, have I given you some answers?
Well, I mean, I do know more than I did for sure. So yes, I mean, some of those questions have certainly. Yes, sir.
What other questions do you have then?
Wow. Do you think I
would
did
like to know exactly what happened.
Right.
Me too. The best that I've been able to put together.
Looks like. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Wow.
I believe Paul was shot first. For the simple fact of where he was located.
How many times was he shot?
Twice.
I thought he shot Maggie first because they could tell me he shot her in the back of the head.
He said he thought they shot Maggie first, or Maggie was shot first?
He thought, Alex said that he thought Maggie was shot first because she had been shot in the back of the head.
Go ahead.
We may honestly never know who was first, but I think it was Paul, for the simple fact he wouldn't have, if he saw his mother getting shot, he wouldn't have run to that feed ring.
Yeah.
Unless that's where one of the guns was. But, you know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down?
Yeah, how did they get down there?
Did you just ask him, we've established family guns were used?
Yes, I did.
Don't leave the witness.
Objections overruled.
Oh.
Proceed.
What was his response?
Sorry.
Would nothing be the answer?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
Indeed.
And how did they get it down there? You know, we've already established family guns were used. And if they came from Paul's truck was at the house. So where were they?
And how did they get down?
Yeah, how did they get down there? I mean, it's normal for y'all to leave your keys in the cars. However, if somebody showed up and did this, you're not going to take Paul's truck back to the house and leave the key in it.
I mean, do you know that the guns were in the truck? And could they have been somewhere else?
They could have been somewhere else. I mean, he didn't have his normal truck.
I understand that Nolan Tootin believes he saw the gun 3 weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't talked to him, but is he believes it was the one that, not the one that was at the house?
I think it was a Benelli was his shotgun that he always kept, that Paul always kept with him.
Yep.
Oh, primarily, kept one of a couple of Benellis.
Yeah, it was a camo Benelli. Is the last one that Nolan saw.
Okay.
And HDD, some type of 7mm rifle.
Yes, sir.
Do you have that one at home?
Yes, sir.
It's only the murder weapon.
That's what he saw.
That's what he saw.
'Cause I was told by somebody that Nolan saw a 300.
He told me he had not seen a 300 since March after turkey season.
Turkey season.
Okay, well, somebody.
Those were the go-to guns, and those are the last ones that he saw.
The
He said he had,
HDD
and Benelli. He had not seen the 300 since March during turkey season.
and he definitely saw it during turkey season.
Yes, sir.
Because there was some point, back when it was missing
It's falling
at
apart.
Christmas time.
The third one's missing at Christmas time?
Yes, sir. So, anyway, if he saw it in March.
Did y'all get any kind of forensic of anything that y'all found? Just the rain and the.
I mean, we got plenty of DNA from the scene, but
yeah,
it's Nolan's, it's Rogan's, it's Alex, it's Paul's, it's Maggie's, it's Buster's.
Yeah. David, can you tell me for sure? Did either one of them live after they were shot the first time?
Ew.
Not long.
What's that?
The shooting happened very quickly.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy how Paul would have lived after that first shot with the buckshot. It's just, it always blows my mind when because I always forget that, right? Like, it's not like he would have lived for a period of time. It's like he would have lived. Like, he just would have needed some like stitches or something, is what Dr. Reamer said, which is just crazy to think that that's survivable, right? But then, of course, after that second shot, it was instant, Now, Maggie, I think, would have suffered for a lot longer because she had, what did they end up saying? Like 3 shots, I guess, before the fatal shot. And like, there was like the one to the kidneys that would have been excruciatingly painful. But also just the thought that the last thing she saw was Paul's brain being propelled out of his head, right? And she was running towards him is just awful. Like, and he knows that. And that's the thing. That's why it's just, he was there.
Is this one person, 2 persons, 3 persons?
It's the 2 gray boys.
Is that the first time he's ever asked you that?
Yes, sir.
Ever?
That I recall, yes.
In the whole investigation at this point?
Yes, sir.
Right.
We got 2 guns. We got 2 different types of ammunition. It's hard to say. It is hard to say.
Not in either one of them, so very long.
Matter of seconds, if that.
Thank you. Have y'all been able to get anything involved that might lead to anybody with beef? Let me ask you this question. Comes from Randy. I like I didn't talk to you about this, but it's okay. You know, they got a lot of friends in the community. You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level.
Oh, this is right. I remember this part's really gross in a number of ways. Just to refresh everyone's memory, this is Corey Fleming, who's now in federal prison. So it starts out gross anyway because it says they got a lot of friends from the upper echelon to the lowest, and then to the lowest socioeconomic level. So already that's gross, but it gets worse.
You know, from the upper echelon to the lowest socioeconomic level. They think that they can ask people to keep ears out, you know, loose lips, talking, that kind of stuff, but they don't want to reach out to anybody. And I promise, unless y'all think it's okay. I'm not talking about paying people to do stuff, for investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question.
I'm not talking about paying people. Well, glad you clarified that for the record.
Investigators.
Well, I've talked to Randy about this as well. He posed that question to me.
Right.
I'm not going to ask anybody in the law firm or anybody in the family, hey, go out and see what you can find and report back to me. Sure. Because then it can be construed as they're working as an agent of the state.
Sure.
And
I understand that completely. You don't even have to explain that. I understand it.
So, I mean, I told Randy, I said, I certainly can't stop you from going out. But I wouldn't ask them what they know and then report back to me. Tell them to call me. Tell them to call the tip line we have still set up. Or if you hear somebody talking about it, encourage them to call. Or give me the name and I'll go call.
Basically,
I hear what you're saying.
It's basically like them, what he's basically asking is like they wanted to kind of conduct their own investigation by talking to people, right? And it's like, and he's like trying to say, like, we have the family has all these different connections. He's like, no, they need to talk to law enforcement.
So, David, we don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this isn't good.
So Alex, dude, interrupting, right? This is fishing again. After all of that, it was all really terrible. Now he had a little bit of a break while Corey Fleming asked that dumbass question. And now feels a little bit more confident and he's gonna fish again. But it's in a less, what's the right way to say it? Yeah, they definitely think I'm a murderer-y way. I wouldn't say he's confident, but it's not as bad as it was. He's not like a puddle at this juncture. Like he was like a puddle, and now he's like semi-puddle.
We don't have not anything substantive that really makes you think, hey, this isn't good.
Looking for affirmation that they don't think he's a murderer.
Like I said, the only DNA we have are family and close friends. We don't have any fingerprints. We don't have, unfortunately, we don't have any shoe wear or tire wear impressions because it rained that night.
So he's probably like, good,
The only thing that we can go off of are the cell tower dumps, or the FBI was out and they were out on your property on Friday riding around trying to get some cell phone data.
Drive test.
Unfortunately, all of that takes time.
And y'all had to send because his vehicle's new, you had to send that off.
Oh God.
So it's not like when we hire experts, they come in and just download it.
It's 2021 and they don't have the system support yet, but they're creating a system from what I understand.
Okay. Now, I don't know exactly how the OnStar thing works out, how the control module. But this is something different, right? Or is it all contained in the same thing?
There are two different systems that we took out.
Yeah.
One is OnStar, the other one is the telemetry system or infotainment center.
Yeah.
And the FBI says there is information there.
Yeah.
They just have to be able to extract it and put it in a report.
Sure.
So
you just wait for that.
I'm waiting on the search warrant from OnStar.
Okay.
To see what kind of information they can give me.
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I
That was so crazy. We never learned. There was never an explanation given as to what the fuck went on with that OnStar data, right? And like all we know, and we know it came in towards the end of the state's case in chief, right? Somebody from OnStar was watching the trial and was like, "Oh, I can get that," and like, here it is. And there was never like an explanation given, but it was clear that like they couldn't get it. Like they tried, like in other words, they had the struggle with like the telemetry, right? And that's all true. They had Dwight Fulkowski from the FBI had to write a program in order to read it. He spent like the better part of a year on it, and all that was just like the stop and start, right? If you guys recall. But it's not like the good stuff, right? Like the speed and the location and whatever. Bluetooth connectivity, whatever. It's just like, is the car in park or not, basically. And all of that would have been the what do they call it? Like the text stream type of shit. What they had a name for it. Hold on, what was it? Right. Okay. So there's the OnStar and then the telemetry. So it's the OnStar was the shit, the good shit, right? Basically. And that was the stuff that like, they just OnStar was, our GM was like, we just don't have it. Like, we just don't have it. We can't turn it over. We don't have it. Right. And then miraculously, there it is, right towards the end of the state's case in chief. Incredible. And there was never an explanation as to that. Carla, welcome, Carla. Carla says Alex went to school to be a lawyer. I wonder if you took acting classes. I mean, I guess we've seen worse, but that's, not saying much. I will say he does a better job than Amber Heard of the fake crying and whatnot. So that's meant to be an insult to Amber Heard, not a compliment to him.
To see what kind of information they can give me.
You need if us signing something expedites that. I told you we'll get. I don't own the car, but whoever we need to will sign whatever authorization you need.
So you had said that, or maybe Jim told me something about y'all were able to get in Paul's phone just with a search warrant.
We have a what they call a partial download.
Yeah.
Because we don't have the passcode.
Sure.
We can't do a full extraction.
Do you think so? My thought was that I don't know who's required to authorize Apple to open it.
Are you an attorney?
I know there was that big thing where they weren't going to do it for whatever case. But I thought that if we, I think Maggie owned the phone. I think it was in her name. The account was in her name.
Well, you have to have your own separate iCloud account for each phone. And we've done that for Maggie's, Paul's, and Alex.
Okay.
iCloud accounts.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything in there.
Yeah.
There was nothing in Paul's. I'm still waiting on Maggie's.
That's interesting. There was nothing in Paul's. Huh. Yeah, because I was literally just thinking to myself, yeah, I knew that the Snapchat video was on the actual phone. That's interesting. Did he not back anything up to iCloud? I can't. How's that possible? That there was nothing on Paul's iCloud? How's that possible? He must have I mean, it would probably be accidental. But you know how in your settings on your phone for storage, you can have it saved to the phone itself or saved to iCloud or whatever. He must have had it to where everything saves to the phone, which is wild to me because he must have had a ton of space on the phone. I mean, wow, that's crazy. And remember, so it was 2 days after this that they got into his phone because they guessed the password because they guessed his birthday and it worked.
Maggie did back hers up and stuff. I know that. So does that mean Paul?
Yeah, they already said they have it, Alex. Don't act like you're being helpful by just repeating what they said.
Back his up, probably.
Yeah, Paul didn't back us up. That's clear.
But what my thought was, and I don't know if this is even possible.
Oh my God.
But if we get the estate, and we get the personal representative who is now the authorized person to authorize it to be open. I mean, surrounded by 100 lawyers. We get a probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I have thoughts about this. I think the reason why Corey Fleming is pushing this, remember, he's in cahoots with Alex, all the financial stuff and whatever. Now he doesn't know about the murders, right? But the financial stuff. And the thing is remember, Alex had transferred all the property over to Maggie's name when the whole thing happened where he was getting sued for the boat crash, right? And so he transferred everything over her name. And so my thought is immediately after the murders, now he wants to transfer it back to his name so he can have the assets, right? For the money. And so what Corey Fleming is suggesting, hey, because Alex would be the beneficiary, right, of all of Maggie's estate. And so he's the faster we can get this done, okay, what he's saying is, I guess what he's trying, I don't know what he's trying to say, that somehow by getting everything taken care of with probate and with the estate, it would get into Paul's phone. Is that where he's going? I won't see where he's going. But basically, I think what he's actually wanting is to make the case or the argument that they should get that done quickly, for the real reason being that then Alex has shit in his, gets all that estate, right? Money, we know there wasn't a life insurance policy, which is crazy, but gets all that shit back in his name.
Probate done like that, and I can have the powers of appointment done in 2 days, and we can authorize whatever it is you need to open.
And that might be beneficial.
So
I think Randy and I, or somebody and I talked about that
before. Yeah, well, and I said I'd do it if any of us could do it.
Who would be the representative? Just somebody at the law firm?
Probably one of your brothers, I would think.
For Maggie and Paul's estate? Probably me, or
I don't
my
do
brothers, but whoever it is, it doesn't matter. Whoever it is will do whatever y'all need to do to. No, it won't be anybody that'll be uncooperative.
Okay. Well, if y'all would go ahead and start working on that, then we'll reach out to Apple and figure out how we get that accomplished.
All right. Because gotta be something there. Gotta be something there.
Oh my God. Was that Corey Fleming? Dude. Is there ever something there? Fucking hell.
Because gotta be something there.
Yep, that's Corey Fleming, who's acting right now as Alex's attorney. Fuck.
Something there.
Wow. Correct, Carla. Yes, that is
Have
correct.
y'all had to track down
Correct.
all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not.
Oh my God. Correct. And that's the thing is remember what Mark Tinsley said is accurate, right? Alex knows that after all this happens, that they're not going to come after him in the lawsuit anymore. It's one of the reasons why the state state's theory is that the murders solved, they stopped the boat crash lawsuit because, now Alex looks like a victim, and especially a victim, according to him, of guess who? Boat crash people, right? And so he knows that that's not going to happen anymore. And so now it's like trying to get it transferred back in his name. But this is another interesting
The opportunity. I mean, have y'all had to track down all the wackos on the internet? Or just only the ones that you think seem a little more, not the opportunity and the inclination,
Wackos on the internet. Dude, this guy, okay.
There's been a few that I'm looking at.
Yeah.
But some of the information is just so far-fetched.
You know what, though? I guarantee you none of it is as far-fetched as the story that Alex told about CD Rowe. Nothing's going to ever top that.
With one guy, he called in and says, well, I knew that Maggie's son bought a house right around the corner. I'm like, okay, well, no, they didn't. That Maggie had left her husband some time ago and was going to move to Florida to be closer to her father because the mother was dead. And I'm like, okay, thank you, bye.
So it's a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, people that want to get involved.
Yeah.
People that think they have some information. Especially the manner of death. They're all over the place.
Well, I mean, y'all been taking a licking in the press about not disclosing stuff, but Jesus Christ, man.
I don't have anything to disclose.
Well, and why are you going to tell the bad guy what you got?
Thank you.
I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean,
well, he's sitting right there, dude.
Nobody wants to know more than this man right here and this man right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the
oh my God.
The shot?
Like,
did one of them know that?
Like, this is crazy, right? Because he just completely interrupts their conversation, like fishing for more information. This is crazy.
Right here.
I know.
Everybody else.
I believe that.
Everybody else.
David, how far apart in time were the shot? Did one of them know the other one was dead or had been shot?
I think it's impossible to answer that question. I think it is impossible.
But you certain Paul was shot first?
I believe he was. I'm not certain. I believe he was.
Maggie would have known that then, wouldn't she?
Yep.
You don't know how soon afterwards she was shot?
And it all depends on how many shooters were there. I mean, if we're looking at two shooters, it could have happened at the same time.
That's true. Those two 11-year-olds did a great job if that happened.
Looking at one shooter, it would happen. And I know you can't help but think about it, but don't beat yourself up over getting an answer. It's not going to do anything to you.
When I asked you, now that you talked to me, are you willing to, if some of my family, Maggie's mom and dad or sister, are you willing to talk to them?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I'll meet them where they want to.
It would be easy if you could meet them
And
closer to them.
yeah. No, I mean, I live in Charleston, so it's nothing for me to shoot up to Somerville and maybe the Brand Setters.
Thank you. I know y'all are doing everything you can. And I don't take any personal offense at asking me these questions. I know you got to do what you got to do.
No, I mean, and I hate to give any credence to the media, but with the media keep throwing you in there, then
you gotta ask the questions.
If I can get every bit of evidence possible, that's going to exonerate.
Oh, definitely.
When you get my car stuff, that'll
He
help.
says you know a whole lot.
You said earlier Maggie didn't like staying out there by herself.
Mm-hmm.
Was there any kind of, I know we asked you once before in one of the earlier interviews about cameras, and if y'all talk about doing any kind of camera system out there, stuff getting missing, Maggie talking about stuff getting missing.
Again, they left their cars unlocked with the keys in the ignition.
Yeah, we hear that type of stuff, so.
We never really had problems with stuff missing, but we still talked about getting, cameras and, doing all of that, but we just hadn't done it. We talked about it for a while.
But not really any conversation about stuff up and walking away or getting missing between you and Maggie.
Any conversations between me and Maggie about stuff?
You and Maggie, or you and Paul, either one, about stuff that had been missing, or had somebody came up and taken from the bar or from the house or anything like that?
Only thing that I can remember being discussed missing was some drills and some Milwaukee tools.
How long ago was that?
Couple of it was since CB got hired, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Because that was one of the things Paul, when he was looking for him, was going to ask CB. And I'd had a boy working out there for just a short period named Matt Luce. Is that the first time you've heard his name?
The last name, yeah. I've heard the different Matt.
Matt Luce. I think it's spelled Luce.
And he basically did what CB does now.
No,
Or something.
he came in and was, just trying to, because I didn't have anybody working out there, just to kind of keep things from getting totally out of control. He came in and, he does that for another friend, works with another friend, and he's just kind of coming in to help me, probably, I believe he probably would have been there in the late fall, probably, I'm guessing.
Is he from Hampton or Marlboro?
He's from Beaufort, I believe, originally, but he lives up in, he lives between Beaufort and,
Yeah, definitely. Always have an attorney.
I'm trying to think of the name of the plantation that my friend Barrett Bowler has. That's who he works for.
Barrett Bowler.
Yeah, Junior.
Not that Craig Fleming's doing him any good, but
Yes, it's Bowl Ware is how he looks. Yeah, Tom Bowler. Yes, sir. He was like one of my granddaddy's contemporaries. And now there's a Tom Bowler that's kind of just retired. And they are, I think that's they're kin, but not super close.
How old is Matt? Ish.
I'd say he's 35. Like that.
So remember, Barrett Boulware owned Moselle before Alex did, and Barrett Boulware turned the title for Moselle over to Maggie Murdaugh for $5. What a deal! What a deal!
Maybe.
Do you still have his number?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I have his number in my phone.
You know, when you consider that too, right? You consider that too whenever we talk about looking at how much money he was making, and then how even we always talk about, like, even if you look at having, you know, the 2 properties, like, it's not like, you know, like I will say, like, it's not like they were living a lavish lifestyle like the way some people do, making that much money, right? Like, in other words, without the stealing, he should have been, the money he was making, it was like they were living like below their means, if in other words, right? But you add to that fact that they didn't even $5 for Moselle, right? So it's not even like they had 2 mortgages. And I mean, I don't know if they were still paying a mortgage on this or not, but my point being, this is like a multi-million-dollar property on a, you know, fuck ton of acres. I think, what is it, 150 acres or something? I don't know. But anyway, my point being, like, it's not even like they had to pay for that. But even if they were, that would have still been well within the realm of what you would have in your budget, making as much money as he was without the stealing, right? Yeah, Jim is one. So, right, the one in the room with him, though, is Corey Fleming. That's who's in the room with him, Corey Fleming, who's now in federal prison. Jim was in the car for the second interview. The one we watched just, I don't know, before this, right? The interview on June 10th. So in Alex's first interview, again, in a cop car, that was Danny Henderson with him. In the second interview, also in a cop car because it was raining, that was Jim Griffin, who was in the car with him. And then this time it's Corey Fleming. So each one, he had a different lawyer friend with him.
Where'd you go?
I had to step out and use the restroom.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, again, Corey Fleming is in the room with him. That's his attorney for this. And there's a time, I think it hasn't happened yet. There's the very beginning of the interview, and I think it happens again later, where Corey Fleming is like, you don't have to talk about this, or you don't have to answer this. And then Alex is like, no, I got it. And then he just starts talking on and on. But it's the same, it's just like with him taking the stand, right? We know his attorneys advised him against it because that was very clear when they did the colloquy. There was a whole exchange where you could tell that they were like he was being kind of rude to them when he like interrupted and was like, no, I want to take the stand. And it was like a whole thing. We'll watch it, right? Because it was clear that it was just clear. The dynamics of it was clear that they, of course, advised him against it, and he wanted to do it, and that's his right. And so, you know, just like with the other interviews too, right? He wants to talk. I mean, he has a lawyer there with him. I mean, and I will say this much: compared to the first 2 interviews, his lawyer who's sitting there with him this time, again, who's in federal prison, actually talks and does more than the others. Not that he does anything good that helps. Like, he doesn't stop Alex, or can't, when maybe he should, and instead he asks those dumbass questions that are also kind of offensive. But like, anyway, and of course Alex being a lawyer as well, right? I mean, would he even really take their advice? I mean, clearly he didn't with Poot and Jim in trial. Yeah, Corey Fleming, his attorney in the room with him, guys, again, just to reiterate, Corey Fleming, the attorney in the room with him, is in federal prison for his part in the financial crimes with Alex, right? Corey Fleming and Russell Lafitte, Chad Westendorf, all those guys, the good old boys. Corey Fleming helped steal from the Satterfields and all that, right? Other people do.
I just text the guy to send it to me. He'll have it. Can you think of anything else you want to talk about? Ask questions about?
Hi, Matt.
All right. Off the top of my head.
You're always here.
The pair of guns that you bought for the Christmas presents, they were matching set, right, other than color. All right about that?
Yes, sir. They were exactly the same.
With thermal night vision and stuff like that. The one that you purchased to replace the lost one, did it have any kind of optics on it? Night vision scope, anything like that?
It doesn't have a night vision scope. And I don't know if Paul had put something on it. He would move scopes around from gun to gun to gun, but I'm not. Oh.
Well, we're not talking.
Then we're going to break for lunch. Turn at 2:20.
Breaking for lunch. Breaking for lunch. Okay, we are going to jump right on ahead and come right on back to that interview. Sweet. Okay, and we're back.
I don't know if you had, or we asked, when was the last time that gun had been seen? Do you know?
I know that we looked for it around the Christmas holidays, or we went to get it around the Christmas holidays. I asked about it around the Christmas holidays.
Of 20, this past Christmas
Yes, sir.
holidays? Okay. And that was the replacement, what I guess we call it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Still trying to figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot exclude the boat incident and those involved. I know that y'all are currently going through
I bet Alex is happy to hear that.
portion.
Not anymore, they're not, though.
How far had that progressed? I mean, were y'all in the talks? Was it breaking down?
Can I say something real quick? I know nothing about the
Okay. This is literally the part I was just referencing. Remember when I said that Corey does speak up here and I said that Alex then is like, no, it's okay. This is, I think, the moment I was thinking about here.
Any of that stuff. And he's represented by lawyers in that case.
Mhm.
I don't think I personally believe he shouldn't be talking about that unless the lawyers he's represented by participate. I don't think it's, I mean, I'm sure that they're happy to do that, but I don't think that a person should be talking about a pending action like that without their lawyers knowing about it. And what, because I know nothing about it. I was completely separated from it.
I don't mind.
There it is.
You know.
There it is. So funny, right? Well, how opportune, what an opportune moment where I mentioned that. And then here comes literally the part I was referencing.
I have insurance companies hired lawyers, and then, you know, some of my partners are helping with that also. But, you know, it's made some progress. It's it's still
That's really funny because that's what he kept telling wow, I never noticed that before, and I've watched these so many times. The thing that he kept telling Tony Satterfield over and over again, right? We're making progress, we're making progress. Crazy that he just said that here. Interesting.
And, you know, some of my partners are helping with that also, but you know, it's made some progress. It's you know, it's still unresolved, but it's not in its initial stages by any means.
And what I'm getting at with this, you know, it's in progress. I just want to make sure that it's not make sure that word there. You know, did one party say this and y'all countered or something like that where the other people are pissed off, and
you know what?
Now we have somebody out there with
it seems to me like he's talked to Mark Tinsley in order to be asking these questions, because this is completely outside of his wheelhouse, right? Being a law enforcement officer, and this is a civil case.
for motive, because now they're thinking, you know, Paul's going to get away with this, and
I mean, I'm not aware of any of those discussions. The only
this is an opportunity, though, to blame somebody else, right? But it's always with him, the vanishing perpetrator.
that I am aware of
He's not gonna
is
name anybody.
that I've learned that one of the daddies of one of the kids in the boat wreck went to lengths to, or maybe it was his son, I don't know, but I was told that there are people out there that were being told you can't be friends with Paul and the Murdaughs and with us. You got to choose.
Well, and it's crazy he's saying this, right? Because literally, is he giving up on the whole thing about the threats? That's not a threat. Is he? What is happening? Like, what about the whole threats are gonna? You know, dude, this is a new story, a new twist on that whole thing. Great question from Andrew. I would love to answer that. Right. So if Alex didn't kill his family, or if he did, but he was found not guilty on the murders, regardless, he was facing life in prison in the state for the financial crimes, because the state of South Carolina has the 3 strikes rule. And each instance of stealing, right? That's the simple way to put it. Of that is a strike. And Alex was indicted by the state for 101 financial crimes. So he had LWOP anyway. And on top of that, he also has his federal sentence for the financial crimes. And I don't remember how much that's for. It's not that much, and it doesn't matter because he's never going to go to Club Fed anyway. I think it's something like, I honestly don't even remember. I wouldn't even speculate. It's not life, but it doesn't even matter because he took like a plea deal or whatever, and it doesn't. And again, so even if he was found not guilty here, he was facing life LWOP for the financial crimes in the state. And if by some stretch he ever got out from that, which he can't, he would end up going then to federal prison after for the financial crimes. So.
Dad going out telling.
I don't know.
Or it was that dad or that kid.
Yep.
Going out saying this stuff.
I don't know that.
And that went into effect pretty recently before this happened. Because I remember people talking about it that are attorneys in South Carolina, like that like they had that 3 strikes rule with other things, but what happened was they upgraded white collar crimes to fit into the category to where that could be applicable. And so Alex would have known that. And that's the other thing that I always think about too with this is that Alex would have known that and known that it's almost like nothing to lose, right? When you think about it, if you're somebody who doesn't really care about killing your family, but it's like, oh, I don't want to spend, I want to at least have a chance. And you think about like the financial crimes are pretty like obvious to prove. I don't know. It's just, in other words, he would have known that he was facing life in prison anyway, because the financial crimes, once that started crashing down, and I'm speaking about getting now into September of 2021, he would know that that's going to be really tough. That's going to be a given, right? Like that, once they found that paper trail, yeah. So he would have been expecting that for them. I mean, yeah. Unless he thought maybe the state wasn't going to press charges and that only the feds would, but that would be crazy.
I was told by a person who had been told that. Nate Tootin is the boy's name. So
is that
find out from him.
Any kin to Nolan?
It's Nolan's younger brother. Okay. It's Nolan's younger brother. So
not a threat though, anyway.
I'm gonna answer this if y'all don't mind. Buster and I have a deal. Buster?
You probably don't get much service in here.
Buster.
So he didn't. So the thing is like, remember the timing. So Alex didn't know that he was for sure cooked on the financial crimes until like September 3rd of 2021. So that's like 3 months after the murders or whatever. So at the time of the murders, he, they were at the point where they were asking about those Ferris fees, right? And then according to the state's theory, he bought himself time or whatever. Well, he bought himself time with the law firm because they stopped asking those questions temporarily. But also, according to the state's theory, because of the murders, Paul's criminal charges, of course, are now gone. And then also, so is the civil case against him because he, as Mark Tinsley explains, he would be too sympathetic of a client. And also he's claiming that, or he was claiming, right, that boat people were involved in the murders. So it's sort of a multiple thing where it's like, well, now you've made it look like maybe the boat people are the bad guys, but also you're like a sympathetic victim because you just lost your wife and son. And so, but of course, for me, as I say, as I've always said, I think all this goes back to Gloria Satterfield. So.
If you go outside, hit that green button on the right.
They're going to go at, well, maybe they. Again. Unaliving never makes sense. But I think that, it never makes sense. There's no way it's ever going to make sense. But I think that the timing that is the most interesting thing to me is that in the beginning of June, that's when the press release came out about the Gloria Satterfield settlement. And that's how Tony found out. So that was on the news. And it makes me wonder if Maggie and Paul saw that. And then they started thinking, oh, and I don't know, maybe they were going to, maybe some things started to click for them. I don't know. I just think it's connected. And, he would have had a better shot potentially at killing them and then maybe, getting away with it versus if say they were going to go and turn him in, right, to law enforcement about what happened that day, potentially, right? That would have had stronger evidence and it would have resulted in a more definitive murder conviction, potentially, because witnesses and whatnot, versus like if he kills them, then there's no one there to witness it, and the witnesses to the Gloria Satterfield thing are no longer there. Maybe. I mean, and that's definitely true.
You don't have any more questions.
Nero, you love thinking out loud. You do it. Loud and proud, Meg.
This is the Snapchat video that I'm talking about from Paul's phone.
The tree one, not the dog one.
Okay, I tell you what. Yeah, we were laughing about that because he's laughing.
That's
because
not what they're concerned with, Alex. They're concerned with what you're wearing, you fuckhead.
I've gone to great lengths to try to.
You don't
tree
care why
got
you're
knocked over, and I've gone to great lengths to try to get it to, be upright.
Okay.
And
Was that night? Because the friends that we talked to said it was posted that night.
Uh-oh. Why is he hesitant to
I'm not sure.
It was horrific. Absolutely, Andrew. Yep.
Somebody's phone on?
Absolutely.
Somebody's phone on?
Chris Wilson's also. Well, honestly.
No, it's somebody's phone. I hear
Ronnie Crosby.
like somebody
Mark
talking in the
Chris
background.
Wilson too.
Okay.
Different type of heartbreaking still.
Like it was a call.
There's a lot of heartbreaking testimony in this trial, I guess is what yeah.
Throat is dry.
Yeah.
You need something?
Anybody from the boat or their family that you've heard or know of any issues with them recently or prior to this incident?
Like any confrontations?
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me.
I mean, David, I told you about the, Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just.
Hang on. Who's that person? I feel like we looked into this last time, but
Kenya, tree horn, a month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me, I told you about that,
Yes, sir.
right?
We've been interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean.
all right. Kenya Treehorn, that's her name. The captioning got it right. Kenya Treehorn is the name of a woman who was a victim of a crime committed by Alex. So it must have been a financial crime, obviously. I'm trying to see where it's getting that from. I'll keep looking, but that's what it says so far.
She said she'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Oh, okay. I finally found it. Holy shit. I finally found it. Interesting. Holy shit, guys. You ready for this? You ready for this? I'm going to have to listen to that part again because now this is crazy. Okay. Are you ready? Kenya Treehorn was a key figure in the investigation and subsequent legal proceedings with Stephen Smith. Holy shit. Okay, Kenya Treehorn, a friend of Stephen Smith, was a key witness in the investigation into his death. Holy shit. That's not what I was thinking. I was thinking financial crimes. Oh my God. Oh, that's crazy. Mozelle's up for sale again. Wow. How much are they asking for it now? So I need to back that up and hear that again. That's crazy. So that's connected. She was a key witness for Stephen Smith. Wow.
Any confrontations?
Yeah. I know the answer.
Or them saying anything in the community about the lawsuit or the pending charges, anything that would kind of lead me.
I mean, David, I told you about the, all right.
So 2 point, oh my God, hang on. Where'd it go? $2,750,000. Which is, I think, about what it was before. So as far as who bought it before, I don't know that anybody ever moved in. I don't recall. Oh, they painted the gates a different color. Yeah, the home and grounds have seen it. I wonder if somebody bought it and flipped it. So let's see what it sold for before. So it says here the home and grounds have seen a complete overhaul. So it's been on Zillow for 103 days. I know there's a thing where it tells you like okay, here. Like what it sold before. Interesting. Look at that, guys. So what does that mean? Okay, sold. Okay, so it sold for $1.5 million. Oh, it went up. Okay, they flipped it. That's what happened. Because I was going to say I don't think anyone moved in. So it sold for $1.5 million on 5/28/24. Okay. What did I say that was? That was, oh my God, 5/28/24. And then listed on December 8th. So that wasn't very long at all, right? Like less than 6 or just over 6 months. So 6 months later. So they flipped it. And now they're listing it for 2.8 million. Interesting. Oh, it sold. Oh, weird. That's interesting. So sorry, it sold for 2.7 million on 3/22/23, which is crazy because that's almost what it is now after apparently renovations. What was with this though? Then it sold for 1.5 million on 5. Now I know part of it. Oh, I'm wondering, right? Because we know that there was the whole thing about like it would have been sold initially at some point and then put into the money for the, all the people that were the victims and whatnot, right? That's probably what this was. I forget what they called that though. if it was maybe a conservatorship or whatever. They had a thing where they were putting all the, all the money that was compiled for the victims. And then that's interesting though. Sold for $1.5 million. I'm sure that it's possible to find online the story about this. It's probably on Fitz News, if I had to guess, anywhere that would have the deets on this, because that is very interesting. So I could do some looking into that unless one of you guys wants to, because so that way I can go back to the interview. But interesting. That's crazy. I mean, unless it's a market thing, right? Like, why the hell did it drop? Like, to think about, like, they invested money in it, right? And now it's back to what it was in 2023, like 2 years ago. I mean, honestly, so when they listed it, I mean, that's only like that's less than 2 years later. Anyway, okay. So, what do you guys think? They removed one of the listings. Look under the graph. Oh. But no, then it sold though. That's the one I saw. It sold. It sold for right here on May 28th. That's the one I saw. So it sold there for 1.45. Yeah, sold for 1.45 on 5/28/24. What am I looking for? I'm looking for, oh, I see. The 23. Okay. So this one, that was 3/22/23. Oh, well, it doesn't go back that far. It doesn't go back that far. Hang on. See, check it out. So we're looking for 3/22/23. It doesn't go back that far. Oh, yours does, Meg? That's weird. I wonder why that is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, as you can see, can you guys see? Like, yeah, it stops here on 11/8/23 for me. Oh, Meg said she lied. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, I just don't know. I'm trying to remember what that thing is called. It's like the big pot with all of his assets and then they divide it up. I'm trying to remember what they're calling that. I think it's a conservatorship. But yeah, that's very interesting. I'm curious about that. But okay. But we're going to go back to the interview and we can continue I can look into that. Okay. Thank you though, Meg, for letting me know.
Kenya, Treehorn. A month or so, maybe 6 weeks before this happened, called me, just all out of sorts, and told me, I told you about
Yes,
this,
sir.
right?
We've interviewed her, yes, sir.
So, I mean,
that's okay.
She said,
all good.
She'd heard it from 2 different places that family from the boat wreck was, it was over the top that I really didn't, pay it a bunch of attention. And I asked her about it. She said she didn't know who the people were, but she said that it was with a friend. It was at a friend's party. She knew who the friend was and would take y'all to the friend. So, has she talked to you about that?
She's given us very little.
Do you feel like she's being evasive? Because let me tell you what I've tried not to do. I know y'all have to look at me. I've tried to have these little discussions with the people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about how I fixed this and fixed that with the boat wreck, which is totally untrue. I've tried to not have a lot of conversation with people that, I know y'all need to talk to.
Well, the problem that I encounter, and I think everybody in law enforcement encounters in any investigation, people on the street talk and they run their mouth and they'll talk to friends and they'll talk to families and they'll talk to victims. But when the police show up, they keep their mouth shut.
So she's not talking to you?
She has given us some information.
Okay.
Some information.
So is there a problem with me going to her and,
I'm not going to answer that.
Oh my God.
So you're not telling me not to do it?
No.
I'm not going to answer.
Yeah, no, don't do it. That's stupid.
I'll get somebody to talk to her.
No.
All right, to try to get her to cooperate.
By the way, guys, I found a really good thing about Moselle, but I'm going to wait until we've finished with his interview. And we're a good stopping point, and then we'll go over. I found a really good thing though, so don't worry.
Darn, allergies.
Oh, I hate that. That sucks.
All right. Do you have any more questions that I might be able to answer? And if you can't think of any now, reach out, call me.
Oh, well, no, I mean, you've answered a lot of things I had questions about, and I appreciate it.
And I'll call the Brandstetters and see if they want to meet. Maybe get Marion up there at the same time so I can just meet with them all together. Does Marion, I know they live on the Walla Walla, does Marion work?
No, she doesn't work. And they're kind of between Wadmalaw and, they're residents of the state of Florida, but they're here as much as they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because
I feel bad for him. Although I kind of you.
Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just a few more questions.
Okay.
Oh,
Did you kill
gotcha.
Maggie?
That makes more sense.
Did I kill my wife?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sorry. Let's hear that again. I wonder if it might be just like the saturation on the shitty cameras, because everybody does look really hard, but like this is yeah, let's listen to this.
But they're here as much as they're in Greenville a lot right now.
Yeah, because of grandbaby.
The baby, that's right. Thank you, man.
Yeah. I just a few more questions.
Okay.
Did you kill Maggie?
No. Did I kill my wife?
Oh my God.
No, David.
Do you know who did?
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
That. Oh,
I have to go with
my God. What a moment right there. Why the fuck did he ask that dumbass question? Honestly, that, oh my God.
No, I do not know who did.
Did you kill Paul?
No, I did not kill Paul.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I do not know who did. Do you think I killed Maggie?
Oh,
I have to go where the evidence and the
Answer.
facts
I
take me.
understand that.
so that's a yes.
And you think I killed Paul?
I have to go where the evidence and the facts take me. And
As opposed to one and not the
I
other?
don't have anything that points to anybody else at this time.
So does
Oh,
that mean that I am a suspect?
You were still in, like I told Corey
Oh my
earlier, you were
God.
still in this. With everything that we've talked about, with the family guns, the ammunition,
mhm.
nobody else's DNA.
put my beliefs aside and go with the facts.
Talking with Mr. Griffin, there's one sentence after that before we redact it. We both agreed that I can leave and ask you after that last question. He said, well, I understand. I mean, I'm shaking his head.
Yes.
So on August 11th, 2021, after this interview, doing this interview, did you consider Alex Murdaugh a suspect in the death of his son and his wife?
He was the only known suspect at that time, yes.
And that day, was the case transferred from Solicitor Duffy Stone to Attorney General Alan Wilson with the South Carolina Attorney General's office?
Yes, it was.
I just want to go back right before we ended.
I just want to reiterate that what's crazy is even at that moment, right? So that's August 11th of 2021. He wasn't arrested until July 22nd of 2022. So almost a year later, I feel like that's what my brain says that. Am I getting something wrong? Hold on. Nope, July. Okay, I don't know the day of the month, but July of 2022. Sorry, July 14th. July 14th, 2022. So yeah, almost a year later, he was arrested for murder after this.
And I'm not trying to get you to repeat this, but do you remember when you asked, or do you remember when he told you, I know y'all got to look at me, and I've tried to have as little discussions with people that y'all are interviewing, with all this talk about that. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
How did you take that statement to mean, his answer when he said that?
That he was trying to stay out of the investigation and let us do our work.
Okay. In early in the investigation, he asked you about, that tree going back and forth. And was he clear on when that video was taken of him in that clothes on the tree? Was he clear?
He didn't recall.
At this point, had you already talked to Blanca Simpson? Or had she been talked to reference?
She had been interviewed, yes.
Okay. And at some point after August 11th, did Blanca System also provide some information in investigations about a conversation she had with the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
Okay. And was that concerning the shirt?
Yes, several months later, she provided information that she and Alec had a conversation
go ahead.
About what he had been wearing that day when he left to go to work.
And just briefly going through the interview, you asked him about when Maggie was coming to Moselle and why. Did you have in this course of the investigation, did you have the emails from Blanca and or Maggie's phone to each other then?
No, I did not.
And early on in the interview, you asked him how long he'd stayed at his mama's house?
Yes, and he stayed approximately 45 minutes.
You meant to say hostel.
45 minutes, an hour?
Yes, sir. 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
And at that point in the investigation, had you talked to Michelle Shelley Smith about a conversation she had with Alex Murdaugh and the amount of time that he said he was there?
Yes, she had been interviewed by that time. Again, there were so many agents going out and doing interviews and reporting back to me. But she stated that it was somewhere around 20 minutes. I don't have her report. I don't remember exactly what was said, but I know in our first interview, he had stated that it was around he had spent about 20 minutes, 30 minutes with his mother.
And did your investigation reveal inconsistencies regarding what Mr. Murdaugh had told you?
Yes, I did.
And was that significant to you in your investigation?
It was, because it wasn't one inconsistency. It was several inconsistencies over a period of time that were repeated.
Now, you asked him about a list of guns several times in these interviews. Did you ever get a list of guns from Alex Murdaugh?
I have not.
Between June 7th, 2021 and August 11th, 2021, this interview, how many times did he call you asking about the investigation?
We spoke approximately 5 or 6 times.
What were the inconsistencies that you stood out in your mind?
The times, for one, from the first interview where he went to his mother's.
Alex, if I got my
We'll throw back
times
in the
right.
notes.
Time and his mother's, is it fair just to say that?
So the first interview in June, he stated that it was at his mother's for approximately, I'm sorry. First off, he stated for a little while. And then the second interview on June the 10th.
What's so crazy though is like it's nothing compared to Dylan
It changed to,
in terms of the inconsistencies.
sorry, give me just a second. It's about 25 or 30 minutes. And then the third interview, it was 45 minutes to an hour. And then some other inconsistencies is how much time he spent with Paul riding around. The first time it was 45 minutes to an hour. The next time he talked about riding on the farm anywhere from an hour and a half to 2 hours. And then the inconsistencies, I had the information from Rogan Gibson that he heard Alec. He believed he heard Alec in the background. And on the 3 interviews, Alec had never indicated that he was at Kennels, that he was at the house, either taking a nap, playing on his phone, or watching TV. And this was after dinner.
Bless you. Was he ever inconsistent about whether or not he went down
He said,
to
bless
the
you.
kennel after supper that last?
Yes.
Did he ever say he did go down there after dinner?
He never told me he went down there after dinner.
Never told you that.
He told me he took a nap and then he was at the house after dinner. He knew Maggie went to the kennels. At first, he wasn't sure where Paul went, but then he realized that Paul must have gone to the kennels because that's where he found him. But then he stayed at the house, took a nap.
Jail calls is a great idea. We should definitely, I have not listened to those since they first came out, so we will definitely listen to those. Like after we finish with the trial testimony.
Now, there's been some discussion, and I think your testimony was he brought it up on the 911 case about the vote case.
Yes, sir.
And that happened in what year?
February of 2019.
And was that case null prosequi, dismissed by the Attorney General's office in the after Paul's death? Can you prosecute a dead man?
No, sir, you cannot. And it's my understanding that the Attorney General's office null pros Paul's case in August of 2021.
So that case criminally, like we're in a criminal courtroom, was over.
Yes, sir.
At some point in 2021, in the fall, did a financial investigation begin involving Alex Murdaugh?
Yes, sir.
Would it be fair to say that overlapped with this investigation?
It did.
Would it be fair to say those investigations fed off each other?
They did. From the information that I was learning from that investigation into the finances, it gave me additional people to consider, to look at, and consider even to look at Mr. Murdaugh as, you know, a reason why or why not.
Were there individuals in the financial investigation that you also interviewed in reference to this investigation?
I did.
Some of that information you learned from interviews or grand jury testimony?
Yes, I did.
Did you then follow up on some of that information?
Yes, I did.
And from August, September of 21 to the summer of 22, were you, as a member of the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, working exclusively or primarily on this case?
That's correct.
And were search warrants still out there you were waiting on?
Yes, sir. There's a multitude of search warrants.
And let's talk just a moment, and I'm about through about the phones if we could.
Okay.
You, law enforcement, got Maggie Murdaugh's phone when? I mean, when did you actually take physical custody of it?
Maggie Murdaugh's phone was recovered on June 8th, 2021 on the side of Moselle Road.
And what, were you able to do you, law enforcement, you know what I'm talking about, able to get how much information did you get from Maggie's phone in this investigation?
The family gave us, I believe it actually came from Alec or either Buster, but we got access to her phone via her password. So we were able to do a full extraction from her phone.
Full extraction?
Yes, sir.
And some of that is included in the timeline that's already been entered. It's going to be entered by Mr. Waters in a little bit, right?
Yes, sir.
Full extraction.
Full extraction.
Now, how about Alex's phone? Was it initially taken on June 7th or June 8th?
It was not taken on June 7th or June 8th. We got an extraction on June 10th when we met for our second interview. But that, again, that was just a logical extraction, not a full extraction.
Which was, I don't really understand, but that's the surface, right?
That's just the surface.
Off the top. All right. Did you ever get that phone back?
In September, yes, sir.
September. And at that point, was further information attempted to be gathered from Alex Murdaugh's phone?
Yes, sir.
And how successful was that?
Being the time difference between June and September, a lot of the earlier on information had been overwritten. It's just the way the computers work. You have to clear out memory to make room for new memory. So some information had been not erased, but cached out. So we were able to gain some information from the logical in June and compare it to the full extraction that we got in September.
And were you able to determine what had been erased also?
There were some phone calls that had been erased, yes.
Now let's talk about Paul's phone. And to go back in the interview just very briefly on Paul's phone, I'm sorry, Judge, 1 second, I apologize. What's his answer? Just a little. You would ask him when he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And what's his answer just a little while ago? I don't know. I mean, when I went up to him, the phone came out, but I don't remember having any intentions of doing anything with the phone.
Well, the first interview, he stated that the phone popped out and that he picked it up and thought about doing something with it, thought better of it and put it back down.
In this interview, he said it came out, right?
Yes.
Now, Paul's phone, did y'all attempt to do, so you had it from June 7th until today?
Yes.
Okay. Were you able to do a full extraction on Paul's phone?
We were able to finally do a full extraction in March of 2022.
Okay, March of 2022.
Yes, sir.
What, if any, information came as a result of that extraction after March of 2022?
The kennel video.
That we've all-
That we've all seen, yes. The kennel video where Paul is videotaping the chocolate lab, and you can hear Maggie and Paul and Alec in there. And that video is time-stamped at 8:44.
Say it again?
8:44 p.m.
And until that day, what day was it? Do you know? Well, if you don't, that's fine. But it came out.
I believe I got the information on April 8th of 2022.
Until that day, and it was extracted. To your knowledge, did anybody else in the world know that was on there except Paul?
Nobody, to my knowledge.
Again, the indictment was July of 2022. So it was after that video. They were like, we got enough. Let's go for it.
And up until this past, well, was information in this investigation gathered up through last weekend?
Yes, it is.
What was that?
The General Motors information from Alex's
Oh,
2021 Suburban.
yes. Excellent.
So SLED from June 7th in combinations with the locals, the feds have been investigating this case nonstop.
That is correct.
Where is it? What is it?
With Bubba's help. Yep. Paul solved his own murder and definitely have Bubba to thank as well.
Paul's shoes moving into evidence 103. I don't believe there's an objection to that. Did they talk to you about that? Objection. Thank you, gentlemen. 36 without objection.
Any further questions?
Yes, sir. I don't believe I asked you this, but for the, a couple of questions. Were there any other credible leads that you've investigated that led you to anybody else beside Alex Murdaugh?
Not credible, no, sir.
Did you follow up with every lead that came in on this case, social media or otherwise?
Yes, we did.
All the SLED did?
Yes, sir.
Locals?
Charles, Collin County as well, yes.
Law enforcement really worked together on this case, didn't it?
Yes, we did.
And is the individual that you took this statement from on August 11th of 2021 in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Sit between Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin?
Yes, sir, in a blue blazer and white shirt.
We'd have to record so reflect. That's all we have this time. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Okay, so give me just a second, guys. Let's see if they have another witness. Oh, here we go. Let's go to this dude with Paul's battery.
Full name for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is David Grubbs, GRUBBS.
Good afternoon, Mr. Grubbs. Where are you
Afternoon.
employed, sir?
I'm employed with the South Carolina Attorney General's office.
All right. And what is your job title at the Attorney General's office?
I'm the Chief Forensic Investigator for the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
Who's guilty,
All right.
Pete Fox?
And
I
then
mean, Alex?
just briefly, let the jury know what the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force does.
So we assist agencies throughout the state as well as have our own investigators, and we look into peer-to-peer downloads that go over the internet, usually containing child pornography in them. We also do chat ops throughout the state, posing as minors to attract suspects. Okay. My unit specifically does the computer forensics for those cases.
Okay. When you say forensics, you mean, for instance, cell phone forensics, correct?
Yes.
So as part of your job duties, you perform cell phone downloads, extractions, and analyze them, correct?
Correct.
And you've gone to a number of trainings in the past that's focused on that.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right. Can you read for the jury your training in this area, please?
Sure. So I am a Celebrite certified operator, a Celebrite certified physical analyst. I'm a certified blacklight examiner, which both of those are cell phone data extraction tools. I'm certified in Forensic Explorer, which is used to analyze computers. GRIFI, analyze training, the TIGO in the area of magnet forensics, which is magnet makes the tool Axiom, which is one of our primary tools that we use. I've received advanced iOS and Breakey training, advanced iOS based for examiners with what are called investigations, finding seasonal, been to advanced, and then for every year except for
You enter investigator
Qualified.
and investigator Grubbs. There are 3 cell phones in evidence in this case, and the data associated, you've analyzed some of it, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk specifically about Paul's phone. And to your knowledge, was that originally extracted by, I believe, John Van Outen of the Secret Service?
Yes, sir.
And then provided to, that information provided to Lieutenant Britt Dove?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you've received that cell phone information from him, and you've analyzed it as well, correct?
I did.
Okay. And you were asked to focus on a couple of specific areas in your analysis of Paul's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
One of which was Paul's battery habits and battery usage on his cell phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, this is the
I'm
interesting.
going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 530. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
That is a report that I generated concerning Paul's phone and battery and shutdown time with the phone.
Okay. And you looked, in the week prior to the murders, you looked at how many times Paul's phone it died because of its battery ran out, correct?
Correct.
And you identified those times, right?
Yes,
Dates
sir.
and times.
Yes, sir.
So how many times that week did his phone die in total that week from the battery?
4.
All right. And what days were those on?
It looks like June the 3rd, twice on June the 5th, and then on June the 7th.
And June 7th, it died when?
It is 22:34, 10:34 p.m.
10:34 p.m. Okay. And one of the pieces of information that cell phones log is when a phone is plugged back in after it's died to charge, correct?
Yes.
All right. And when you looked at this data of when the phone died that week, Paul's phone died, did you identify when it was plugged in?
I did, sir.
All right. And can you just tell the jury on those 2, when the phone died each of those times and when it was plugged back in, please?
Sure. So it is logged that on June the 3rd at 12:30:27 p.m., the phone died, the battery went dead, and at 12:34:03, it had power again. It was reconnected.
And I'm going to take that from you. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 530 into evidence.
Submitted.
Should read it now.
Can you see anything on your screen up there? Oh, here it comes. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. So can you
We're going to see Paul's battery history.
zoom in a little bit? There we go.
Shout out to the
All
Elmer.
right, so on June 3rd of 2021, what time did Paul's phone die?
On the 3rd, 12:30:27.
All right, what time was it plugged in?
12:34:03.
About 4 minutes later,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
A little less than 4 minutes, correct?
Yes.
June 5th, the first time, at what time did the phone die?
10:18:33.
All right, and what time was it plugged back in?
10:36:17.
So that would be roughly 17 minutes or
Yes,
so?
sir.
All right, and then June 5th, the second time, what time did it die?
29, excuse me, or 9:23 p.m.
Okay, and what time was it plugged back in?
21:30:21 or 9:30.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes, sir.
Correct. All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun. The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions, correct?
Hold on, I want to hear that again. Because he said flying too close to the sun, which is hilarious because that's what Judge Newman says.
Okay, so roughly about 7 minutes later.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. All right, and you just didn't focus on when Paul's phone died in the data you reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Did you find in what you reviewed, did Paul frequently let his battery get low?
Yeah, he seemed to kind of fly close to the sun.
That is hilarious that he says that because I've never heard that expression before, but Judge Newman says it several times in this trial. I love that he said that. Oh my God.
The phone was always getting down to 1 or 2% before he plugged it in.
And would you say, in your opinion, from the data reviewed, the majority of the time he let it get that low, would he ultimately get it plugged in before it died?
Yes, sir.
Except during that week for those specific occasions, correct? All right. All right. And one other thing you were asked to look at on Paul's phone were the times when his screen came on, correct?
Yes.
And when it came off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's sometimes referred to as the backlight on a phone, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you're specifically asked to look at the time on Paul's phone starting at about 8:49 p.m. on the night of June 7th, correct?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States 529. Take a look at that. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I created this.
All right. And what is that?
It shows the backlight for the phone when it's kind of going on and off throughout that night.
For what time period?
From the period of 8:49 and then the final time of 10:34.
Okay. At this time, state would move to enter Exhibit 529 of evidence.
No objection.
Submit it. And let's before we talk about this specific data, let's just the jury's here heard some testimony on this screen backlight and the screen coming on. Under what conditions, generally speaking, will a cell phone screen come on?
There's a lot of conditions that'll cause a cell phone screen to come on. If you pick up your phone, that can have the screen turn on. If you get a message or an alert from an app that you have, that can cause the screen to turn on. If the phone senses motion in a particular way, it'll turn on. There's a whole variety of ways that the backlight will
I
activate.
think you may have mentioned this, but the screen can be tapped.
Yes, yeah, you can simply tap your screen and that will cause it to turn on as well.
And so just to in a nutshell, the screen can come on for sometimes there's no human interaction, correct?
Correct.
But also can be turned on by human interaction.
Yes,
correct?
sir.
Okay. Let's look at the information on your report real quick. All right. Okay, so at 8:49 p.m., looks like the screen goes off, correct?
Correct.
On Paul's phone. And what time does it get, the next time that screen lights up?
The next screen on is at 10:18:08 p.m.
Okay. And in your review of Paul's phone, did you determine during that same time frame, starting at 8:49, was Paul's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay, so it was locked and the screen was off between 8:49 and 10:18.
Yes.
And then at 10:18:08, we see the screen come on, correct?
Yes, it appears to come on for 12 seconds to 10:18:20.
Okay. And then the screen goes back off starting at what time?
10:18:20
Okay. And then it comes back on.
at 10:20:08.
All right. And how long does it come on at 10:20:08?
It goes until 10:20:20, so 12 seconds.
12 seconds. All right. And then what happens with this screen?
It goes back off at 10:20:20.
Okay. And it stays off until when?
10:34:16.
And is that the time Paul's phone died?
Yes.
All right. And so the screen may have come on briefly as the phone was.
It
shutting
looks
off.
like for 4 seconds.
Okay. All right. In your review of Paul's phone, did you identify some of the communications that came into his phone?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify the last text that was sent to Paul's phone?
Yes.
And do you recall who sent that text?
Rogan.
And you may not remember this exactly, but well, first of all, was that do you recall contents of that very last text from Rogan?
Yes, it just says yo.
All right. And did this jury's heard testimony that cell phones will log when someone actually reads a text.
They
correct?
do.
And did you find any log that text yo was read?
It was not read.
Okay. And do you recall roughly the time that text hit Paul's phone?
I don't off the top of my head.
All right. Was it between 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m.?
Yes.
Roughly speaking? Okay. But that was the last text. No other text came to his phone after that text from Rogan that said yo.
Correct.
And in your opinion, if anybody had been looking at that screen that came on at either 10:18:08 or at 10:20:08, would they have seen a notification on that screen?
Most likely, yes. You can set your phone to not show contents, or sometimes if you have a text that comes through, it'll show the whole text and the contact. It depends on how it's setting, but yes, typically, if you were to see the home screen of the phone, there would be the notification.
And so, depending on the settings, there's a good chance if anybody happened to be looking at that phone screen either of those times, they would have seen a text notification from Rogan Gibson, correct?
Yes.
So,
and you just testified.
I think part of the reason this is important, right, is because it was really brilliant the way that they had they laid it out. Where Metters, when he finished his direct with David Owens, remember one of the last questions he asked about was the phone popping out of the pocket, right? Paul's pocket. So the thing that I think they're tying together here with the timing of this witness directly after is that when Alex, whatever the fuck he was doing with the phone, even though he couldn't unlock it, right? The light would have come on, the backlight would have come on, and that he would have seen the notification for a text message from Rogan. And actually they showed, well, he'll probably talk about it again with the light. If he doesn't, I'll back it up a second here.
We don't know exactly why the screen came on at that time, correct?
We do not.
All right. It could have been somebody tapped it, correct?
Yes.
Somebody may have briefly picked up the phone, correct?
Yes.
It could have been any number of things, correct?
Yes, any number of things.
And you can't tell us exactly why, though.
I cannot.
Now, this jury's heard a good bit of testimony about phone orientation changes, and we'll talk a little more about that in a minute. But in your opinion, is it possible for someone to just briefly pick up a phone, see the screen come on, put it back down, and for the phone not to record an orientation change?
Sure.
Okay. Moving on. All right. And you're also asked to look at Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Okay, I'm going to pause. I will come right back to him because I have a see where it stopped you. I just wanted to go back to the diagram of the light. Okay, right here. So move this. So screen on. So any of these times where the screen is on, those are where, well, it's interesting because all of that is when Alex is home. Remember, he called 911 at 10:06. So what's interesting is that while Paul's phone was still receiving, Paul's phone was still getting, because he was getting missed calls. Well, we'll see it. We're going to see on the next one. We're going to go through the phone we're going to go through the master timeline with all the shit. But basically, I'm just thinking he was still getting, you know, because Rogan called him and whatnot, and also Alex called him. But one of these times could have been, right? This will be more clear when we get all that data from the timeline and go through it. But in other words, it looks like it could have been that one of the times the screen came on was when Alex was messing with the phone at the popping out episode, as it were, according to Alex. So, okay, let's go to where we were.
Would some folks be surprised if they saw the amount of information the phone was reporting?
It can hold millions of artifacts.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 528 and ask if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have. It's a digital copy of some timeline reports.
Okay.
From Maggie's phone.
And specifically from Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir.
All right. And that timeline report would be from the Knowledge C database?
Yes, sir.
All right. And specifically, you said that a Knowledge C database can contain millions of artifacts, correct?
Yes.
When you prepared that timeline, did you kind of narrow it down a little bit?
Yes, I did.
And roughly what times on that?
I believe from 8 to past 10.
All right. And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 528 into evidence.
No objection. Submitted.
Can I have the computer, please? It's in evidence amount of data. All right. For this particular report, you kind of limited between time. What's that start time? The first
2053 to 8:53 p.m.
Okay. And we'll scroll down to the bottom real quick.
Wow.
And
a lot of
looks like
things.
it stops at
A lot of things.
what time?
2108 to 908.
9:08 p.m.
Yes,
On
sir.
what date?
That would be June 7th, 2021.
All right. And there's just a whole bunch of stuff here, right?
A whole bunch of
Yes,
stuff.
sir.
Absolutely.
Well, let's take a look at a couple things specifically. Excuse me. Starting at 2053, we see some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And in your opinion, when you see an orientation change on a phone recorded in the Knowledge C database, what does that information tell you?
Typically, that's that somebody's handling the phone.
So while a screen coming on or off may not necessarily tell you somebody's handling a phone, the orientation change definitely does, correct?
Yes, it's the phone logging that it's going from either vertical or landscape to the other.
Okay. All right, so let's look at line 1149 starting down to about 1154. You see what I'm talking about there?
Yes, sir.
These lines here, and it says camera. What, in your review of this information, can you draw any conclusions about what's going on, why that camera pops up at about 854 in this database?
All I can say is that the phone is interacting with the camera in some way.
Maggie's phone.
Did it interact for a significant period of time?
No, sir.
Do you recall roughly how long the interaction took place?
I believe it's 1 second.
I'm going to write this down. I believe this is when Alex was fussing with her phone and potentially about to, or yeah, I bet this is when he was doing putting the phone on the side of the road. Okay, let me keep playing it.
Okay. All right, let's go down to line 1210. This is at 855 or 2055. And we see some things that says iOS snapshots.
Yes, sir.
And there's looks like it says something about Facebook to the far right there, correct?
Correct.
What, in your opinion, what's going on with the phone at this point?
So a snapshot or an iOS snapshot is something that your phone does when you minimize an app in the background. So if you close Facebook and put it kind of in the background, it takes a little snapshot of it. So when you pull it up, you can see what it is. It'll do this for, as we see here, Facebook, which we can pull up and see. It does this for a bunch of apps. Not all apps take a picture of it. Some things will just be a blank screen. For example, if you do your camera, it's not going to store a picture of what your camera was looking at. When you have it, it's just a black screen.
Okay. And so it does, in your opinion, does this mean anybody's actually accessing the Facebook app or actually physically taking snapshots on this phone?
No.
All right. In fact, it's not doing that, correct?
Correct.
All right. In fact, in your review, the time frame on this report's 8:53 to approximately 9:08 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And during that time, in your review, was Maggie's phone locked or unlocked?
It was locked.
Okay. And it remained locked starting at what time? You may have to draw on your memory because this doesn't start till 8:53, but it's prior to 8:53, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it remains locked until the next day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then we're going to scroll down, sorry, line 1243. I see a whole bunch of stuff here. And just generally speaking, what is all this stuff in this database at this time?
It's just background processes that your phone's running.
And I think we already skipped by that, so I'm just going to ask you real quick. But in this this time frame, we also see looks like the Siri app pop up in the Knowledge database.
Yes.
Correct? And how can the Siri app be triggered?
It could be a background process that's going on, or it could be triggered by somebody holding the power button or interacting with Siri.
Okay. All right, and we're almost done here. I'll be done by then. Okay. Okay. Well, the information is in this log, but did you identify a time after 9 o'clock when Maggie's screen turned off?
When her screen turned off?
Yes.
Yes.
And was that at 9:07 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. And after 9:07 p.m., did you identify at any point over the next few minutes or over the next 20 minutes that Maggie's screen turned on?
I believe it turned back on at 9:31.
Okay. So between 9:07 and 9:31, Maggie's screen is off, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also, you just said this a minute ago, it's also locked during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so if Maggie's phone were thrown between 9:07 and 9:31, when the screen's off and the phone is locked, in your opinion, would you see an orientation change?
No, sir. That version of iOS that she has on her phone did not log that at that particular time.
So that version, which was what at that time?
14.6.
All right. And that version of iOS, if a screen's off and a phone's locked, the phone's not going to record an orientation change.
That is correct.
Okay. No further questions, John. All right.
We're going to adjourn for the day, ladies and gentlemen, and resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Judge Newman. Okay, so a couple things. Andrew, if you are still listening, I wanted to mention this. I wanted to bring this back up about the job done on the investigation and Karen Reed. And even if you aren't still listening, I'll go ahead and talk about it because I think it's important. So the reason I asked if you watched the whole trial, I don't know if any of you guys remember this. Do y'all remember one of the defense expert witnesses? I don't remember his name, but he was the older dude. He was the dude to come in and critique the investigation, which is really funny because I referenced this during the Karen Reed hearing the other day about how like this is a normal thing, and Judge Bev acted like she'd never heard of it. And I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how has she never heard of this? But does anybody remember his testimony? I mean, we will watch it as we're going in chronological order, right? So we will watch it, but it'll be a while before we get there. But the reason I'm mentioning it is because it has so much relevance to the whole thing with Karen Reed, and they want to bring in an expert witness. The defense, right, wants to bring in, I forget his name, but an expert witness to critique the crime scene or whatever, or the job of the investigation. And then Hank Brennan was like, oh, we have to call the law enforcement officers back. It's like, no. That's not what you do. You bring in a rebuttal witness, and he doesn't want to do that because he's not going to be able to find anybody who says it was done anything other than terribly. But anywho, So, but with that dude, so when the defense brought that dude in, and again, we will watch it when we get there. As far as SLED's investigation is concerned, where there were, I guess, where, in my view, where it could have definitely been done better is like the house. And so the problem there was like there was so much deference paid to him and the family and whatnot, right? So, you know, they had all those lawyers descending on the house. So like you had Alex, and then you had like, you know, I think there, when they mentioned all the names, there was like 18 people or something like that there. Like, not law enforcement. I'm talking about like Alex and like all the law partners and all the friends and everything, right? And because of who he was, you know, they didn't feel like it was appropriate, or I think they felt probably a little bit intimidated to do a really thorough investigation of the house. However, as far as the actual crime scene at the Kennels is concerned, you know, what we saw from even this expert coming in and saying was like, as much as they try, and Poot was the one doing the questioning for him, and Poot was really trying to get him to say it was shitty and, you know, they did this and that wrong. It really fell flat. There was very little he had to critique, and it was like nothing. Like the only thing that I think was for sure, like it was like they didn't fingerprint the handle of the door at the feed room or whatever. They didn't dust it or something like that, right? And that was pretty much it. Everything else, it was like they did it properly in the way it was supposed to, and he didn't have anything negative to say. In fact, I thought he was actually ended up being a witness that, you know, I wouldn't say, I don't know about helped the state, but definitely, you know, it was neutral, I guess you could say, right? Because I don't think that the jurors were thinking that the state needed help, because the investigation wasn't, you know, and I remember people always talking about how SLED, you know, I guess the other thing I could say actually is they didn't search Alameda that night, and they didn't fully search like the roadways looking for the weapons or whatever, like between Alameda and Moselle. However, that particular aspect was, I think, outside of that expert witness's purview, because his job was literally just to assess like the crime scene at the Kennels, right? So the things that maybe SLED could have done better were the things I just mentioned, right? Like searching Alameda that night, and you know, the areas where maybe weapons could have been discarded, like in between Moselle and Alameda. And I know that they did search it, some of it, but I think it was kind of after the fact, and it seemed like it wasn't quite as thorough as it could have been. But I think that overall, when you compare it to a lot of cases and a lot of trials, honestly, I think they did a great job, even not just compared to Karen Reed, but even just compared to like other cases. You know, and the other thing about this trial that's unique is that the defense didn't stipulate to anything for the chain of custody. So like the entire chain of custody for every single piece of evidence comes in, like to the extent that it's actually boring a lot of the times. And I think that's why the defense did that, because like a lot of the beginning of the trial is like literally reading off item number blah, and they read it off, and it's like for hours and hours and hours. And like, yeah, it is pretty grueling. But for us, it's a rare opportunity that we never really, I've never seen in any trial ever that happen, where you see the chain of custody for every single piece of evidence in a very tedious manner where nothing is stipulated to. So that was interesting as well. And it did just show like how literally everything was very well documented and done properly, really. So the other thing, as promised, we're going to pull this up. Meg, I hope you're still listening. But we're going to pull up what I found about Moselle. Close ad, please. Close ad. Why? Why are we? Oh, boy. Okay, it won't let me close that. All right, it is what it is. All right. So this is from recently. So this is December 12th, 2024. Moselle, the former Colleton County estate of convicted killer Alex Murdaugh, is once again on the market. This time, the home and just over 48 acres of land are listed with Brown Land and Plantation Advisors for $2.75 million. Now, this is going to explain the price drop, right? So Moselle has been on the market twice before, and an auction of the Murdaugh family's belongings from the estate was held after Alex Murdaugh was convicted in March 2023. The original 1,700-acre property was sold in March 2023 for $2.6 million to a pair of buyers who then subdivided the property. And that's one of the things I was wondering. I was wondering if the price drop was maybe because they split the property up, right? Sure enough. In October of 2023, Moselle and 21 acres of land were back on the market, promoted as a family residence or compound, where a buyer could engage in equestrian pursuits, a hobby farm, or just a weekend retreat destination. The property eventually sold in February 2024 at auction for $1 million. The current listing has the 2-story home and just over 48 acres of land for sale at $2.75 million. So it is still split. So I want to know how it's split, though. That's really interesting because, like, I want to know how it's split. Maybe this will tell us. So in other words, the price going up here, like, so, okay, let me back up. So initially you had the 2.6, right? For when it was sold in 2023. So now though, and that was for the whole thing. And then now it's 2.75 million for the smaller portion, right? So that makes sense because we know they did all those upgrades. So it's only the 48 acres, whereas originally here with the 2.6 million, that was for 1,700 acres. So in other words, this has skyrocketed in price. That's the long story short of this, because it's only 48 acres, but it's 2.75 million. The meticulously overhauled custom home recently underwent an expansion and now features 4 bedrooms, 5 baths, vaulted ceilings, a new gourmet kitchen, an open floor plan. Wow, sounds nice. A new master wing with a spa-like bathroom. The property also includes more than 10 acres of fenced horse pasture. Oh my God, I would love to have horses. Like on the property. Wow. 2 large barns, a tractor shed, and an airplane hangar that can. Interesting. They got rid of the kennels, or they turned the kennels into something else. Interesting. They kept the hangar. And I did double check on the stat. I've been covering his appeal. We still need to finish that, but it's still, I just double checked on that this morning, actually, is still nothing new there. In other words, it's still pending with the South Carolina Supreme Court. That's where it's at still. No updates on that as to when they're going to be hearing oral argument, but that'll be really interesting. Because remember, it got fast tracked, right? It skipped the appellate court level and went straight to the South Carolina Supreme Court. That's really funny that this is decades in prison. It's life. What is wrong with them? I guess because they're combining federal and state. So decades in prison would be accurate for federal, I guess, but state is a lot, as you guys know. So I wonder, okay, I know you can pull up all of the deeds because I've done this before. How did I do this? Let me see something real quick. I did this before. I think, let's see here. Who did this? I'm glad I still have this. So it says, oh my God. Okay. Who's the pair of buyers? Brown Land and Plantation Advisors. Oh my God. So the pair of buyers who bought it in 2023. James Eyre and Jeffrey Godley. Okay, give me just a second. Godley. Jeffrey, we're looking for. I bet this is the one. Click on this and see. I know you guys can't see what I'm doing, but I'm trying to find. Oh, I can click on more than one. Okay, let me do that. Because there's also a trustee. Okay. Okay, this is what I'm looking at here. So this is the one. This is the one. Not that one. Okay, so it's got to be, because it was March of 2023. So it's got to be this one. Okay, so oh, I don't want that. Well, let me just see what this looks like. Open that up. Oh, that's not okay. What I want is, how did I do this before? I probably need to copy and paste this. I promise this will be worth it when I can remember how I did this before. Let's see here. It's like the land. Okay, hold on. Hmm. This is okay. Let's see how this works. If this is going to work. Okay. Why? Oh my God. I don't know why this is okay. Let me try it a different way. Oh, it was the GIS. I think that's what it was. I bet this is what it was. Parcel mapping. I think this is it. This looks like it. This looks like it. This looks like it. Okay. Yep, this is it. This is what I was looking for. All right. All right. All right. Okay. Okay, let me remember how to do this. I want, oh my God. Oh my God. Ha! Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. Let me just try this again. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted. The parcel boundaries. Okay. Okay. Perfect. It's loading. Okay. Yeah, I remember this thing loads really slowly. I remember this from before. Can you zoom out? I don't know if any of you guys were here when we covered this all before, but okay. What is with this Whitehall Road? That is interesting because that is not. That's not the right thing. What the heck? Okay, hang on. Let me go back to the deed. So the parcel. You know what? I downloaded. Hold on, let me pull up the thing. This will have it on it. Okay. Right. This is how I did this before. I'm pulling this up real quick. Where's the fucking parcel number? What the heck? That is very interesting. Why is there not a parcel number on here? That's odd. Huh. Okay, let me table that thing then. Okay, so let me see if it'll do better with well, okay. What's weird though is that let me try it this way. Yeah, Islandton, that's correct. Okay, so I have that right. Islandton. That is interesting. Why? Okay. I'll have to come back to this. But basically what y'all are looking at here, these are the like parcels of land. So I don't know why it took me to here because this is not the right thing, but it shows you how the land is divided up, right? And I'm just curious how it's divided up because it doesn't say. And honestly, it's really just for curiosities. Like, again, this is clearly not Moselle. So I don't know, maybe if I do, let me just try just Moselle by itself, and then I can find it that way. Okay. Yeah, there we go. So perfect, because here's Murdaugh Avenue. Excellent. And there it is right there. Oh, that was easy. It didn't have the address for some reason, but like I can find it this way. So there it is. And maybe the address has changed because they split it up. All right. So now we can see. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Look, look, look. So we can see how it's split up. Now this house, what the fuck house is that? This is what I wanted. So let me do this. I'm so glad I found it. Okay. Because here's what we're going to do. We're going to compare it to the Google Maps, and we're going to see what all is happening. All right, check it out. So this is from 2025, it says. Okay, and now if we go back, oh, that's not it. That's why. That's not it. I need to go further this way. That's why. Right? There's Buckner. There's Dobson. Oh, we need to go way the heck this way. Wouldn't be necessary if it just took us to the address, but you know, it's all good. All right, here we go. Here we go. There's the Godly Farm Lane. Okay, I know where we are now. I know where we are. Ah, and there it is. Okay. Okay. There it is. That's it. Okay. So we're going to see how it's divided up. Okay. Who owns, what's this one then? That is, okay, that's also the Godly. You know, that makes sense. You know, it's so funny. When I was searching for Godly, I was like, why does that name ring a bell? Now I know why. Because Godly Farm Road, the road that I was like, oh, I know where we are. Remember that moment a second ago, guys? Interesting. Now, this is the Palmetto Low Country Holdings. Okay. And then this is James Eyre. Okay. So remember when it said 2 buyers, right? And the 2 buyers were James Eyre and Jeffrey Godly. Right. Online records show that, oh my God. Online records show that Godly already owned a piece of property not far from Moselle. Yeah. And also there's a road named after him, just like there's Murdaugh Avenue just right next to it. So, oh my God, the ads are going to make me lose my mind. But it made me turn the ad blockers off. Okay, there's so I went and searched for all this. I didn't even have to because here it is. This is what I was literally going and finding. Okay, interesting. Okay. It's just, I don't need to scroll through all that. Is there anything else here? Nope. Okay, so okay, so those are the 2 buyers. And then here, Okay, so the pair of buyers subdivided the property. And then the people that bought it and then flipped it or whatever, you know, did the renovations and now are charging 2.75. Did it say in here? That would be the yeah, Brown Land and Plantation Advisors. So let me go back to the thingy. So that's the holdings. That's got to be it, though. Palmetto Low Country Holdings. Oh, wow. So you can go to their website, actually. You can go to their website and has Moselle right on there. Palmetto Low Country Holdings. Oh, yeah, it is full of trees. It's full of trees. Yep. That's hilarious about a Dollar General. I wonder how far we can see how close the closest Dollar General is. Yeah, they're branding it as like an equestrian. Oh, I'm trying to, okay. Yeah, like an equestrian situation. Rock Hill. So it's got to be the same people though, because this is the, see, I was just thinking like, so, okay. So Palmetto Low Country Holdings, as it says here, right? But then we know that the Brown Land and Plantation Advisors, that's got to be the business name. And then the holdings is the other thing. Yeah, what are they're saying? Yeah, so right, equestrian pursuits, a hobby farm, right? So I guess they could cut down the trees. But yeah, there's a bunch of trees. So if we go back to like here you go. Here you can really see the trees, right? Now this would be the dove field over here, I guess, where there's less trees, right? So I guess one could plant. So yeah, so you can see the house is down here at the bottom, right? There's the house. And then you have the kennels, the airplane hangar, the skin and shed. And then up there by the road, that's the guest house. So that's that. And then if we go back to this. Okay, so let me see if I can get them zoomed out the same amount. So that way we can go back and forth because I also think that's helpful. This is kind of like how we do with BK, right? But, you know, with the cell towers. Okay, so check it out. So here. Right? And then there. Cool, right? All right. See what we're doing here? So again, so the heirs and Godly. So basically what happened is this. Heirs and Godly initially bought. So here's how many acres it was, right? Like this is insane. So the entire initial like parcel, right, guys, was this middle part, right? So if you see the numbers where it ends in 45 and then it ends in 44 and then it ends in 002. So the initial whole thing, well, actually, who's this one? That's also Godly. And that's heirs. Okay, so hold on. So it's actually bigger than that. Fuck. So the initial whole like parcel or whatever. Wait, was that one included? God, it's huge. That's what she said. Who owns this one? Also Godly. It's like massive. Like it's all of this going all the way up to the Sakahatchee River. This is all just trees, nothing out there. Wow. So, I mean, I would think unless these were the ones that they already owned, that might be what it is. So then, I'm wondering, so then maybe the initial, that's what I want. I want to see it before it was divided. Because I'm wondering, did they also include, did their property also include, because I mean, they didn't get into this in the trial, like you do. I'm wondering if the property also included this across the street, right? It's just trees. But anyway, nonetheless, I mean, we could do the math and add it all up until we get to 50 bazillion, what is it, 1,200 acres or whatever, but it's huge. It's at the very least these three. That's the point. It's at the very least these three, if not also some of the land behind it and in front of it. But it's at the very least these parcels, right? Because we know that it was split into two initially, like, so that you have heirs, which is this one, and then you have godly, which is this one. That was, so they owned the whole thing split in half. And then you had the other people that came in and bought for just $1 million, what is it, 1.5 million or whatever it was, right? And that's here. And then they renovated it and all that. And now they're selling just this parcel on 48 acres for 2.75 million. So that's this situation right here. Oh my God, why are we making sounds? So why is it making these sounds? Okay, so let me zoom it back in. Oh my God, not that far, not that far. Okay. It's going to make me do all this hard work again. I mean, not that it's that hard. That's what she said. We're just gonna so like basically like what I did before when we were, what were we doing this with? Oh, with Redbeard. You can go on all these different parcels and then you can find all the different deeds and then you can go through all of the history of who owned what thing when, and it's really fascinating. So so that's what, you know, one can do and we have done. But we didn't do it with this because at this time there wasn't any need. But we did this with all the Redbeard and United Drive, Zero United Drive property. And we went through the entire history of who bought it and who sold it and how it got divided up. Because that's where I think maybe like things are, like bring a shovel. You know what I mean? So now, so again, so in this square in the middle, that's what's being sold now. Yeah, you could easily make, I would agree with that. Yeah, 17 mil off of it. Right, for sure. I mean, if somebody wanted to be like, someone could just like buy all this, right? And then like turn it into a whole thing. But like, yeah, so there's that. And then there's that. So it makes sense. It's basically just this area surrounding the houses. So in other words, the question that I kind of had was it being divided up to where the buildings were being split up, right? So like one person just gets like the house and then other strangers get like the kennels and the skin and shed and the guest house and all that. And the answer is no. That like, all of the shit where you people would live, where there's the buildings and all that, that's that one parcel, right? And then the rest of it is just land with nothing on it that the other people own. That makes sense because heirs owns land surrounding this, right? These are people that have been living there forever, right? And same with Godly, because then there's the Godly Farm Lane, right? And so he already owned all this other property. So then he went ahead and bought the parcel next to him. That's what people do. This is like so old school though, isn't it? Like that's how you do it. So, so now the next thing we need to do is see where the closest Dollar General is. Is there anything close? Is there anything in Hampton? Nope. Is there anything in Colleton? That's a county. Varnville. Okay. All right. There we got one in Varnville. So like, can we not be annoying though? Dude, Google. Just go back to normal. I swear to God. Okay. Anyway, just ignore that little loop there. It's another loop. But here's what's so funny. Okay. So Moselle, and then there's the Dollar General. Now, here's the thing. Look, there's Alameda. So basically, Alex, were he not in prison, he could have gone to this. This is definitely the Dollar General. This is the one that's close. I can't even believe I found this. This is how well I know this fucking area. It's insane. I know it better than the area where I live. So, and then here, so there's Alameda. Remember, his parents' house. I wonder who owns it now. Anyway, oh God, I could go diving into that. I find this stuff really interesting. So it doesn't even have an address. The way that I had found it before when I was covering this trial was literally from context clues from the trial and like looking at the pictures and literally street view scrolling it style until I found it. And I literally found it. And I could find it again right now. But it's so, yeah. And by the way, it's just all the railroad tracks all the way. So yeah, so there you go. There's all kinds, by the way, of funny names around here of places. Oh, look, there's Walterboro, where the trial was. Yeah, see, Fektig, great. And there's Sakahachi, Yemisi. We've heard all these words in the trial. There's Allendale. We talk about that a lot. Anyway, there's Hampton. Y'all know how I am with this. I love doing the Google Maps. I love doing the scrolly field trips. We had the funniest day ever with, oh God, it was on one of the Gloria Satterfield live streams where we did a whole fucking live stream field tripping Murdaugh Avenue. And there was that, I bet it's still there. Hold on. Hang on. Can I just get rid of this? And can I just want to be here. Okay. I wonder if it's still there. Is Google not going to tell me what road this is? That might be Murdaugh Ave. Oh my God. Dude, okay. Why won't it let me go there though? Anyway, oh, because it's trying to give me directions. Okay, so no, there's Jonas, there's Dobson. Okay, there's Murdaugh Ave. Okay. Here we go. Let's see if the bulge is still there. Okay, so this is Murdaugh Avenue right here. Whee! I'm like, why tell you guys about it when we can just do it? Oh, hi, Kane. Welcome. That is crazy. You have a Dollar General on your land. How does that work? Oh, wait till you see the bulge. I hope it's still there. This is Murdaugh Avenue, guys. We hardcore looked at all these different places, but there's one thing in particular I wanted to show you guys for those of you guys who weren't there, which is probably all of y'all who weren't there. So meanwhile, I'm thinking like, Murdaugh Avenue, and look at it. It's just wilderness, right? You know, I would say it's more sparse than like fucking Redbeard, but so as we go along, there's going to be a nice surprise here coming up. If it's still there, here it comes. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? Y'all aren't ready. Y'all aren't ready for this. It's still there. Oh my God. If Black Widow were still here, she would be dying. She was here the day that we did this and discovered this for the first time. Here it is. Here it is. And every time you change the angle, you get a different special view. There's all kinds of things to look at. This is it. So the bulge is hiding behind the tree. You guys can see that. So we did a whole deep dive on this flag. It led us to a whole series of songs and a really fascinating fucking history. Oh my God. That was one of the funniest live streams I've ever had. Everybody was just dying. There's so much here. Interestingly, it looks like there's a doghouse and maybe a chicken coop. Now the car is over here, and then this is what you have. You have an RV under a carport, but it's a little bit too big, and you have a bulge. And then you have this structure. And every time you change, you get a different view. You see something different here. Like there was another, right. And then there's a shed behind it. Right. I remember that. Aha. See, there's a shed there. There's a shed behind it. Now there was every time we spent hours with this. I'm not even kidding. And it was amazing. Every single time we just like zoomed in a little bit more or changed things, we saw something different. And there was so many curiosities about this place. It was like mind blowing. You get a better view of the flag there. I can't even remember all the different things. There were just so many things. But like this is, instead of a house, this is what they have. And this is the bulge. So in fact, I did the intro for the Gloria Satterfield, like when we were doing those live streams. What I did was I added to this situation here, I added the 2 gray boys with the green lasers, and I added the road trip crew, and I added a bunch of guineas and a bunch of chickens and like Bubba. And I like added all this in, and it was like, and I have them appearing like one at a time, and it's really fucking funny. There it is, guys. Murdaugh Avenue in summary fashion. We went all the way down to the end of the road, of course. We explored all this. There's also a Murdaugh something else too. But anywho, so here's the thing. So up next, so we learned a lot. The deeds are interesting, fascinating how you can do all that. If Black Widow returns, she will see this on the screen and she will just hurt herself laughing, probably remembering all of the things that we did with this. So, so for next time, for Murdaugh, where we are at next time is we are at Kenny Kinsey. Now, recently we watched not all, but most of Kenny Kinsey's testimony because it came up with Karen Reed, because Hank Brennan dropped Kenny Kinsey's name. Of course, they're not calling him as an expert. I'm sure we can all imagine why, but he dropped his name as if they were going to call him. And as soon as that happened, whenever it was, like 2 months ago, maybe, I was like, oh my God, because I knew there were going to be people who didn't know who Kenny Kinsey was. So we just watched that testimony, most of it, not all of it. But it's always different in context, right? So if any of you guys were there, we could skip it, but he's the next witness, okay, that we would be watching. So up next, right, for this trial would be Kenny Kinsey. After that, we get Ryan Kelly, and guess what that is? Side of the road. And another interview with Alex, although it's the audio interview, but it's where we get into Redbeard, we get into Side of the Road, we get into the drugs, we get into him talking about rehab. It's when in other words, in the next episode, it's when, you know, how many times have I been talking about the deep dive into the drugs and the sunrise detox and all that? The next episode is when that will happen, because that's when it's appropriate. We will go into all of that with the drugs. We will go all with the sunrise detox. I'll pull up my presentations. We're going to hear about Side of the Road. We're going to go through all of that. There's so much. That is some of the, oh my God, this trial is just nuts. So the order would be Kenny Kinsey, if we want to watch him again, and then Ryan Kelly with all the Side of the Road and all the and all that. And then after that is the state's last witness for their case in chief, which is Peter Rudolphy with the master timeline. And I've pulled that timeline up many times, usually as an example of what it should look like when you do things correctly, because it's a beautiful example. But we haven't watched that testimony. Well, unless you guys were here, like whenever it was, like a year and a half ago or whatever, or a year ago, whenever. But yeah, this time around, we haven't watched that testimony. So we're obviously watching that. The only question would be whether or not we want to watch Kenny Kinsey again, because again, we watched that recently, but in relation to Karen Reed. So it's a little bit different context. So that would be the next, Murdaugh. So also for anyone who missed it, we did have a stream earlier, Donna Adelson. Big news there. We got some two new court filings. One is disqualifying her investigator for, guess what, another conflict of interest. And then also a motion in limine to try to keep out Wendy's book. Fucking hilarious. Also, there's new documents for Karen Reed. And namely, we've got a lot. We've got the defense witness list. We've got the jury questionnaire. And maybe perhaps the most exciting of all of it is we've got the Commonwealth's motion. I don't remember. It's a very long name, as they always have. I'll summarize what it is. Hank Brennan wants to get the text messages between Karen Reed and Mr. Yannetti. That's the motion. I think there's an attached affidavit. The motion, it's a motion to compel to get Karen and Mr. Yannetti's text messages. Not even joking. Things you never thought you would see in your lifetime, right? So, and I've not seen anybody even mention it somehow. But remember how at the hearing we heard, I think towards the end, we heard Brennan say, "Oh, we just filed 2 more things." They didn't say what they were. The 2 new things are the motion to compel for the text messages with her and Yannetti. And then there's another motion. I think it's another motion to compel, but it's regarding the new documentary that just came out. I haven't even read all of it yet, but it's like, basically they want that footage. And there's an affidavit for that as well. I may actually decide to cover that here shortly. I just haven't set up the stream yet. So that might be here soon. But regardless, the plan for tonight is this. Tonight, we're going to do BK, all the DNA docs, because we didn't get to it last time. And for those of you guys who were here previously with the BK docs, I know we talked about watching the press conference with Santa. And I totally forgot that we were going to do that because we got sidetracked with looking up the Barnharts. And that was a whole thing. And it was amazing. So what we will do is we will watch the prosecutor Santa. And I also wrote down some things that we're going to do some follow up on, but we're going to also cover all of the DNA related docs. And then after that, we may also redirect it to the next Murdaugh, because I just get super excited because Murdaugh is my fave. I'm going to do some more research on the third-party defense in Idaho. I have a note for that. And also about DM. One of the questions that we had was, well, I had it anyway. I'm just thinking out loud now that, like, during the hearing in January, right, January 23rd, I remember thinking that, I believe it was Ashley Jennings saying that law enforcement showed DM a picture, which is different than what we saw in the filing that we just read with the bushy eyebrows, right? That she had already seen it herself online. So that's different. So I'm going to go back through and see if I can find if, in fact, that was language that was used, that somebody showed her a picture. Because if so, there's going to be hell to pay for the state representing that they didn't show her a picture. So I'm going to look into that as well. And lastly here, for you guys who are members and haven't done this already, some of you guys have, and thank you. But for anyone who wants to participate in the members only trivia night, get me your categories, guys. Some of you guys told me in chat earlier and I wrote them down. But for anyone who's on replay crew or whatever, you know, you can put them in the Discord in that thread. There's a members only requests thread. So far, we've got an eclectic group of categories. We've got AT&T CDRs. I'm sure you guys want to take a wild guess who recommended that one. We've got murders in Kansas. We've got mythology. And then the ones I wrote down here, we've got classic cars, 90s music, Van Halen. And then I wrote down as a broad category, this was not a person's thing, the musical theater, right? Because again, we're going to have additional categories on top of what y'all request. So we've got a number of them, but I want to make sure that everybody who's going to participate has an opportunity to make their, have their equal, again, it's a handicap, like they say in sports, in a good way. I don't know what sport it is, where you get like a +10. So everybody has an equal handicap, as in a good way. Like, it's like, in a way, it's like cheating, right? You have a category where you're like, I'm going to do great here, or what have you. So, so that will be coming up. Of course, like I've said, the next members only live will be Never Have I Ever. And then after that, we will do the trivia, because it's going to take me time to have everybody give me their suggestions for their categories. And then I have to compile the questions and all that. So, so that will be the other thing. But like I said, I may come back here very shortly with some Karen Reed. So just be on the lookout for that. And then again, tonight will be BK, and then probably more Murdaugh as well. It'll be a lot of live streaming because I had a number of students need to reschedule. So that works out for y'all who want to be here live streaming, right? But anywho, this was a journey. And I'm going to make a note as well about the jail calls. Thank you for that, P. Fox. I believe you were the one that mentioned that. That will be really good to go back and listen to. We'll probably do that at the end of the trial because that makes sense. But I'm going to make a note for that as well, so I don't forget jail calls. Okay. Boy, I need a new sheet of paper. My sheet is taken up. Okay. Anyway, but you guys, that'll be it for this one. Y'all are amazing. Thanks so much for being here and for being awesome. And let's just close it out with looking at this, because I think this is so cool. And I love that you can find all the deeds and it's all public record, and you can, And it's just maps. We love maps, don't we? But other than that, like I said, maybe back soon. If not, then it'll be tonight. Love y'all, and squirrel out.